Hey everybody, it's Friday. Look, we have a full panel tonight. Must not have been nothing going on in them streets. I'm joking. So let me introduce our panelists today. We have Tam, Lauren, Cece, T-Bomb, Mika, Maya J, Tan, Team Della, Men Mistaken. My name is Shantae, not to be confused with Shantae, and this is a chic critique. Oh gosh, you guys. We have to talk about it. The pick-me's. Are you a pick-me? Is it okay to be a pick-me? Why are so many people negative towards pick-me's? We're going to discuss all that tonight. So first, let's define what is a pick-me. Lauren?
So I have been under the impression a pick-me is a woman who is or attempts to be agreeable on all fronts for the purpose of getting male attention. Oftentimes, she will usually be the kind of woman that'll say, "Oh, well, I'm not like these other women," and that's kind of the way she tries to be agreeable on all fronts.
Are there any other definitions, or is
And
that
say
it?
you're on mute.
Yeah, I should tell you were on mute, but are there any other
I'll
definitions?
mute myself. Somebody mute.
I think we have some Urban Dictionary definitions. Let's hear
Let's
those.
read them all. Let's make sure we have a comprehensive definition about what a pick-me is before we dive into this conversation.
Go ahead.
It's important. Okay, so on the Urban Dictionary, it says a pick-me is a woman that is willing to do anything for male approval. She will embarrass or throw other women under the bus to achieve this goal. The unfortunate thing about a pick-me is usually the men that they're trying to seek approval from are poor quality and treat women badly. So a few examples they give are a pick-me girl is if a man would say, like, if a man cheats on you, it's probably because it's your fault. Be feminine, make him food, clean his asshole.
Don't lick it, clean it.
We ain't doing no licking.
If you don't get that joke, you were not with us last week. Okay.
We are not going back to last week. Watch the episode.
The
give it
past
some
is the
views.
past.
Past. We're moving forward.
Oh God, that's a good definition, Team Della. That was really good. I like that. Both of those were very good. Thank you, ladies. So now that we have defined what a pick-me is, do you think that why do you think pick-me's are negative? Let's just start with that. Do you think that that's a negative thing to want to be pick? I don't know. I guess how you look at it. Well, let's talk about the negative and the positive of a pick-me. Let's talk about the negative. Well, let's always start with the positive. What are the positivities that can come from pick-me's?
Well, I would say as a woman, you want to be chosen by your man. So I wouldn't say it had to be pick me, but you chose me. So maybe the term pick me is not positive, but I would like to be selected by the man that is pursuing me. So that's what I would say, a positivity on that term.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think there's nothing wrong or negative with the man that you like wanting him to like you as well. I think you just got to be able to find the positive in a pick me. I think it's subjective. People have a definition of what they think a pick me is, and I can have my own interpretation of what I think a pick me is. I want a man to pick me. However, I'm not going to devalue myself in any type of way for you to choose me. So I think it's subjective, very much so.
Based on the definition, it's a negative thing. Like, based on those definitions, I don't want to be a pick-me based on those definitions. But if to make it a positive, I would agree with Mika. We want to be chosen, but not to compromise our values and who we are. I'm not going to just be everybody's cup of tea. I think I said that before. If there's a woman who's everybody's cup of tea, then I don't think you're very authentic. So yes, we want to be chosen, but not on the level of that definition.
I would say, like, a radiant woman who's like standing in her power and she has a man next to her that she likes, she would probably want to exemplify qualities that would, that he would like, or maybe qualities that she likes to do for her man that she knows would help or add value to his life. And so I think when you're in that position, to Mika's point, like, you want the man that you like to like you back, to have some kind of reciprocity there. And so you exemplify, the qualities where, like, they're great qualities that you have. Like, pick me, I'm that girl.
I think I might have a little difference, I guess more nuance in terms of being picked and being chosen. I think based on the definition, pick me's are gonna do anything to be noticed, and have be more available to a bunch of choices, right? Whereas I think to be chosen is is a specific quality or specific process. So it's a clear choice. So I think for based on what Mika was saying, she says she wants to be chosen. I think that's different. I think you move different as somebody who is going to be chosen versus somebody who's going to get picked. A dude is going to run through pick me's, like, because they're focused on the outward appearance, putting things, out there so they can be seen, so they can be noticed. Where I think a chose me, I just made that up, a chose me type of person is more focused on their internal work. And so because they're so focused on their internal work, that a dude will see that, and then they will choose them based on what their needs are, what they're looking for that's going to be beneficial to them in a relationship.
So a woman can't fake it till she makes it? And there aren't women out here faking it till they make it? Like,
that's a point. Exactly.
Like, you said that they were just going to go through them and they'll be able to sift through them. But I think there are women out here who know how to play the game and they faking it till they make it. They get picked and they faking it. And that's
my point. That's what it is.
Right, but I'm saying, like you said, like
you can only that representative can only be in full effect for so long before the real you shows up knocking at the front door and he's looking like, who is this woman? So what's the point in trying to be a pick me when actually when the real you comes out that man is probably not going to like who you truly are? You can only put on that facade for so long.
That's why I think the focus should be more on a chose me chick. If you're a chose me type of chick, that's because it's something that I have within me that I'm not even necessarily trying to do for your attention or for the male attention. It's just that I'm self-developed, I'm aware, I'm mature about who I am, and I carry myself as such. And because I exude that aspect of who I am, I'm not going to be available to everybody. It's going to be a select few that's going to read that energy, and those who approach me are going to be, more aware of what it is that they're looking for, and then it is more specific.
I can definitely get what you say, mistaken. I think the chose me is what you want, but I'm just saying there are women out here faking till they make it. They get a ring and all, and then once they get married, it's like, wait, who the hell did I marry? Who is this woman? I don't know this woman.
I think we've all done things out the norm for a guy. So, I mean, I agree with Mika when she said that you want to be chosen and everything, but I think majority of us have done things out the norm to please a guy. So. I don't really agree with the pick me. I don't like that phrase, but I mean, it happens all the time. So.
Yeah, I think the term itself, pick me, is derogatory. Just the term. When you say pick me, to T-Bomb's point, we all, maybe a guy that you really like, maybe after you get to know him and you like him, maybe you're willing to accept more things. Maybe, I don't know if that's more of a pick me accept what you're willing to take on or compromise or sacrifice. But the whole pick me terminology for me is just derogatory. But we all want to be selected. We want to be chosen by our man. We want our man to want us and pursue us. But the whole pick me, doing things out of character in order to seek a male's attention, is probably not the best desirable trait. I think it was Tam who was saying, and this goes for men and women for me, we were talking about faking it until you make it. Men do the same thing. In Atlanta, there are all kind of men putting on facades. Pick me. It goes both ways, men and women.
And then JR went, yeah, the clap came in because that's when that was supposed to hit.
It was perfect timing for it. I was waiting.
Right.
Where's
Where are you when we need you with the audio?
Anybody else want to speak on the positive? Okay, well, let's mention the negative. What is negative? What is the negativity that comes from pick me? When you see a pick me, you think of something negative. What is that? What does that look like?
I think when you're the negatives of a pick me is like you have like this what do they call it? Like this special snowflake syndrome. Whereas no two snowflakes are the same, right? But you always try to differentiate yourself from other people or in this case, other women to make yourself seem better. But you're not exactly telling us why you're better. You're just telling us that you're not like this thing over here, which is considered to be negative. And so the negative part of being a pick me is you really don't have an identity. You're just telling everybody what you're not, but you're not telling everybody who you are. And that becomes a problem because when that, as Tam was saying, when that that representative fades away, whoever you actually are shows up, and it's probably not a likable person. So you have to pretend to be agreeable because maybe you don't have an opinion of your own, or maybe you don't have an outlook on your own. So you kind of adopt everyone else's because maybe there's fear of rejection or judgment that may come with it.
I think it's the aspect of putting other women down to lift yourself up. Like, you are, it's almost like an inadvertent shaming. Like, for example, women who like have long hair, like this is just and women who wear weaves. That's just a quick comparison. We're not going to get into the weave wearing, but if you don't wear weaves, I don't think that it should just be so like, oh, my hair is long and beautiful, you wear weaves, whatever. Or if there's a woman who's overweight, like, oh, well, I go to the gym, so my body will never look like that. I think it's the inadvertent shaming that is so negative when you're a pick me. Like you try to make it seem like you're better than you are, honestly, like, because I think it's an ugly character, and we already talked about you could be beautiful on the outside and have really terrible character on the inside that makes you look worse.
Yeah, I think to piggyback off of what you said, Cece, that is, I think, one of the aspects of the pick-me's is because the focus, again, it really isn't on their themselves in terms of their self-development, their own abilities, their own qualities. It's about saying what this person don't have, and that's why I'm better, and you should pick me. And that part of it, I think, just to gain favor with a dude, I think dudes can see through that too. And I don't think that they're necessarily attracted to that either. They'll approach it, they'll smash, but I think they'll pass. So, and that's not necessarily as a pick me what you're looking for. You're looking forward to, I guess, relationship, but moving in that mindset isn't necessarily going to, it could get you a man, but it might not get the man you want or the man you need.
And moving in that, and with that mindset, it's like there's no originality about you. Like, yeah, a man will smash, but I don't care what men say. A man don't just want a woman that is doing, in my opinion, absolutely everything that he tells her to do. You want a woman of substance. You want a woman that has an opinion, that can challenge you on certain things, not necessarily be combative with you, but just challenge your way of thinking on certain things, just so you can understand a different frame of thinking. You don't want to be in a situation where you have gotten a woman and she literally agrees with everything you say and do, and now you step out into the real world and you're having certain conversations with other men, or other women in general. And now all of a sudden you think your point of view is right because your woman is always agreeing with you. Like, you're going to be in for a rude awakening when people start to challenge you on certain things because you're so used to just someone just kind of doing everything at your command. Like, you lose yourself like that, in my opinion. Like, who are you really if everything you do revolves around a man?
But wouldn't
I
a
think
man
also
get
that a lot of women, well, not a lot of women, some women also try to, um, so a man of power kind of, maybe, I don't know if he will intimidate the woman or just, I don't know, but I think women, they do that to men of power, men like the rich men, the successful men, I think they do that to kind of like win them over. And then eventually if they're dating or if they get further along, then of course that their true colors are going to come out. But I think a lot of women do that to impress the successful, powerful man.
but
Not
how long
all,
do you
but
do that for? Like
you're right.
how long do you want to put on a show or a front or not be your authentic self?
Some
For
women
anyone.
just go with it, you know.
Well,
Yes,
if
some
you're
women. Oh, go ahead. Some
if you're
women will go with it until they get what they want. Maybe if it's a ring, or if they want their rent paid, or they want to go on trips, they'll go on it. They'll continue to do that until they get their desired end state. So who's to say how long that will take?
It's
I
the
think more women
desperation for me, I think is where it really stems from, where like, you're desperate, to Miss Taken's point, you lack those intrinsic qualities that ground you in who you are. And so, you're willing to do and say anything to be chosen or to be picked or to get what you want, rather than, providing that or having the capacity to be able to provide that for yourself. So I think it really just stems from a space of desperation. The definition even goes as far to say, like, that woman is willing to embarrass and put down other women to put herself on a pedestal. And that's desperation at its finest. It's like, honey, if he wants you, he wants you. Like, you don't have to put everyone else down around you to be seen. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would say that would probably, for me, be one of the craziest qualities. It's like, you are really desperate.
Seemingly, a pick me woman would probably be in a little bit of an immature state as well, right? Not as mature, not as confident in herself, and willing to do things in order to capture the attention or seek attention. Someone who's a little bit immature, in my opinion, and you're willing to do those things. A woman who is a little bit more experienced, wise, seasoned, as some may call it, you're a little bit more less naive, and you're not going to do those things. You're not going to put yourself out in that manner.
Well,
I would probably have to say I kind of disagree, because I think some pick-me's are very intentional and it's very calculated and very manipulative. And so, to your point, you do have, pick-me's that are, naive, they're young, they're not seasoned in the game. And then for some of them, they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, because I've met a personal experience. I met a female, she was an older female, married, but she was out at a party and was putting other females down and taking pictures of every drink she was doing and staging drinks and saying, well, because I'm so important. But I'm like, why are you doing all of these things to draw attention to yourself? What does that mean? But she was a married woman, but trying to draw attention for other men. So I was confused on her actions.
And
That
that goes
sounded
back
real
to the
wild.
confidence thing, right? The confidence. Maybe she's not confident in herself. Maybe her man, and not to say, who knows what her situation is, but what would make her feel, why would she feel she needs to do that? If you're married, wouldn't it go back to that confidence thing? Like,
My husband and I were literally talking about this, because I when we were talking, I was saying, I don't think if you're married, you can be a pick-me. I said, based on what I'm thinking a pick-me is a single woman trying to get chosen by someone. And he was like, no, anybody could be a pick me. And he was like, especially a married woman. Well, not more so, but he said a married woman, because he said one thing that all women have in common, whether you married or unmarried, is that women love the attention of other men. And that don't stop just because you get married. So it may be a level or a degree of what you put that pick me energy out, but all women want to seek the attention of men. So in that regard, he was just saying that he think all women are pick me's.
Can I ask the married women on the panel? Can I ask the married women on the panel? Do you have from other?
I would say in the younger years of our marriage, yes, because I think sometimes you get in a position of feeling like, do I still got it? You know what I'm saying? And so when he said it, I was like, you know what? You're right. I didn't think about it like that. So yeah. And he was like, men are pick me's too. He was like, because we do want the attention of women. So there are times that men will floss. They're gonna do things to draw attention to them because we do seek the attention of women as well. So he was saying everybody are pick me's.
No, because I don't think you're a pick me because you have attention from people. I think it's a pick me when you're like doing things that are not authentic. You're not authentic to yourself. You're conforming to someone's needs to bring them in, to draw them in. And whether it be a man or a woman, a friend or a relationship, you're doing those things to draw a person in, but it's not authentically you. It's not the real you. It's some fake facade, basically.
I think we gotta like differentiate the definition of being chosen versus a pick me, because I think like it's getting crossed over. Like, yes, we know like as a single woman or as a married woman, you still have to do things to be desirable, right? Like there are things that you have to do to stand out amongst others, especially if you're single. I had this conversation earlier today as I was thinking about the topic. Yes, there's certain things I have to stay in the gym. I have to keep myself together. We know there's certain things we have to do. I don't think that that's being a pick me in the terms of this definition. That is me doing things that I normally do. I normally work out, I cook, I clean, I like those are things I normally do. It's when I start doing things that are out of character that then make me a pick me. I'm doing things that are out of my character, so you will notice me. That's not going to be sustainable. Like, but the normal things as far as that I do in my character to be like, I'm a desirable woman, that's different from the definition we're discussing as a pick me.
What if a woman was like trying to find herself and she was like, well, let me act like this because maybe, this is what I'm growing into. And inadvertently, she becomes a pick me. Does that like count for the same thing?
I mean, I think intention matters. If she's doing it to find herself and to really step into her authenticity, I don't think, if that's what she's doing it for, rather than doing it for the male attention, straying away from who she is with the intention of, gaining the attention of another man. I think there's a difference in that. So I think we've all been in a space to where we're trying to like find ourselves and come into who we are, and maybe, trying out different aesthetics, listening to different kinds of podcasts, showing up differently until we find ourselves. I don't think that's moving with the intention of a man to pick us. I think that's moving with the intention to better ourselves as individuals. But I think,
what if they choosing to not, like, what if they're making the wrong choices as they're trying to better themselves? You know what I'm saying?
I think that's a part of the path. I mean, failure is a pathway to success in my eyes. You're not going to always get it. You're not going to always get it right. You're going to get it wrong most of the time. It's just kind of how, how you find your way. And so I think failure is okay.
But should you be looking for somebody if you're trying to find yourself? Lauren, we can't hear you.
I think like the distinction between
we can't hear you, Lauren. We see that beautiful smile and your mouth moving, but we can't hear nothing you saying, honey. Not a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can hear. It's super delayed though.
How about now?
But this is a perfect time to tell everybody to get the likes up, share the show, Go ahead, comment, get them likes up, like. Also subscribe to the network, Lapeep JR. We do have some super chats too.
Did anybody want else to pull on the negative of the pick me? Anybody else? So we're gonna wait for Lauren. Well, yeah, we could do super chat while we're waiting for Lauren since she's the last person on that question. Okay, anybody want to read these? Let's see. I'm gonna show it. Because every time I read, I'm like this in the camera, and I'm just tired of it.
No,
it is too big for that.
You want to go? You can
Okay,
go.
you got it. You got it. Mm-hmm.
Question for the ladies. Ladies, in your last relationship, what's one thing that you did that led to the end of the relationship, and one thing he did that led to the end of the relationship?
I met my husband.
No boundaries. I was a doormat. I ain't gonna even lie.
I wasn't authentic to myself. I fell in love with a potential. So that's one thing that I would say that ended the relationship, like realizing that he was who he was and he wasn't going to change.
My ex just went crazy. Okay, he just went crazy. Like
he couldn't help it though, Tamika.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
Yeah, you did it. I was an overthinker. Although what I was overthinking, I was right about. And he was a liar, but I was an overthinker and he was a liar. So there you have it.
I say for me, I was a fighter.
She'll bust the windows out your car.
I was swinging, boy. I was swinging.
And she will. And I'll go along for the ride. Like, oh, not there.
And he was a cheater. So that's why I was swinging. Yeah.
I would say I wasn't grounded.
Back in my 20s, long time ago.
I would say I wasn't grounded in who I was just yet. And so I accepted things that probably, that were obviously not what I wanted. And kind of similarly to what Cece said, he was who he was. And so once that I was able to see more clearly and became unveiled, I just wasn't attracted to that person.
So mine was a cheater. And I think I knew he would lie about things. And if he wasn't caught in the act, would kind of go on. But yeah, he was a cheater.
Okay, Lauren is back. Anybody quickly want to, if you're just...
Lauren, do you want to answer the question?
What about you, Shantae? What about you?
I said what mine was. I didn't have boundaries. I didn't know. I'm stupid.
Okay.
Stupidly in love.
Lauren's audio is not working. It worked, but when you were talking originally, Lauren.
Yeah, no.
Something. All right. Anybody else wants to answer that question so we can go on to the next one?
Well, I just want to give a shout out to my husband. 19 years. We just had our 19-year anniversary. Yay! That's all.
Congratulations. I love it. I saw the photos on Instagram. They look so pretty.
Thank you so much, Skill Prince, for that super chat. Next one.
Lil Me. I don't know if that's what you want your name to be on social media, but Lil Me, $5. Pick me's give it up, so I like them. Little Me. Lil Me, let's go.
That strong $40 go a long way.
Yay, Chris is a member. Woo!
Thank you for becoming a member.
And so Lil
Me became a member. Thank you, Lil Me.
Siobhan.
Oh, Siobhan, Lauren, you look so beautiful.
Yeah.
Lauren. Jason C. So is there a consensus that pick me has a negative connotation similar to the word simp? I don't use the word simp, but yeah.
I mean, based on the definition.
Yeah, according to the YouTube world. Yeah.
Version. Yeah.
Harambe's Revenger. Knock it off, Bojack. $50. Thank you. Pick-me's aren't desirable for 3 reasons. Promiscuity, frankly, or periodically hookups with 2 or more people inside 14 days. That's very specific. 2, the exemption clause mindset. A body doesn't count if. And 3, trading bodily access for resources, needs, or favors. What if they don't do none of those? And they They do none of those, but they still do stuff to be picked that they wouldn't normally do.
Maybe this needs to be added to the Urban Dictionary definition, because this is a whole definition in and of itself.
He needs to
That
go
sounds
on.
like a definition for a sex worker.
Right. Yeah, it does.
I don't know where you got your definition.
Maybe that's where you can find that definition.
And like, what kind of women is he dealing with? It's like, come on, bro.
Lauren, can you do a sound check? Can you just say hi?
Is this thing on?
Yeah. She's back. She.
Hi, girl.
All right, let's get through this real fast. Next.
Gina, some women agree to avoid problems with men, don't like being confrontational. Thank you, Gina. Lil Meat again. Pick-me's don't get picked. They just get the stick. You rhyming tonight, Lil Meat.
Yes, he is. All right, you guys. So, Lauren, did you want to add on to the negativity before we move on to the next?
Oh, no. I'm good to go.
Oh, so you was just moving your mouth and then...
I mean,
it seemed like you had something to say.
More or less, it was what everyone else was saying. Basically saying, like, the distinction between, I guess, being negative and positive is a pick-me because she is an amalgamation of everyone else. Or the distinction is she's doing it for the attention of men, but the way she's going about it is malicious because she's doing it to attack other women or to judge or to put down other women. And so you can be a pick-me in a positive sense if you are just being consistent with your man and saying, okay, whatever you need to get done, I'm going to be a teammate in this regard. And then you do it from that perspective. But if it goes off to where you're trying to put down other women just so that you can be in the top spot or get the most attention, then it becomes, no good.
Gotcha. I absolutely agree. So I'm glad you mentioned that because we're gonna get back into that manipulation part and a question from now. But before we get to that, I want to ask you guys, do you think that pick-me's because I know a lot of people, like some people in the chat are saying, oh, they never get picked, they just get stuck and you hit it, quit it. And then some people are saying, well, pick-me's always get picked. From what I've seen, the people who are pick-me's are single. If I looked at the internet and I'm like, oh, she gives me pick-me vibes. Now, I'm not saying a person who's not holding people accountable. There are two different things. But a lot of the people who are giving pick-me vibes are single. So my question is, do you think that pick-me's get picked? Is it working?
I think if you're going by the definition like that we discussed, where the woman is going, she won't stop to, at any means to be picked. So she'll do whatever to be chosen. When we're talking about that kind of woman, I don't think that she gets picked because she's not desirable anyways, which is why, you have that desperation where it's like you're willing to do any and everything. And, moving in that kind of light, it can be smelled a mile away. So it's not authentic. So, I mean, if we're talking about pick me in terms of like being wifed up, I would say no. But, to Little Meat's point, they don't get picked, they get sticked.
I think in today's society, they do get picked. I used to always say, hoes be winning, see our language. But I think that some men, they just kind of just go for it and then not paying attention to the signs. And then boom, when it's too late, when they get married or he gets her pregnant, it's too late. So, but I do think that they do get.
So you just said 3 or 4 is winning? I'm gonna have to put a little thumbnail in that. A little. Come back to that.
And move the super chat out the way.
Hoes be winning. So I think that
they do.
To Tanya, I'm about to say to Tanya's point, I think that a lot of women do end up, getting married, having kids, and doing exactly what they intended to do. I think that some men who aren't experienced with women, especially if they have money, are the most targetable men to experience that with. And that's just my 2 cents.
it's this young lady. She is on Instagram. She's really pretty, nice physique. She has 6 kids. 3 of them are from successful, powerful men. So it's just like I don't get it. Like, why are men still? She has 6. She's not married. It's like that's
Yeah, that's
that.
because they never listen. That's because they never had a really good woman, or like they don't understand like women. That's how I feel. I feel like they understand the fantasy, what they see on TV, what they see on Instagram, and then they see an opportunity where they can get that. They gonna get that. Like that's exactly what's happening.
You just said it too. She's not married. They aren't marrying her. But
they married. They didn't. No.
I'm speaking on I'm speaking on the woman she's particularly talking about. She's not married, so it doesn't matter how beautiful she is. And even though she has 6 kids with multiple baby daddies, yes, she's good enough, unfortunately, to have sex with and to impregnate, but she's not good enough to marry. So
why would I want to
she
continue?
even wants marriage? You know, I mean, because that may be her goal to have these men.
How would a man want to continue to even go that route? You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's my question, Tom.
That would be a question. Yeah, that would be a question for
because she's
like
beautiful and she probably,
but she's very pretty, very.
Because men are visual.
Like, why go the extra step if you don't have to? Like, if she don't want to, why I gotta go the extra step? Why I gotta, like some men just think like that. Like, I got what I want, we doing good. Yeah. She telling me what she want to do, and I'm getting what I want. And she pretty, and we good.
And then bam,
nobody's talking about marriage for what? Yeah. Then we'll have another baby, okay. Especially if you can, like I said, especially if you can afford it and it's nothing. It's just like, all right, great. Like, I have a great woman. She looks beautiful as hell. Look what I got. And she's going to do everything that I want her to do because I'm the one with the money.
I think some men are just dumb.
Yeah, a lot of men are dumb, actually.
Just dumb.
There's not a question on that's not our topic.
Another show.
Oh gosh, we're gonna talk about manipulation in a second. Anybody else wanted to add to that? Why do you think that? I need to run the question across the. Do you think that pick-me's get picked?
I think some pick-me's get picked. I do. Like I said, they fake it till they make it. That's why there's a lot of marriages I think that are. I love her, but I don't like that girl. I do not like her. And I think that's a result potentially of a pick-me because she went and she had a great representation. And then when they got married, it was like, well, now I got my ring.
Here I am. It's not only that, like, so a lot of times those men marry those pick-me's and then they're unhappy and then they're out seeking other women, but they still have that pick-me at home. And they're like, I don't know what to do with that woman, but let me see if I can get another one that might fulfill the criteria.
But do you guys agree that the signs are there? Do you guys agree that the signs are always there? But we just
I think that what happens is a lot like women need men to vet their fathers to vet men in their lives. I think that men need great mothers, not because I know all the great mothers to vet the women, and you need to take heed to the women who love you in your life. Now, I know that there are some moms that nobody's going to ever be great for their son. We ain't talking about that. We're talking about, your mom really wants the best for you, and she's able to pinpoint that heifer ain't no good because, and I think that that's important when it comes to that, because I think moms can see past the pick-me. So speaking of pick-me, do you think that pick-me is only, bringing other people down? Or do you think pick-me can carry over into how women, I hear a lot of men say, women are these sexual beings before they get married. But then when they get married, all of a sudden it's just like, like you put on this theatrical performance to get that ring. And then once that ring comes, all of a sudden you're not in the mood.
So for the married couples, is that true? Because I'm not married, so I don't know. But
I'm tired.
It's not that it's true. It's just life happens. Life changes. Like one, I'm older. Okay, I'm not younger. I'm not hanging from the chandelier like I might have when I was 20.
But
But you
see,
know, and I got
my
life. I got things that I do day in, day out. Work, family. So your life will change the longer you get married. The longer you're married, your life will change. It still can be exciting. You can still do those things. It's just not as often. You
I
can't do
think the older I've
exciting.
It
gotten,
just changes, like with life. Like you have to get old. Like with anything, with any relationship, it just changes. You know what I'm saying? Things change. They develop. When you were when I was in my 20s, I can only speak for myself. I love going to the club. Okay, I really don't want to go to the club right now. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not what I want to do. But that don't mean I want to do a lot of good, great, fun things, and that doesn't mean I don't like the club. You know what I'm saying? Like so, you just have to learn how to adjust especially when you're in a long-term marriage and you've been with people for 30, 50, 70 years. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a long ass time. So you just you just learn how to have fun in different ways at different stages in your life. But I do think that you should always strive to be the best person you are, regardless of how old you're getting. So just because I'm getting older, that doesn't mean I don't need to work out and be healthy. That doesn't mean I need to not eat right. So what I preach is like, we're going to be healthy. We're going to work out, like, because I don't want problems to happen as we get older. That becomes medical bills, unnecessary. I'm not trying to pay for medical bills in retirement years. I'm just trying to live life. So that's what I preach in my marriage, and why I'm like, yes, we will always strive to eat healthy. We will strive to work out. I don't want to pay for unnecessary
breaking a hip
surgery.
having
Shit.
the question was about sex.
You gonna break a hip? I don't want you breaking a hip, Daddy.
Girl, I'm telling y'all, my mom had hip surgery, so I'm just like, I don't want to. I'm not doing that, so I got to do
Why
my
does your
yoga
mama
and
break
stuff.
her hip?
T-Bomb had a question. Go ahead, T-Bomb.
I'm saying the question was really about sex. Like, why does the sex drive go down? I just feel, me personally, the older I've got, it has gone up, not gone down. So
but you're single. But that's the thing.
That's what I'm asking. You're right. I'm single. So my question is,
I would just say it goes in cycles.
Wait. Let her.
No. Go ahead. I'm done.
No, that was all I was going to say. I think it goes in cycles. When you're younger, I think, and it changes. Well, at least from my perspective, is that when you're younger, it's about it seemed to me it was more about quantity. How often, act like jackrabbits. Whereas I think when you get older, it's about the quality of it.
But the question is not if you get older. It seems to be a single versus married thing, because I'm probably that's what it seems like. We're all round in the same age group. So what she's saying is hers has increased, but you're saying that yours is like you're giving these reasons why it's not increased. But
when marriage comes a time frame, you know what I'm saying? Because you've been with that same person for so long.
Oh, it's
so
boring.
You're just
I
basing
wouldn't
your
say that
time off of
either.
that.
Hell no.
In marriages and in long-term relationships, Cece was saying like how, in the beginning stages, you're doing all this and he's doing all that. And then when you get married, that dies off. I would say in long-term relationships, people lose sight of like continuing to date one another. Like, why do you think that if I was attracted to you and your hot bod and you opening the door for me and you doing all of these generous things and you were attracted to me looking this kind of way, and we get dressed up and we always look good for each other, we always smell good for each other, like we do these things for each other that we know that we're attracted to, that's what reeled us into one another. And then you get so comfortable in the relationship that you lose that space. And so I feel like that can also be a really big factor in terms of losing like that sex drive and that, attractiveness to your mate. It's like, I don't ever want to get too comfortable in my relationship to where, I'm just letting myself go and I just expect you to just want me because we're together or we're married. I feel like there has to be a give and take on both parts where you are still doing the things that reeled me in, and I'm still doing the things that reeled you in. Obviously that evolves and grows over time, but you know, you get so comfortable in your relationship and then you end up losing the parts that really stimulate you.
So is it okay for a married woman to tell her man, well, for obvious reasons, you know, but for a married woman to tell her man no?
No.
Yes.
Not okay.
I've actually seen this going online, like being a whole thing online. And I think it's absolutely insane for women and men to think that my autonomy belongs to you. I am my own person. And at the end of the day, to Miss Taken's point, we all go through cycles. And if your sex drive takes precedence over my state of being, if I'm going through things and we haven't had sex in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks because I'm going through it, and the only thing that you can think about is your penis, do you even really care about me and my state of being? Like, am I important to you at all? I understand, like, what is the real need here? When we talk about needs, people need water to survive. You need food. You need oxygen. You don't need access to someone else's body to survive. So this isn't about a need. It's about a sexual want.
And talking about a man here.
Well, I do think
talking about a man.
Okay. I think that it's okay to say no sometimes. Sometimes there's circumstances, situations that you could say no. But I think for the most part, sometimes when you're in a relationship, especially a marriage, sometimes it's not sometimes, most of the times it is about sacrificing self and thinking for the health of the relationship. So it's not to say that, oh, I'm never going to say no, but it is sometimes where you may not want to and you do, because I think for men, sometimes it is a need. We don't look at it the same way. Sometimes it is a need. And, you know, I'm okay with saying, you know, like I might not really want to, but because I know this is a need for you right now, yeah, all right, turn it up.
I kind of disagree with that, because like even like with my partner, like he doesn't even want it if I don't want it. He's more like, well, what's going on? Like, are you okay? Like, you know, like trying to like tap in to like if I'm just like, you know, okay, here you go. Like he's like, no, like that's not enjoyable to me. I want both of us to enjoy this, because you know the experience is better when we're both fully present and we both really want it. So it makes me a little cringy to think that women feel like we are in this society to where women feel like we have to sacrifice our bodies for the pleasurable desires of other people.
I'm not just saying women. I think men too. There are times where men come home, they work, they're tired, and you know, I mean, that has happened too. I'm like, yo, man, I'm tired. And I'm like, okay, just a quick, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes it is, you know, a need. And I don't think it's just about body. I think body in terms of sex is one aspect of a marriage. I think what happens a lot of times is we are so focused on ourselves within a marriage that we very rarely feel like we should have to sacrifice for the other person. And it goes both ways. I don't mean just the woman sacrificing all the time for the man. I think men sacrifice, supposed to sacrifice too. In a marriage, it's all about serving, having a servitude mindset between both partners.
Then I would have a question for you. If that's the mindset, say for instance, your partner or whatever, maybe postpartum depression's been a long week, she's just going through things, or he's just going through things, and he's just not in the mood. At what point do your pleasurable desires not take the second seat, to your point, and you want to tap in with your partner, where it's like, oh, you don't feel like doing it? Like, what, like, are you okay? Like, what's going on? Did you want to talk about it? Like, at what point does that form of selflessness come into play?
But that's why I said for obvious reasons, you know, because I understand that, you know, things happen mentally, physically, you know, we can't do it, you know, but
And I
if
think when
nothing's
you love
wrong, if you just
somebody, you can
don't
understand
feel
that.
like it,
I,
I mean,
I
Mhm.
personally feel like that because I wouldn't want anybody else pleasing my man or my man feeling like he has to go get it from somewhere. Even the times when I'm tired, I feel like I'm still going to try to put my best foot forward. Now, it might not be that grade A that you normally used to getting, but I can toot it up from the side and still give you what you
You
need
better
to
start
keep
there.
you from stepping
Mhm.
outside the house. I just think that when you reach you know, to each his own, but I personally feel like that when I do get married, that I don't want my man to never feel like he's not being satisfied when it comes to that, and that he may feel like he wants to seek that out elsewhere. Like, I don't want that. I don't want, and although what people are going to say, well, if he wants to do that, he's going to do that anyway. Well, if he does that anyway, that's going to be on his own accord. It's not going to be because he's not getting it at home from me and I'm telling him no, because that is not going to be the case.
And I think that's a responsible thing to do because it's a relationship, it's a partnership. We in this together. Like, I'm here to make sure that you're happy, you're here to make sure I'm happy. So sometimes I might not be in the best mood, but like you said, I can make it work. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like, because I love you. You know what I'm saying? And it might be a day where, you know, he just not in the mood. And I can respect that too, you know? And I think that when you're in a marriage or even in a long-term relationship or just, you know, maybe y'all just respect each other to that certain level. Like, if you have that type of respect and communication with somebody and you know that person, then you can make it work because everybody does have desires at different times and different places, and nobody can read anybody's mind. So you kind of got to go off the vibe and what's going on too. So I think that all comes to play with it. You know, you have to take that in consideration because if it's just always like, well, I don't want to have sex now because I don't want to have sex, and I'm not saying that that's what you're saying, Della, but I don't think that that's the right mindset to have, but I do think that you have to make sure you take in consideration of the other person as well.
But this is
I definitely agree that you have to take consideration of the other person as well. I'm very grounded in the fact that self comes first, even in relationships. If I'm not taking care of myself, I can't possibly take care of you. And so I owe it to myself to make sure that I am at my best self to be able to provide my best self to you. And so obviously, you know, there's a difference between withholding sex as punishment and just not being in the mood and that being respected. You know, so I think being able to identify both, to your point, is important. And so, you know, I'm just to clarify, not saying to withhold sex from your partner, especially if you want to have sex and you're just punishing yourself. And you know that's a whole different dynamic, whatever. But if you don't feel like having sex, that's okay. Like, especially if you're in a long-term relationship with somebody. I mean, if you're talking about spending forever with them and you don't want to have sex
I think
today,
Well,
I
this
don't.
is my only thing. Like, something that Tam said a little bit is a little like for me. I don't ever think that the reason, and I'm not sure if you meant this way, but I don't ever think that you should ever feel pressured into doing it with the mindset that if I don't, he's gonna leave. I do think it's a matter of wanting to please your partner despite how you may feel in a moment, right? Because you are putting his needs or vice versa. He may be putting your needs above his in that moment. But the background of that message should never be, let me do this because if I don't, he's going to leave. That part right there is the wrong mindset. The mindset should be, let me do this for him because I love him. Let me do this for him or vice versa because he's my partner. You know what I'm saying?
is that not your okay? So I mean, let's be honest. A lot of the things we do because you don't want them to go seek that elsewhere. So,
I'm gonna be
but
honest.
No, I would disagree with
but
that.
I
is
don't.
that not your and maybe I look at it different. I'm not married,
Mhm.
you are, but to me, is that not your duty to fulfill that unless I think sometimes we love to take it to the extreme as far as like, what if I have postpartum depression? What if I have this? But we're not going that far to the left. We're saying if you are perfectly fine, there is nothing wrong with you, and your man wants sex, why are you denying him of that?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you should. What I'm saying is you should, and vice versa. What I'm saying is the underlying message that you might be telling yourself is, I better not say no, because if I do, then he's going to leave me for somebody else, or he's going to go have sex with somebody else. That's not the mindset that, I mean, you want to have in a marriage. Like, that's scary. That the reason that I'm doing these things is to prevent him from doing something else.
No, Tam, that's not a reality. That should not be a reality in a healthy relationship.
Right.
Healthy relationship, that should not be a reality of.
But even if
I don't do this,
even if the relationship is healthy, I don't think that there's nothing wrong with having that. I need to make sure that I satisfy him sexually so he doesn't feel the need to go seek that elsewhere.
Well, that could be the same thing. Like if you say, like, oh, he's with me because I cook good. So what if I don't cook today? Like, is he gonna leave me? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
with
the
another
same
woman.
concept. You know,
I think that narrative is dangerous in and of itself, which is why I say it's important for women to understand that it is okay to say no, even if we take out the extremes and you just don't feel like having sex today. That's okay. And your relationship with your spouse, with your partner, should be solid enough to where it's respected and that it's okay. Again, we're not talking about withholding sex as punishment or just withholding, but at the end of the day, people go through things and it's okay. Sex is not a need, it is a want. And so, when you talk about the wants of men, do they want access to sex? Certainly. It shouldn't be at the expense of their partners. And for any man that would prioritize sex over the well-being of their wife or of their spouse is reflective of him and what he prioritizes.
Well, I just know that if I'm in a relationship, it's gonna be times when I'm gonna make him do things he doesn't want to do, like watch Lifetime movies. He's gonna have to suck it up and watch it. So I can at least.
Like I said, you might not be getting that grade A hand leg behind the head type of sex. You might get that
out, Tam.
Tam, you can put a leg behind your head.
Just lay back, Tam.
Look,
that's all you gotta do.
There. But the point is, you getting your shit off tonight, and you not being denied it.
Yeah, I don't think you should go 3 weeks for sure. Like, come on, this.
Who in 3 weeks? Where
I mean, one of the examples was,
that was so specific.
I know. I was like 3 weeks. Jesus.
Well, it's because she said,
girl, if she needs 3 weeks, or if I need 3 weeks, that's what I need. And if you're not okay with that, then I don't know what to say. To think that people would almost, and it's the culture where even women right now, like on the panel and in real life, you villainize women for putting themselves first and having actual needs, like someone's.
I think that's fine though, but you got to make sure you communicate that with your partner.
1000%. I think that goes completely unsaid, that those are conversations that are being had. And I think that's the difference between just withholding sex from someone. So, for my own personal situation, like I said, like my partner's not even into it if I don't want it. So the whole bend over option isn't something that he's into. And every man is different.
So I think the pick me part comes. Okay, go ahead, Tam.
I have a question. Respectfully, you don't think that there's nothing wrong with that?
Nothing wrong.
As for you're saying your man doesn't really want it unless you want it, so he never wants it.
I understand what she's saying. I get
like
that.
that. What I'm saying is if he wants to have sex and I'm not about like going all in to have this session of sex with him, then he doesn't want it, because for him, he likes more intimate sessions. He likes me to be fully present. He wants to enjoy having, and he wants me to equally enjoy having sex with him. So for him, you know, there are times where, there are times where, you know, he wants it and I don't, and I'm willing, to your point, because it's like, obviously I'm not just going to withhold sex, but if I'm in a space to where I really don't want to, he doesn't want it either.
She's saying if he don't want no just tooted up sex, Tam.
Right. There's no
he don't want that
starfish
tooted up
happening.
sex. He wants real.
He wants it to be, again, quality over quantity.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
he
I
wants
think
quality.
what Della was saying, it kind of,
you're not getting quality every time.
Okay, go ahead, Tan, and then I have something to say.
no, I was just saying, it seems like what you just said, Della, was really what some of the panel was essentially saying, right? It's like, it's okay to say no sometimes, but in marriage, typically there is some give and take. I don't think it's a matter of diminishing or devaluing or not respecting a person, but it's just exactly what you said. Sometimes you are willing to go ahead and do it because you do love him. In marriage, there's a lot of give and take in any successful or healthy marriage. I'll say that. You know, how many times have women cooked a meal? You've come home, you're tired, you've worked, and you cook. You don't feel like it, but you still cook. It's not saying that you don't respect yourself because you're tired. You know, what's the difference? And I understand it's a body, but when you look at it from the biblical sense of sex and what that is, you know, there is give and take in a marriage, in a healthy marriage.
I mean, I have a lot of married friends that I speak to, and sex is a very important part of, you know, conversation. Like, one of my friends said, I have sex every day. I don't care what type of sex it is. I'm tuning it up to the left. If it's 5 minutes. We have sex every day. You know, like, that is, my husband does not want for that, you know? So, and also something that was said from one of my married friends was, marriage is one of the most selfless things you do. So if you think about it in that capacity, like, there's going to be things that you don't want to do that you do end up doing. So I'm in agreement with Tam. If I get married, I'm gonna be a starfish. I'm gonna lay back. It might not be what I want to do, but I'm gonna lay back. I'm not doing all the extra tricks but we gonna do it. We gonna work it out.
Because I'm tired that day, but I'm still finna give it to you. It ain't finna be what it normally is, but you getting it. You getting it. You still getting it.
But okay, so I think the important thing is, when we're talking about pick-me's, I think that Team Della is showing her mate who she is, even in the dating phase. So he knows what he's getting. I think the issue comes when people show a different side of them. And then when they get into a marriage, it is a totally different woman. Now she's too tired, or, you know, but she has the same responsibilities she had before she met him. So that, I think that's where the pick-me comes in. Like, you're doing all of these things, showing him a person that you're just not. Now you're a nympho when you are single, but all of a sudden, you know,
I just got what starfish meant.
You said what?
Let's go. We're starfish. There's a hole because you know the mouth is on the middle. Come on.
I just got what starfish meant.
I heard that. I promise I died. I was like, I can't wait to use this. This is just starfish. Just lay back.
What's starfish?
That's what it's called when you're a lazy leg. You have your arms, you just lay back, and the holes in the middle. So starfish on their stomach, the holes in the middle. So you lay back.
And you do nothing. You do nothing.
You do nothing.
You do nothing.
Nothing.
I mean, you know, eventually in the middle, you might be like, you know what, I'm into it now. You know, sometimes.
Well, sometimes that happens too. There's been situations where you're not in the mood, and then it gets started, and next thing you know, you like, oh shoot, you know what I'm saying?
It's like going to the gym. You be like, oh, I don't really want to go to the gym, but then when you go to the gym, you're like, oh, that felt so great. I'm so glad I went to the gym.
Gym wasn't bad today. It was great.
It's pretty good.
Oh, y'all are hilarious.
Was that a super chat? Get them likes
okay,
up.
I'll put a super chat up, and then we got
Subscribe, get them likes up, get them likes up.
I hope I didn't miss it. I was so engulfed in y'all's conversation. I've learned so much from you guys. I'm joking. I mean, just a little bit.
Gina, we already read this one. Thank you again, Gina, though. We read that one already. We've already read this one. Little me, pick me's don't get picked, they get sticked. We'll read it again because it's true. Okay, Skill Prince, $9.99. Couldn't give us that last cent, huh? How do y'all fancy the idea of traveling?
It's because he's on an iPhone. iPhone is $99.
I know, I'm just being a jerk. I just hate seeing $9.99. It just seems kind of cheap, you know, like $9.99. How do y'all fancy the idea of traveling overseas to get married to high quality masculine traditional men? Why aren't they over here on this side of the world? Why I gotta travel overseas for him? But if I met him overseas, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah, it depends on where you go to.
Gilded Quan. So women have an intuition that always true, but still make horrible decisions. Make it make sense. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Tim, for the reminder. Jason. So is there a consensus that pick me has a negative connotation similar to the word simp? Yes, I think we read that one.
I think, yeah.
We already read this one. That's Harambe's revenge definition.
I wonder. Oh, I must have skipped some, and then I had to come back. Sorry.
Skill Prince, $9.99 again. If you were men and you only had only two candidates of women to choose from, would you select a pick me or women who was the polar opposite of one to marry?
Well, who's to say that nobody's? That's the extreme of things.
You know, the chat always goes to the extreme. You know, the chat is never in the happy medium. They go all the way to the far right or they go all the way to the far left. They never in the happy medium of let's be logical.
Okay.
But if we were a man and had to choose, I'd choose a pick me. I'm not opposite might not be bad. Jason C. Tam speaks facts. Tam, there's love for you. Even when you extract the concept from sex, there's going to be times you have to do things with your partner you aren't thrilled about. Isn't that called sacrifice? And I think people are misunderstanding what Della said. Della's saying that if you are going through something, there should be a level of respect that your partner does see and will respect, like, okay, she needs her space. I'm not going to be pressuring her for sex. But again, there's communication behind that.
If you're in a relationship with someone and you've been with them for a while, you can read the room. You can understand, hey, today I'm not going to step to my wife because she's not having it.
You're in tune.
Sometimes I'm going to come to my husband and be like hugging on him, kissing on him. And, you know, he knows, hey, let's get it going.
Lil Meat again. I'm here for the capery. Thank you, Lil Meat.
Well, praise be.
Skill Prince 123. Happy wife, happy life. It's actually happy spouse, happy house, but we'll go with it.
Yes.
All right, you guys.
I never heard of that one. I like that, CC.
Happy spouse, happy house. Yeah, happy wife, happy life is not a happy life. If you're doing everything for your wife.
Not for him, at least.
So we're going to move on. And guys, I've heard the chat. Where are the guys tonight? They are coming. They are coming. They hit my phone and they are coming. Okay. Because they just can't leave us. Let us be.
They love it over here.
Love it over here. But we always admire their perspective on things. We always
love them too.
We
do.
All right, so my next question for you guys, do you think this is well, we kind of all agree that it is, but we're going to talk about it. Do you think that it's a form of manipulation from women? Do you think, and I'm glad somebody said simping, because somebody Google simping. Does anybody know that I tried to Google it and it didn't give me like the manosphere definition. It gave me some other definition. But and if somebody in the chat can put down what simping is, but do you think that either of those are a form of manipulation?
So I have a definition of simp for you.
You are so quick with the definitions. You know, I appreciate it.
Twitter fingers gets on it. So according to Urban Dictionary, a simp is someone who does way too much for a person they like.
So it is the male version.
Oh, so a simp is a pick-me.
So this is what a simp would say according to Urban Dictionary. I bought her a car and a whole ass house, and we not even dating.
Oh, he is
Nathan,
simp.
you a simp.
Yeah,
dumb.
this
And I licked the booty hole.
Oh, slip over here.
And you know what? And he licked her booty hole. You right.
Oh, that is
Pasta
hilarious.
salad.
That's a good one. So, what do you guys think about that? Is it a form of you guys think this is a form of manipulation? Do we all manipulate a little bit in a relationship? I think it was T-Bomb who said everybody's done something for somebody that they probably wouldn't do. Is that just being cooperative, or is that manipulation?
I think it's your intentions are really important. You know, one of the biggest, you know, when I just read that definition, it kind of made me think of like love bombing, where like people go above and beyond to provide you with all of these things or to do all of these things with you to sway you to perceive them in a certain light, almost to kind of block out all of the nonsense that is really going on, you know. So they gift you with all of these things, or they tell you like, oh, I love you, like really soon. It's like what they call like love bombing, and it's all with the intention to manipulate you from you know, not a good place, because I don't want you to see me for who I really am or what I've really got going on. So I'm going to kind of hold this carrot up over here so that you focus on this rather than what I really have going on. So in that form, you know, whether it's a simp or whether, you know, it's a pick me, I would say that form of manipulation is not okay.
I agree with that. It's the intention behind it. If you normally do what you normally do, and it's like, this is what I normally do, whether you like it or not, this is what I'm going to do normally. I'm not doing this for you to look at me differently. This is going to be me consistently after we're in a relationship. If you do choose me, this is what I'm going to consistently do for you. It's when you're doing things that are outside of your norm, I think, or you're doing things because you know that that's what they desire, but you know it's not what you want to do. That's when it gets a little out of pocket.
Anybody else?
Like how, like, but I mean, this is what I always think when I think about pick-me's. Like, how long are you really going to play that facade? Like,
so you get what you want. It's manipulation.
I
so
mean,
what does a
you don't get
manipulator
tired.
do? What does a manipulator do? They manipulate you until they get what they want.
How easily associated is that with the narcissist then?
But it's getting what you want, but is it keeping what you got? I think those, you know, there's a differentiation between that. So if you are a pick me, then but if your goal is to not just get picked and have a long-term relationship, I think the outcome would be different.
So what about not getting a man? What if, you know, a lot of people say pick-me's are on the YouTube. They aren't necessarily getting a man. But they're...
Oh, you mean so the chat goes wild for everything you say, and the chat goes wild?
Because you know exactly what they want to hear, and you just be like, I'm going to give it to them. Because I want them to like me. That was real Southern, but...
You know what's very interesting? Just to point out, like, I love this panel. I just want to say that.
I think that we do a pretty good job at keeping it real.
No, we keep it real,
No,
but
there's no cap.
Yeah, there's like a level of respect among us. You know what I mean? Like, there's no
we disagree. Still respect each other's opinion.
Right. I feel like there's nobody trying to outshine the next. You know what I mean? Like, that's when we talk about pick-me's. I think as you refer to YouTube, that's what's important. Like, nobody on this panel is like, well, you know, I don't do this because I know the other people on the panel do it. You know. So I think that
and even when guys get up here, it's like you agree with. I mean, we have all disagreed with something that people have said, if not a lot of everything. But
many.
Because it's always great to have a difference of opinion, because at the end of the day, men and women, we're just different. We think differently. And so we provide this space so we can get on one accord and understand each other's differences. It's not to change them. And I hope they're not trying to change us. It's just so we can have a level of understanding, so to speak. But we do know that there are people who is like, you know, and it can be something like so far-fetched. And they're like, oh, I agree. I agree with that too. Oh, and you too. I agree. I just agree. And so that would be a pick-me. You like,
like a mug.
Too much. Let me see. I don't know if we have. We're waiting for our guys to come up, but in the meantime,
Anybody want to come up, join the
now
conversation?
we already have.
Oh, Eugene Steele, hi.
Hey.
No.
Rise up, Pygmy Nation, Dr. Eugene. Dr. Eugene is ready to choose a woman, so y'all pay attention. So awesome panel of queens. Good to see you guys. Peace and blessings to the chat. L. Nixon, the voice of reason. Thank you, L. Nixon. Appreciate it. Carlisle Tom, my experience, it may start off, she's not in the mood, but she ends up running like a Bronco. Hey.
Okay. I like that. That's that confidence. Oh, it's awesome. So, who do you think manipulates the most? Women or men? When it comes to dating, who do you think goes in with the most manipulative tactics?
Women.
Probably
women.
What's
Women.
in
Really?
What's
Women.
I agree to
Hey,
make
women.
I think it's about even.
It's women.
I'm mistaken. I was like, equally both.
There are a lot of embellished men in Atlanta that
Because
are.
I know what you want, you know what I want, and at some point, both people are putting on to, get the carrot that the other person's holding.
I can't remember what this guy, how he described his occupation. I think he said he was a customer relations. He worked in customer relations or something like that. But he was just a Lyft driver. And I'm like, yo, how you embellish that? I wasn't even mad at the embellishment though, but the way he described his occupation.
That was real creative.
Professional, outreach something, but he just drove for Lyft. So I don't know. I think I'm on.
I am confused.
You gotta vet properly. You gotta ask the right question. So I agreed, with Della and mistaken on this one. I think it's 50-50. I know women could be master manipulators, but I think men are out there just as bad.
Putting on.
Women use their sex,
I was just
power
about
of their vagina to manipulate men.
Yep.
Okay.
That is what it is.
Because that's the ultimate power.
All of that.
The ultimate power.
Right.
And men use money. So to Cece's point, he was the customer relation, or whatever he said he was to get what he had, honey.
It was awesome though. What did he say he was? He was a professional engineer. Customer something. Like
that part.
Narcotic executive.
A what executive?
A narcotic executive. He's a drug dealer.
Pharmaceutical sales.
And to Mistaken's point, I agree that it's on both sides. It's just two different types of tactics, but I do believe that both kind of manipulate. I do. Not a good thing. But
I agree, both men and women both have the tools to manipulate someone, but I think as far as who is maybe a little bit better skilled at it is women.
I agree with that.
I know some guys that know how to know that got a good.
I mean, I agree both, but I think
Girl, Cece's man came up with the whole. I mean, I'm still stuck on that.
I swear to God,
because I was like, you didn't ask the right questions, you would never know.
What does that person do? Can you explain? I mean, it sounded really good, and some people probably stopped right there, and then it was like, so.
But you guys,
do?
I think it's a game that men and women both play. That's why I say I don't think women manipulate men. I think men know what women are doing because both know, we have the power of the vagina. They know that. You know that they're trying to access that. And they know that that's what they're trying to access. So everybody knows the game and everybody starts dancing, that way. So I can get what I want before I give you this. And I just think is manipulation on both parts. I don't think women do it more or men do. I think both of them know the games that each other play and they just move accordingly so they can get what they want.
if men know that, then they're allowing themselves to be manipulated. If they know that women are
by the same take, women are too. The men talk about that all the time. Like women getting pregnant by pookies. They know the dude ain't no good, but you know,
be manipulated.
They big whip, nigga was fucking good, and they forgot that he didn't have no money.
He made it sound real good. He made it sound real good. And she bought it.
But I mean, I agree with Mika though. Like sex, because we control that. When you come to the most, if you really had to choose a side, I think sex puts us over because we have the control of sex. But I agree with what you're saying, mistaken that there's manipulation on both sides. But if we had to choose a side, I think
I'm going for the woman because women think they're more strategic. Like just the male and the female.
The male has some power though.
You said what, CC? You're
the broke Pookie pole.
Oh,
the broke Pookie pole has power too.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. No. I was mistaken as a young.
But at what point do you stop allowing yourself to be manipulated by a Pookie? Like,
I think that's like an early 20s thing.
What age do you get to where you're no longer being?
But we describe Pookies as more than just broke people, though. There could be rich.
It's a Pookie mentality.
Yeah, it's the mentality because they could be well off and be a Pookie, though.
Well, yeah. So at what point do you?
Oh no, I get what you're saying. When you get yourself together, you gotta vet properly. No, Tam.
If you safely made it past the Pookie, then you like, okay, glad I survived that one.
Right.
Like you gotta learn that lesson over and over again. It's like that lesson.
But that's why they keep going through that same cycle because you didn't learn the last time or the time before that or the time before that. So a lot of times God will keep putting us in the line of fire of the same type of man because you didn't learn your lesson the last time, the time before that. Like
there's a Pookie at every stage. There's a Pookie just waiting to take you down, honey.
Bring it down. That is hilarious. Okay, so my next question, you guys. Let me move on to my next. My next question is: do y'all think that good people are often overlooked? Do you think good people actually do good people win when it comes to relationships? Are they the ones in the relationships who are, first choice, basically? Are they winning?
I think it's
Tanya
hard.
said 3 or 4s are winning.
But I think this is what I'm about to say. I think it's hard because there's so much media and advertisement. And what's being pushed into our psyches every day is what's being pushed in our psyches every day at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So I think that what people see in general as a whole, they think of this fairy tale life, this my woman should like this, or my man should look like this, and my man should do this, and my woman should do this a lot first. So I think that a lot of times people do, or maybe unconsciously think of that, but just because of the way that the media is, you have social media, you have TV, and you got the internet, you know what I'm saying? It's just too much exposure to all these different scenarios that your life can play out to, where you can fantasize anything that you want to happen. You know what I'm saying? So I think that a lot of times people are like, I can make whatever happen. I can make whatever I want. I can create my own lifestyle. I can create who I want to be with. And this is the type of person I want to be with. And they just only are thinking about that because that's the way that things are pushed out to us in media.
I don't know. I think good people are winning because I think there are good people who are married for sure. I think they're good.
I'm winning.
I think there are good men and women who have found each other. But I also think that 3 or 4s are also winning too. I think it's similar to what Maya said. I think because of today's society, it does make it more difficult for the good ones to be found. It also makes it more difficult for the good ones to be found because of the stereotypical women in our society that we have to prove that we are not like every day. So I'm 50-50 on it.
Yes.
Can we define, like, you said, are good people winning? Like, can we define, like, what is your definition of a good person?
Good person. So we know just because you're a good person doesn't mean you're good for a person. Okay. So good person what I'm saying is a person who he's just a good guy. You know that one person, he's like, he's such a good guy. I hope you find you a mate, but it's not me.
So is it like
Because Shantae gonna eat you alive. So.
No, when I say it's not me, I'm saying all of us. Like, we've always been that person who we're like, he's not for me, but I hope he finds somebody. Not necessarily really me, but I'm just saying. We've all done it. Don't do it. We've all
like,
been in a
You
situation.
know I love you, Shantae. I know.
I
Trust
did
me,
it this
trust me.
week.
so the guy that's undesirable is what you're saying. Like, he's a good guy, but he's undesirable. Is that what you mean by like the good
But
guys?
he may be undesirable to you and your taste. He may be
Yeah.
desirable to another woman. He may be Steve Urkel. What's his name? Steve Urkel and Stefan. You see the difference? Steve Urkel wasn't desirable. Stefan was. Oh, there's Hey Kitty. Hey Kitty.
Hi, Moo
Her
Moo.
mascot at this point.
So do you think that do you think that let's put it this way. Do you think that nice guys who are desirable are snatched?
At some point, especially
You
when
can
they
find them.
see themselves, yeah. And I
You're
feel like
right.
the
Let me
It's
women,
not
find
the
one.
nice part. They're just not desirable.
Let me find a nice guy who is geeky, nerdy, and wants to be out these streets. I will
Exactly. Because
And
as
if
long
you
as I find him attractive, I don't care who else doesn't think he's attractive. As long as I find him attractive.
I think the situation when it comes to the nice guys is when you vet them, you're like, I don't know if I could grow with you. I don't know if we would be compatible long term. There are some qualities that we look for that some men that are considered nice guys that they don't have.
Nice guys, and this is just a question, just so I can get like a clear picture. Do nice guys equate to simps or no?
No, simping means you're going out like you're buying things for somebody. That has nothing to do with being nice.
Okay.
So we kind of talked about this a little bit on another show, right? I think sometimes as women, as Black women, we do, especially when younger, you look over that guy who is nerdy, geeky, quirky. But as he matures and grows in himself, now, at my more seasoned age, of course, I'm like, okay, I can take a man who is a financial expert or, is in data analytics, as long as he's not completely geeky and not socially relatable. But aside from that, when we're younger, I think you want someone who's a little bit more exciting or maybe challenging a little bit, someone who's gonna ride or die or just be a little bit more, I don't know.
I think if we were like taught how to actually vet people, like, we were raised with having the knowledge of how to vet people, we would never overlook that guy. Because last week, Logic made a good point where it's like, the problem is that you marry the person and not the plan. And so the person gets old, the person, the boobs start to sag, the D may not be hitting the same, all of these things, these qualities, these physical features of people that we're talking about that fade over time, but the plan doesn't. And so if we had the knowledge to be able to vet these individuals out at that younger age, we would probably be really excited to be with them, to be with the person, because we understood where the plan was going to take us. But, now being at the age that we're at now, and we see things differently, we have that knowledge, we've applied, we've lived, we failed, we've learned. Now we're like, yeah, he's winning. But I know some younger women who were raised in that environment. They had that stable household to where they were able to vet that man way sooner than other people, So I think it's just when you have the knowledge to actually apply it, that those people, you're attracted to them a lot sooner, because the good guy can sometimes come off as like boring or lame, to Tan's point, not as exciting. So
Yeah, I wanted to touch on Tan's point also. I think we all can agree that what our type might have been when we were like in high school, college, is completely different from, you know, what your type is once you fully matured into an adult and you've experienced certain things in life. Like, you know, you tend to be more optimistic and more open to really getting to know a person, whereas in high school and college it was kind of like, you know, you went for the looks. It was just all physical for the most part. I mean, I can't speak for anybody else, but I know compared to what my type was in high school and in college, it's a little different now.
I want to say, like, y'all, for real. When I was dating, my whole thing was like, I didn't want to be with a guy who I was initially physically attracted to. I always wanted to be with a guy who I liked his personality. And I was like, you know, not to say like he was my boyfriend, but any guy I dated. And like, for real, for real. So like, if I thought that he was like fine as soon as I met him, I would think like he wants too much attention for himself, so I'm not going to date him. That was my thought process when I was younger. I wanted to be with a guy who had like a good character so that we can have a good time because, you know, I do like a lot of attention. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing I will honestly say, you know, so that was my mindset back then. So when I was younger, I didn't really look at guys for their looks. I mean, I think I did. It's not to say I didn't have standards, but it was just kind of like, you know, because listen, okay, some of them guys I used to date back in the day, they were really nice though, too. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were really nice guys. And I will always say that. They were really nice. But, you know, I just didn't really have that thought process to kind of play another side of this thought process. You know what I'm saying? When I was younger, I just wasn't looking for a guy who I was physically attracted to. I just wanted to have a good time with a guy who was nice. And not necessarily nice like the nice guy, but was like nice to me, you know? So that just kind of want to put that other sense on there as well.
Anybody else want to add to that? Nice guy. Go ahead.
I just say I feel like you are deciding if you're winning in life. Either if you're a good guy, good woman, you make that decision of I'm winning in life. No one else should be making that decision. So it can be everyone's opinion, but if they say, "Oh, you're a good guy," yeah, he might be 30 years old and he's winning in life. He got that 6-figure job and he has his wife that he wants and he has the kids he wants. And that was that woman's, she missed out on that opportunity. And he's not even worried about that. I promise you, he's not.
Anybody else want to add to what are good guys?
There's some good guys in the chat right now.
You know what? But let me just tell you this.
What about like guys who were bad and they turn into good guys? Is that
that's that the guy I'm looking for? So that's my problem.
You want
like, a bad guy that was bad, and they were like, you know what? I was making bad choices in life. I understand that I did this wrong to this woman. I understand what I did wrong in this relationship, and now they're ready to move on. Like, do you still accept that good guy at that point in time, or do you be like? No, I remember when you fucked her over and fucked her over.
It's a safe space. I had a type.
Let me tell y'all. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. Listen, somebody right now has married a man that was a whore previously, that had dogged, or it wasn't a whore, but have dogged women before. So somebody has married somebody that has dogged somebody. Like, you got to give people
because they weren't for them, you know.
I'm not judging you on what you did before me. Like, yes, you might have been a cheater 10 years ago, but you've grown up. You've learned from that. You've evolved from that. So why am I going to potentially miss out on a great guy because, well, he did homegirl so wrong when he was with her? I don't give a shit what he did to her as long as he wasn't whooping her ass. Now, I'm not gonna marry somebody that is abusive. Like, even if he goes and get counseling, like, I feel like that still lives deep within you. Listen, you're not gonna be hitting me, but I mean, I think people deserve a chance. Like, people grow and people learn from things. Like, nobody is perfect. We all make
mistakes. So like, if Tristan Thompson came up to you, would you be like, I'll give Tristan Thompson a chance?
No.
Not right now.
If you feel like he changed and he was a good person because what he was presenting.
Not right now, but
not right now. Not right now. He need a little time to evolve. He hasn't gotten there yet.
There's nothing about him that's attractive to me.
But once he's gotten there, yeah. Because listen, that's people past. Everybody got a past. Stop judging people on their past.
Listen, he's a repeat offender, Tam. He's a repeat offender. He continues to repeat.
He needs time to grow, Mika. He needs time.
He can still change.
He is young too. Y'all have to remember, he's like 29 or 30 or something. Young. He's young.
Bro.
But that still doesn't excuse it. But he is young, you know. So.
But my type was, a little hood. I like a little hood where goals like I
oh. You can't say that to Chantel. She's clutching her pearl.
Are you from Florida originally?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Florida.
It makes sense.
I'm telling you, I like a little hood, reformed thug type guy. But
let me just tell y'all,
I'm not gonna lie. I will right now. If you wear a suit now, you done got professional, and you still got them golds in the top drawer. We alright.
Y'all silly.
What you say? You want him to put the golds on when he getting freaky, huh? Pull the golds out, baby.
Pull the golds out, baby. Listen.
Do you think it's possible? Okay, so I often hear people, and we'll have another conversation about high value men, what people consider as high value men. Do you think, because what happens a lot is a lot of people give that a bad name. For example, they say, oh, he's high value, but he'll cheat on you. Or, oh, he's high value, but you know what comes along with a high value man. Do you think it is possible to have a high value man or a high earning man, or maybe even a average, above average? And I say above average, meaning he may not make 6 figures, but he's kind of close. Do you think that they always come with like a bad rep, so to speak? Do you think that there are good ones out there?
Absolutely. I know a few. So absolutely.
I went out with one last night. I didn't go out with him like that, like not a date, but because he's an old friend. Well, not even a friend, but whatever. He's a unicorn. He is a unicorn. He really is. But I'll tell you about that if y'all want to.
Define a unicorn. I mean, we already here. Define a unicorn.
Well, when I say he's rare, in the profession that he's in, he's loyal. I hit him with every scenario possible. I wanted to, because he has no reason to lie to me because we're not even seeing each other like that. But I questioned him. I wanted to know, was he really I went on a date, not a date. Let me not call it a date. I went out to meet him, but I also took it as an opportunity to get more information as far as dating for the show. And in that, not to say I was using for the show because I really was trying to, talk to him. But one thing I learned from him was they're not all the same. And this guy he's young. He has a really great job, makes well over 6 figures. And he wants a woman. He wants loyalty. He's like, he doesn't cheat. He has no desire to cheat. He feels like he finds the right mate. He's looking for a companion, and that person, he wants to be loyal to that person. And so I was like, oh, and he's handsome. I'm like, oh, I wanted to hook him up with somebody.
So why do you think he's single then?
Married before?
Because in his environment, one of the things that he pointed out.
Why you don't want him? Why you want to hook him up with somebody else?
He's a lot younger than me.
What's the situation?
We're just in different times in our lives. Yeah. But one of the things that he mentioned is because of what he does, the environment that he's in, those are not the women that he wants. Because they kind of let me just say, he's an athlete. Okay. And so when athletes are in certain environments, there are a certain group of women who are in those environments. And he's trying to find ways to step out of that so that he can meet, the right woman for him.
Well, that's smart. I'm very happy that he has identified that.
Awesome.
And he's like, I know I need to go outside my environment, but I know that this is my immediate environment because of my career. I think that is very smart, strategic planning. And he will find the woman that him and God want him to be with because he's thinking like that.
But he comes from a solid family. I know his family, and they're solid. Like they are, and I think that makes a difference.
Yeah,
he
does.
wants that one person who can, and I believe him. I do believe him.
I think there are
good men out there.
Y'all. Good men out there.
Like, we're not going to
I was having a conversation yesterday, actually, when it comes to how there are good men out there, but there are.
And he's not a weak man. I see somebody, I don't know where the comment's coming from. This guy it's all about age. He's just not it's like we're just on different timelines. So that's the only knocker. But he's a great person. And I wish
I think that there's a difference between, when we had the live show, they talked about it on King Talk, and it's always been like a question for me to try and like put it in real terms. And I think differentiating between high quality and high value is really important. So you can have a man that is both high quality and high value. You can have a man that's high quality but not high value, and you can have a man that's high value and not high quality. And so I definitely think I know there are men that are out there that have both. They're, both financially astute, and they have really great qualities about them, and you have the latter as well. And so, it's just a matter of being able to vet that individual out.
Yeah.
And having the access to them.
There are good men out there. And I was having this conversation. I went to happy hour with a friend of mine, and I just feel like there are women who have broken down these good men, and they are afraid to trust again. Like we were talking about, specifically what's going on with certain situations, like men are more guarded, where when they do get a good woman, they're so guarded, like, are you really trying to manipulate me, or is this really you? And it takes some time because of all the damage that has been previously done to them. So I think it goes both ways. Like we can't just say like, oh, all men are rah, 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 but there are women who have done manipulative things or have been pick-me's and showed like, okay, I've been with a woman who showed me all this great stuff, and now I'm a little hesitant to even allow you in because you need to be vetted a lot longer because I made this mistake before.
Well, he should vet long for, because I promise you, if a woman gets in his life and I'm gonna go for her head.
I mean, you say he has a great job. He's an athlete. That means he's 6'6".
He's what?
I mean, 6'6". That whole.
I don't know what he's working with down.
I don't know. I'm assuming he's athlete.
I mean, all right. So, y'all, welcome, Logic.
Hi, Logic.
Hi, Logic.
Logic is Chic critique, right? Like he is a part of the panel.
He wants to.
He just makes his debut.
Go ahead, put your heart up, Logic. Put your heart up. Just for you.
I'm sorry, y'all. Hey, I got a surprise for y'all, right?
Okay.
Because I got a young version of a young guy making some bread, and then I want y'all to ask him. He's coming up. This is my special guest for y'all.
Okay.
He's coming up. We got him a camera angle and a mic. So I'm interested in this. I'm gonna sit back and chill, Mr. Logic. I'm chilling.
We're gonna be honest.
Who?
We're gonna be honest.
No, he's gonna be honest with y'all. I think
he's there with you.
Oh yeah, knock yourself out.
He's there with you. He's there with you.
No, don't worry about it. He on the way. You know what I'm saying?
He on his way. My guy said, the guy I'm talking about told me he would cam up too. I just don't want him to cam up for this show. I'm gonna tell him to cam up, but it'll have it. I could tell him to cam up tonight, but
tell him to cam up. What he scared for?
He's not. Well, he has. I can explain it. I can't explain.
He like this?
No.
Okay.
But
he wants to make sure to protect his reputation. So
everybody in Atlanta's not gay.
No, he's not gay. I just want to protect his reputation.
Every man in Atlanta is not gay, but he seems to be of a certain status, is why she's saying that. He's of a certain group.
I'm of a certain status too. I still come up here.
Well, Mr.
Acting a
Lodge,
fool.
that, and we appreciate
You are of a certain set, but he's like he's in a. I mean, people would know who. I mean, well, if you watch basketball, you would know. Who he is.
Okay, it don't matter. It's all good. How y'all ladies doing today?
We're great. How are you doing, Mr.
Good. Yeah, you did it.
I'm so glad there's an emoji for this now. I'm so happy about it. I use it all the
But
time.
you don't have to do that anymore.
Yes, I do all the time.
Cece, you're the person who started this BS.
I love it.
Did I love it
Cece used to
though.
come on all the shows and he's like, okay, well, everybody else does it now. And I'm like, yeah, my fingers hurt. Shit.
Not the fingers, honey.
So when I'm really in emoji, like with the emoji, I really do it in real life. I do this in real life all the time.
Now I can do that.
I got that.
Like, get on with that, miss.
Rascals.
I do it for a different reason. Bye bye. There you go.
Little rascals.
So, Logic, what did you think about the Pick Me? Did you listen to our Pick Me? What do you think about Pick Me's? Do you think it's a form of manipulation?
No, a pick me is what every woman should be. I mean,
Well, based on the definition logic that we gave.
yeah, because I think we covered this on the P. Can you repeat the definition again?
I shall pull it up for us. 3 seconds, please. Here we go. Cool. So a pick-me is a woman that is willing to do anything for male approval. She will embarrass or throw other women under the bus to achieve this goal.
I call that a woman.
Logic.
I call that a woman. That the problem what we got now is we don't have that. Can you imagine how this world would look if, based on that definition, if women ran around being pick-me's? Because they don't do nothing for men, they do it for each other. They compete against each other, and they do it for self. So if we had more pick-me's in this world, we would probably be in a better situation.
Belittling women to make yourself look better is a quality that a woman should have.
I don't necessarily, but this is some kind of Urban Dictionary definition too, though. But at the end of the day, I still got to use a little logic. You know what I'm saying? Women should be competitive for men. And anyway, y'all going to be cutthroat for men. Y'all going to do it anyway. If you and the chick going after the men at the same time. Can y'all hear me good?
We
We
hear
can
you.
hear you,
Okay.
but I shouldn't have to put a woman down to be with
Right.
a man that
kinda-
wants me. Why should I do that? I didn't have to do that to get my husband. I didn't have to put no other woman down.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but let's be realistic. Women are cutthroat for men these days. And it's just because you didn't have to do it for your husband, you just lucky that your husband, you know what I'm saying, one or other chick that was your caliber that was competing for your husband at the same time. Because I done seen women do the most cutthroat shit for women.
I'm sure that there was a woman.
It's not a
They playing to win now. They play to win.
I mean, I agree with that logic, but I think in the context of the definition, I think it's more of a negative connotation. I think there is a level of competition you have to have. Like, that is just reality. You have to stand out for a man to want to choose you over others. That is absolute truth. That's the nature of dating. That's the nature of being single. That's the nature of being chosen. But when it comes to you're doing things out of character, you're doing things to belittle other women, I think that's immoral and just not something that authentic for a man to want to choose.
But
Bro,
you know
really,
what?
you really logic?
I think that though, when it comes to pick-me's, let's not get it twisted. I don't think a pick-me is a person who's holding women accountable. That's two different things. I think that's a woman who's just holding women accountable. I think that pick-me comes when you agree with everything, even if it sounds stupid. That makes holding a woman accountable, especially when it comes to YouTube, and you say, "Oh, she's a pick-me." No, she's just holding women accountable. But it becomes a pick-me when you're like, "Oh, I disagree with everything he's saying." That becomes a pick-me, even when it doesn't make any sense.
Are you gonna change his name, Mr. Logic? Hi, Mr. Logic Jr.
I'm about to go to bed.
Logic, you're not on
Wake
mute.
up.
We can hear you, Logic.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear.
We can hear you.
How y'all doing?
Hi.
And Mr. Logic, we saw them ashy feet of yours too.
Hey, look, watch this though.
Promotion.
Hey, but watch this though. They cool though. It's
Nah,
like
this-
Okay, what do you have to say? What's your name again? I'm sorry.
my name is Zay Willis.
No, don't take the whole name. Just
Oh,
say
my whole
Zay.
name. I'm Zay. I'm Zay.
Right.
Hey, yeah. It's
I'm
okay.
Zay.
He's new to this YouTube thing. But go ahead. Did you have something you wanted to
Wait, why somebody said go see a doctor, nigga, with your feet?
Podiatrist. That's your chat that's calling you out.
All right, check this out, chat ninjas. I will block the shit out of you niggas. I don't give a fuck. Let me get in that chat. I will block the shit out of all you niggas. But I'm gonna do this though. Do you mind if I tell them how I met you? All right. So I'm gonna tell you how I met this nigga, right? So how old are you? He 20. This building expensive as fuck though, right? I was like, how the fuck are y'all niggas still here though? But I met them because they did a roof party, right, for your little brother. They did a roof party for their little brother. A whole bunch of little bad bitches and everything in that bitch, right? On God. Look, we just keeping it funky, right? Okay, all right, fuck it. I'm logging off. Y'all can do y'all shit critique shit.
go ahead, Logic.
I'm just keeping it funky with y'all. So I was like, you know what I'm saying? It was crazy. That's like, you know what I'm saying? I said, this young nigga is doing it. Man, they was wilding. Them hoes out there finding shit like that. It was crazy.
Ooh.
And then I figured because he was a young G, he got a lot of access to a lot of different women.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? At the age 20, you know what I'm saying? You like them? Are they cool? Let me blow them up for you. Hold on, wait. All right. All right, but no, I figured that being young and in that position, he can answer a lot of y'all questions. I mean,
Young perspective.
no, it's not a young perspective. It's
I think
men
it's
about.
a good perspective just from, I mean, male and females think differently anyway. But when you're in your 20s and when you 30 and over, you know what I'm saying? Like because you've grown up. Like, and the male really don't grow up till later on in life. You know what I'm saying? So I think that the younger you are, it is a different perspective. A 20-year-old, and you said that he is, what do we call it? High value.
Young high value man.
He's a high value young man. So that's different anyway, because most young people haven't made it to that type of quality part in their life. So
all right, hold on. I'm putting it back on here.
Yeah, we want to hear from him.
What's going on?
Hi, how you doing? Young man.
How y'all doing? What questions are y'all asking me? Like, I don't even know.
Okay,
what I'm
so
supposed to be
we don't
answering.
even know if there are any well, there may be some pick-me's in their 20s. We were talking about pick-me's.
Definitely
Do
is.
pick-me's ever get picked? So what kind of women do you go for, Zay?
Me personally, at my age, I go for the women that's not really outside, that's not really on the scene. Just females that's well rounded, you know. I'm dead serious. No, I'm for real.
That's
I'm for
right.
real.
Say
Nah,
your truth.
none of them was
pressure
females.
by
I'm
Logic.
talking to. I'm dead serious though. Yeah, I don't really like to go for the type of woman that just be, you know, doing too much just because of the type of person that I am. You know, as he said, like I consider myself a high value young male. You know, I don't want to just be out here with anybody. You know what I'm saying?
So why weren't they invited to the party?
That was my brother's party. He invited all the females, so that was, you know, that was his
wasn't
type
your
of thing. It wasn't my party, but you know, of course, it's
How
my
old is your
building. So I'm like,
brother?
yeah, you can. He just turned 21. I'm about to be 21 in 2 weeks, so we all the same age.
So y'all have different taste in women then.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
So let me ask you this then. So seeing that y'all have different tastes in women, and there were women that you typically maybe would not have talked to because they were out, you know, would you still feel like I'm gonna choose somebody from this party tonight so I can get with them?
Nah, I actually came to the party with a female, so I wasn't really on that type of time.
You brought Sam to the beach. Okay.
That's important. Sometimes you need that deflection.
Yes.
Yeah, no
Sometimes you gotta
question.
bring your own alcohol because the alcohol there may be a little cheap.
Yeah, yeah,
Was
for
it
sure.
BYOB? We remember the 20-year-old.
We had everything was in there. It wasn't no confusion.
So let me ask you a question. At your age, are you thinking about longevity with or without this female? Like, is that where your head is? Are you thinking like, I'm trying to be single for a little bit, live my best life, then move forward?
I'm not thinking longevity, honestly. Yeah, nah, I'm not.
So this is a question that we've all like when we're talking about vetting. So I guess you're not at the vetting stage of your life yet because you're not looking to settle down right now, right?
Not at all.
Okay. But my question to you is what is your plan? So if you happen to meet a young lady that she can get on, your plan with you, do you have a plan? And if so, what is it?
My plan.
It's
Honestly, I
okay.
haven't really thought. I haven't really thought it. Nah,
Don't do this.
I was just about to say.
yeah, nah, I
Zay,
haven't
you
really
can
thought
always
about
take
it.
the fifth.
Nah, I haven't really thought about my plan just yet. Only because I am talking to multiple women at the time, and like that's just not really in my thought process right now. Like,
Does she know that you're talking to multiple? So that's not your
yeah,
girlfriend.
no, that's not my girlfriend. It's just a girl that I'm talking to. Like, one thing about me, I'm very honest when it comes to like letting females know, like, hey, I'm still talking to this person and things like that. Just because in the past I haven't said anything, it's always confusion. Like it's drama, and with the stuff that I got going on, I just need the least amount of drama as possible.
So you think that that's going to not lead to drama, though? Do you think that that's?
It shouldn't if he being honest enough.
Not as much.
And then they okay with it.
Yeah,
Depending on the woman.
But that's what
they're
dating is,
okay.
right?
Yeah, they're okay with it. So, of course, if they're not, then I let them know, like, okay, like if you're not okay with it, then we can, go our separate ways. But as long as they're okay with it, then it is what it is.
So I have a question for you. You came on here and you said that you're high value. So what makes you high value and not just
What makes you thirsty right now? You get real thirsty. You try to jump out this little boy drawers, nigga. You thirsty.
Be good. Go
That's a
ahead.
very good question. You told the man he was high value.
I got him, ladies.
Don't call Sam thirsty.
Don't have this young man cam up and we can't ask him questions.
Period.
What's wrong in that? All right.
Hey,
So
I'm
And
gonna
I hate that just because we ask the
mommy
man
mode.
questions does
Ask
not
my
mean we want
question.
him.
If I can get my question out,
Ask it, Tam.
if I can
I
get
think
my
it's also the
question
chat
out.
too. It's not you only, Mr. Logic. Just
My
because we ask a
question-
man questions doesn't mean we want him.
Yes.
Let's just clarify that.
It's like everybody, let's calm down, let's relax. So my question was, what makes you said that you're high value? So what makes you high value aside from just the financial aspect of it? Like, what are the characteristics and traits that you feel like you carry that makes you high value?
Good question, Tam.
Great question.
I'm glad I was able to get it
I
out.
don't know if he's ready for that. I ain't gonna
That's a great
lie.
question because he also needs to think about that as well.
He got these grown ass women here questioning.
That's exactly what I was thinking. He's not ready for that.
It's the fact that these are things that he needs to start thinking about now.
Right, he's gonna be a better
He needs
man
to start
after
thinking
this.
about it now.
He's gonna be a better man after this conversation. He wanted to cam up.
Go ahead, Zay. Say your best answer that question.
No, that's definitely a good question. I feel as though okay, so I have a little sister, right? She's 3 years old, single mom. I met my dad like 4 months ago. Like I just met him. I'm from Europe, so I just went out there, flew out there and met him. I feel as though what separates me and makes me a high value male is I'm a provider as well. So like I take care of my sister, my mom to the best of my ability. You know, um, I feel like that's a pretty good reason that kind of makes me a high value male. There's a lot of people that just get money, or especially people my age that just have money and then they not taking care of business for real. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that.
So you said that you're dating a few women, right?
Right,
They all know they all are aware. But
right.
if you had to, well, I don't know how many, three, four, where you at?
It's three. It's three.
Okay. So out of those three, if you had to choose just one, which one would it be? Not that we know their names, but which one would
How
it be
the fuck
and
would he
why?
do that?
No, no, I ain't saying you need to
No,
say
I'm
that.
listening. I'm trying to hear
Why,
what she's saying. Though.
why would it be that one? What characteristics and qualities about that one that you would choose if you had to choose between the three?
The characteristics.
Are you
Uh,
looking for a quality
And
too?
please
Like,
remember
is
that
there
you
a
are
quality
being
that would
recorded.
that would stand out to you? That
You
like,
might
That's
be
probably
yeah, I
You have
figured
to,
that. I
wait,
figured
you
that.
have
that's
to
probably
think
why
about
he
it
has
because you
but that's probably
probably
why he has three because none of those women are
Yeah,
fulfilling
I was
everything
about
that
to
he
say none
needs.
of them. Yeah, none of them have really presented
Yeah.
the qualities that I what's the word that I require. I guess you could say
You
like they
desire
haven't.
what are those
Yeah,
qualities? That's
qualities
what I
that
was
you
trying to get
desire.
at.
But
What
let me
is
just say that maybe he has four, and one said, "I'm not dealing with the fact that you have three, so I'm walking away," and she's the one.
Are you sexually active
nah.
with
Well,
no,
that's
no, 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 no. What I was saying, what I was saying is
Hey,
what
look, wait, wait.
what
I'm gonna tell you what he
qualities?
do. He taking all them and he put them together. You know how the Transformers and you remember Voltron when all the people, you know what I'm saying? Ladies, all of them come together and make that mega robot. That's what the young jit doing. Why don't y'all encourage him to get more so he can become a bigger robot?
well, you know what? I was just about to say, like, I was gonna say,
You know that's
like,
not gonna
I
happen on
want.
this show.
Listen, I
Crazy
have a
like that.
13-year-old son, y'all, and I'm not gonna lie. I do not want my son to like. I don't want him to like have a high school sweetheart, have a college sweetheart. I don't want him to get serious with like no girl early on in his life, especially at 20. That's just my thought process now. I don't know how I feel when he's actually 20. It could change because I could meet a girl that he's dating. I'm like, you should just marry her. Like, it could change. But I think that at 20, you know, you're still growing up and you're still trying to find yourself and you don't know what you want. And to commit to somebody at a young age like that, you have to be willing to go through those growing phases that you're going to go through. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of work, and I think that at 20, like, I'm not trying to like downgrade you about your age or anything, but I'm just because I was 20 once, I just think that at 20, you're still learning and finding yourself. So you just don't know what you're looking for, or you don't, even if you have the right guidance. I mean, because I was telling my brother for years, he had plenty of great girls that he could have married, but he just, I don't know what he was thinking, thank God he finally figured it out. But, he just wasn't choosing those girls. And I just don't think he just wasn't there. And that's why I'm saying like at 20 years old, like,
I just
but,
like
but
the double
do
standard. I love the double standard of young man, live your life, figure it out. But the young women,
yeah,
no, get married. What do you mean? You don't live your life. You gotta find the man in his
like,
30s. You
Yeah,
need to be
you're 20. You don't get an
yeah,
opportunity
you need to experience different, not like that. Like, I don't want you just out there, but you do need to experience different personality. Different women want different things. Like, what can you handle? What do you want to handle? What do you want to be around on a regular basis? And you're not gonna really know and understand that until you date a couple of women. I mean, not to say that some people don't find their high school sweetheart and fall in love and all that stuff, and it can't happen. You know what I'm saying? But I think that if you didn't, you're dating, like you need to figure out what you really
You do
want.
need to focus
For
on
sure.
Well, I also
Yeah, you
think
said that
it depends on environment as well. Like he's a young man. He's trying to figure it out, right? He just said he met his dad, a little while ago. So I think all of those things will play into your decision making. And the reason I say that is because I have a son that's his age, and he's already married. And his mindset was, I was trying to tell him the same thing,
Look
like.
at his face.
No, I was trying to tell him the same thing. Like, no, get to know, what you like, what's important to you, what qualities you're looking for. And his thing was, he was like, I've done that. He was like, he said, you don't know what the women or what the girls, especially my age, are like out here. And so I found someone who was not like that. And so for me, I wanted to, keep her. She was that special enough to me that I wanted to commit to that level. So I think, you don't necessarily have to have everything together when you're 20, but there's some core values, some core characteristics that are familiar with you when you've, had an environment that cultivates that.
Well, we
So
also
Zay,
got to
you said
consider.
that like the women that you have currently, they don't have everything that it is that you're looking for. So what would be the qualities at your age? Because like, to Mistaken and Maya's point, you're still like vetting and dating and, taking your time to really gain an awareness of the qualities that you're looking for in, your ideal woman.
You said what were the qualities that I'm looking for? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Basically? The qualities I'm looking for. Well, for starters, me like I can cook. You know what I'm saying? Like I get in the kitchen, I don't go out to eat and stuff like that. So she definitely got to be able to cook. Um, she got
That's
to
a
be able to
dying
cook.
breed these days, sir.
Black men are so funny. Black men
Breed.
to cook.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
love their
no,
food.
You better
she
get you a
definitely
man
got
from the
to.
South, a girl from the South.
I'm waiting for Tamika to bring me my oxtails. Actually,
You think you can cook oxtails too?
I cook everything I eat. So yeah, I make oxtails. I got y'all girls. I got you.
I don't eat red meat, but I cook oxtails too. But
Go ahead. Zay was
sorry, Mr. Go ahead. Sorry, Zay. Sorry.
All right, look. How do you eat oxtail with braces? I just want to know that shit.
Listen,
We don't
this
real
is my
talk.
second go round
If it's
with
tender
braces.
enough,
I'm
she
very
can eat them.
experienced. I know what I'm
Tender
doing.
enough.
Don't worry about it.
Fall right off the
I
bone.
don't know though.
I
You know what I'm
feel you, girl,
saying?
but I make my
I
exception for
only been to
oxtails.
the emergency room one time in my life, and it was because of chick with braces.
Oh my God.
So ignorant.
Go ahead, Zay, with your qualities.
Did you have to get stitches in that booty hole? No, I'm just kidding. Mr.
Hey, yeah, nah. My qualities though, she got to be able to cook. Of course, like she can't just be. She can't just be. She can't just be like a leech type of female, because it's a lot of females that they see a person, they see a dude with money, and they just awesome. Like, yeah, I'm trying to eat off him type of time. She got to be able to have her own money, her own business, her own something, like, I think that's probably it. Of course, like the regular stuff like hygiene, her hair gotta be kept, all that type of stuff. Like, I don't really
Do
care
you
about
mind
how they.
women with like weave?
I'm not gonna lie, like I'm not really a big fan of like wigs and weave and all that. I'm just not like, that's not really my thing.
Are the women that
So
you're
when we
dealing
say weave, like cause wig and weave is
Like, okay, so some wigs be
like,
cool, but like it be some way you could see the lace and all that. Like
so
my
that's a
mom,
weird
my
one.
mom do
But
hair.
I'm
My
like,
mom do hair.
I'm talking about
You
wigs
don't want
only
to
because
keep
wigs,
You got
like there's so much stuff in weaves.
Listen, he said his mom do hair, so he know a
Yeah,
good
my mom
stylist.
do
Are
hair, so
not
I
blue.
know
He
what
knows
it
a good
I know what it
install.
is. Yeah.
So as
I
long as
know.
it looks good.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you'll date a woman that has a wig, like a lace front wig?
Say that one more time.
Will you date a woman who wears a lace front wig?
He
So
probably
you
got one.
Okay.
prefer, so you
Will you
prefer
have
women to be
sex? Will you
natural.
have sex with a woman who wears a lace front wig?
Let's just start peeling.
Probably.
But you don't want to
Probably,
date her.
Nah.
Will you date her to have sex with her?
No. I don't have to date women to have sex with them.
Okay.
You know what? Let's be honest. Like, this man is not in the same caliber of 20-year-olds because he clearly is in a financial status that is different from other men. So we also have to keep in mind that his environment is not going to be the same as a typical 20-year-old, right? So what he's seeking is not going to be in the typical 20-year-old's pool, right? Like, he's looking for something that is going to be on his same level.
I don't think it has to do with his financial status, because I'm going to say, in my personal experience, when I was 20 years old and it was my high school sweetheart, he was 20. He had a caliber. He could get.
But again, but Mika, I'm not saying, what I'm saying is because where his mentality at is different from a typical 20-year-old. So if he didn't have money, the mentality wasn't the same as his.
I don't think the mentality is different. He's dating.
I think
women.
I think
I
that
asked him what qualities he's looking for. I asked him what qualities he's looking for.
No. So but he also said he wants a woman who is financially stable, and a woman who has entrepreneurship, and a woman who looks a certain way.
That's an entrepreneur, yeah.
That owns her own business at 20 years old.
You can't play this.
There's a lot of 20-year-olds that say the same thing.
See, let me kick it with him though. I'm gonna just tell you from experience, right? Them bitches that got money, bro, are terrorists. I'm telling you so. The ones that got money, they used to being in charge, they used to leading, and then when you bring your house, guess what they're gonna try to do? That same shit. That's why I kicked them the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you.
Do not listen to him.
Do not take his advice at all. Don't take his advice.
Yeah, it sounds like he wants.
So you see how all these women just tried to do me? All of them alleged educated entrepreneurs.
I'm not.
Right? You can't tell them shit.
I'm not an entrepreneur.
I'm a bum.
I'm not an
No, go ahead. No. Oh, wait, go ahead.
Self-proclaimed.
I understand where you're coming from. I do, but from my standpoint, like, I try to learn stuff from, like, you know.
Don't learn from him.
Man,
don't
Zay,
you don't think so?
Don't even look at him. Don't look at him.
Look at us. Don't look
at
Zay, focus on us. Don't look at him for the
Don't even look that way.
Don't look at logic for the answer.
Finish your statement. What were you about to say? You do what now?
I was about to say I try to learn from a lot of these females, because there's definitely a few of them that have helped me from a business standpoint. Because like me, like I be all over the place at times, so they'll be like with the organized type of stuff, and you know, like they'll give me like they help me out. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's nothing wrong with an entrepreneurship type of female.
Mistaken.
That's one of the qualities that you need to look for when you try to find your match. That right there. How can she be? I'm telling you, in terms of how you recognize where your weakness is, and you said you've met women who have, you know, helped out in those areas. When you're trying to pair with somebody, those are some of the things that you should look for. How can this person make me better? How can that person support me and make me better than where I am? So that was all I was saying. That's definitely a great quality for you to look for.
Where she can add value to your life. Is that what you're saying, Miss Sagan?
Exactly.
How many of y'all married?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
How many of y'all married?
3 of them are married and 1 is divorced.
3 married. Oh, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
3 of them are currently married and 1 is a divorce.
3.
But y'all ain't even 50% on the panel.
Well, it's 4 of them. It's even. It's 50%. Well, it's actually more of them than it is of the singles. Oh, well, no, it's even. Right?
Exactly. Like I said, y'all need 50%. All right,
It is
just
50%.
saying.
If
Well,
it's
isn't that what the statistic is anyway?
It's
50%?
50-50 to the technicality, because at least she's saying that one person was married and she got divorced. So she would have experience in a marriage if you're going to ask a question about a marriage question. So right now, it would be technically 50-50.
Do you want to get
And
married?
there's somebody else that's on here that has been in a long-term relationship. I don't think you can discount those out either, you know. Because when you
Zay, do you want to get married?
you can count that.
Do you want to get married?
Talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
You said
Zay.
Zay?
You said who, me?
All right, my bad. I didn't know who y'all was talking to.
Man, quit being nice, man. Speak up.
Yeah, nah. Do I want to get married? I'm not sure. I'm not sure right now.
He's 20.
He's
I didn't want to
20.
get married.
Yeah, nah, I'm not.
I
I'm
didn't
not
want to get
thinking.
married
I'm
in
not
the
thinking about
20s.
marriage.
Yeah, some
I'm
of
not
No,
thinking
I'm
about
not saying
marriage.
right now,
Not thinking
but
about.
did you,
Not thinking
Mika?
about kids.
Mika, you
Nah.
never had in your mindset that you wanted to be married, not at all.
Not at 20. No, not at 20. I actually
Yeah.
didn't want to get married. I didn't want to have kids. I really was just like, I want to be a free spirit. And then the right person came along. That is true.
You know the chat is about to call you a 304 that's been reformed.
No,
You know that,
not a
right?
304. No,
Hey,
I've always been in relationships. I've always been in
Hey,
relationships. Like I was with my high school person for 6 years, and then with someone for 5 years after that. So I've always been in relationships. I just never wanted to I didn't want to give up my last name. I didn't want to give up property. I felt like that's my stuff I work for. I work very hard for everything I have.
See,
So
that's the entrepreneurs I'm telling you
yes,
about. That's
yes,
you
that is it.
But she's
It's
married.
like-
And, you know, I didn't want to go
You-
I didn't want to
see that
get married.
mentality?
I didn't want
That's
to
what I'm
get
telling you
married
about.
when I was younger, but
she's
it
married.
never
See, you let them talk wrong.
it never
Mr.
crossed
Logic.
your mind, Tamika.
Mr.
Like
Hey,
maybe
real
in the
talk.
future you might
Logic.
want to
Just
might
listen.
get
You
be
missed
married,
you
like you
missed
never
the
question
key
it.
point that she said. She said she did not want to get married, but when she met the right person, she did. So it's all
Yes.
about the way that the
Okay, but
message
also you must not discount what she said. Exactly what she said was
Mhm.
what I was warning him of. Right?
Mhm.
She have that power because she's these entrepreneurs and all that. I can take you to Popeyes tomorrow. We going tomorrow, and I'm gonna find you a Popeye chick that will do everything that you ask her to do, and you'll be straight. But you get you one of these entrepreneur chicks like this. See, she said, I don't want to give up my house. She think about herself. I don't want to give up this, my last name. She thinking about herself. Everything she told you is about herself. That's why them entrepreneur chicks and them corporate chicks are the fucking devil. Walmart is always hiring. And look, I'm keeping it fucking with y'all.
Hold on. Let me say something.
That's not
Because let me say something.
That's why we're
So,
You can't discount the fact that she said initially, yes, I didn't want to do this, I didn't want to do that, but when she met the right one, all of that fell to the wayside.
I think what
No,
he's saying
no.
is,
Okay.
despite all of that,
But what
it's
y'all say?
the
Okay, I'm sorry.
mentality that, despite all of that, it's the mentality of her independence that she has, and that she doesn't want to, submit that to a man. I understand your perspective on that. I think things obviously culturally in America are a little bit different. And so when women get to the point, the same as a man, when you get to a point to where you had to grind and hustle and sacrifice to build everything that you've built on your own. Hold on, Logic, hear me out. Be receptive to what I'm saying. And when you have to build everything for yourself and then you consider a man, you also have to not only consider just leaving your last name behind and the identity that you had with your family, but now you're asking me to leave everything that I've built behind. So when you talk about, y'all have these points when you talk about choosing younger women because they're not fully established yet. So they'll sign on to your plan before they've established their own. And so when you talk about having these women that have already created their own plan, the dynamic of the relationship is going to be very different. And it's going to require a different kind of relationship than, to your point, going to pick up a Popeyes chick or a Walmart chick who has no plan, has nothing to lose, didn't gain anything. So yeah, she's gonna hop right on his plan because he gonna provide everything and she has nothing.
Nope, she has something.
50% when he divorces her.
No, see, and you see, let them talk long enough and they'll tell you.
No, that's
like
what
I said.
look, because income is taken in consideration when it comes to alimony. Alimony is
No.
When
See, this is the thing. See, this is how
you
dangerous you is.
You
But we didn't even we still discussing even selecting which one. You already took it to alimony. The point that I'm trying to say is that, and I like the Mika later. I was listening to her earlier. She cool with me though, but I gotta call her points bullshit. All she did is prove exactly what I told to him. That, and it even my dog Team Della. Now y'all know I fuck with her, right? The key word she kept saying is me. Me. That's it. I swear to God, it's like fucking listening to Johnny Gill, listen to y'all women. My last name, my house, my bank account. It sure look good. That's how y'all is. And y'all expect a man of any type of value or resources to deal with that type of mentality. And I tell young jits, I tell all my young jits, they are dangerous. And you know what? I got another dude that he on the floor. He like 25. He come up here and he put him on a speakerphone. And I tell him exactly what them damn terrorists gonna say. And the nigga think I'm fucking some type of genie. He was like, man, how you know that? Nigga, they all think alike. They terrorists. They for self. They're for self. Terrorists by definition is women that use fear, intimidation to influence black men and kids for their own personal gain. And at first he thought I was crazy. And I said, all right, come up there and put him on speakerphone. And I'm gonna tell you exactly what she gonna say. Say this right here. And she gonna say, he think I'm like a superhero. Cause y'all are so predictable. And even if I'm telling y'all what y'all gonna do, guess what? Y'all still gonna cut on the mic after this and do it again. Watch. How much y'all want to bet, She Critique? I got $1,000 for all y'all. Y'all put together.
Do you think that women are nurturing too as well, Logic? I want to know, do you think that women are naturally nurturing as well?
I think y'all naturally nurturing, but when y'all go to kindergarten and every year y'all lose that nurturing because y'all want to become entrepreneurs. Y'all want to do all this stuff. But you know what?
You don't think
what's
that
your training?
So mothers, because mothers are grown women, right, who have kids right, and they have surpassed kindergarten, rightfully so.
Yes.
So
yes.
Do you
know what
think
you call
that
that?
mothers are nurturers?
Yep. You know what they call OJT? You know what OJT is?
No, please educate me.
On the job training. That's how y'all learn how to be wives. That's how y'all learn how to be mothers. On the job training. Because you don't know the fuck.
So
wait. Don't cut me off. Let me finish. Because you know I'm right. You learn it on the job. That's why y'all some of the worst mothers. Y'all some of the worst wives. I'm just saying in general, period.
But when
because
you don't learn from your mother or from your mentor or something like that.
It's the same for the black men. Y'all are some of the worst husbands as well. I think it's because it's obvious. It's because of the environment, these skills. You are not born with these skills. We are not baby cows that are born to just know what grass to eat and what grass not to eat. These are interpersonal skills, and you have stages: dependency, independence, and interdependence. A lot of people think that the independent stage is the final stage, and it's interdependence where you learn how to evolve with the people around you. And so again, these are learned skills. This is a skill set.
Can I address this? See,
Sure.
I disagree because men are trained to be husbands.
They're not.
Wait. Can I tell you though? I'm giving you an example. Hold up.
Single mother household.
Watch this.
The majority of the households are single mother households. By who? But go ahead. Go ahead.
Now I'm gonna tell you why. We was just in Atlanta, right? Did y'all feel protected?
I had my husband there, so yes, I did.
By who?
Oh, but ideally, you know what I'm saying? Put it like this: the people who rode with me, they got in my car and they were stepping on guns. They felt protected, right? I wasn't fucking none of them. Ain't none of my wife. That's an inherent duty. When we went out, ain't no woman pulled out their wallet. Men have these inherited things and we execute them flawlessly, right? Now I'm gonna ask you this. What?
Personalize it, but go ahead.
See how it tears? You see, they don't let me finish. Now I'm gonna ask you this. Which one of y'all ladies got me a plate when I was down there? And matter of fact, I bought some cake out there, right? Which one of y'all women gave me a piece of cake?
I wasn't there with her.
I bought you a drink, so don't come. So don't come.
See, second.
Did you just?
Did any of y'all women bring? No, did any of y'all?
Logic. To answer, to directly answer your question, we didn't.
Cake. You told me to sit down because you were serving us.
That part. Hold on. I was.
No, ain't that part. Stop. She lied. No way. She's lying.
Am I lying?
No, Team Della. Did she not say, Mr. Logic, can you get us some cake?
No,
I got up to get my.
Oh, these niggas terrorists.
Don't do that.
It wasn't.
Don't do that because you put
lying
on the table. I said I don't eat chocolate cake, but
Logic, you just don't want nobody to know that you simp to CC real quick. I'm just.
I sent for a fucking piece of cake. I bought this shit. What you mean?
No.
But see, I can't believe. No, I'm ashamed because I thought Della was a woman of integrity. Della know damn well.
I literally told the truth. I said it wasn't Cece that asked for the piece of cake.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Okay, listen. This is what I said.
So I said, "Woman of integrity, honey."
Okay, I said.
When you put chocolate cake on the table, I was like, "Don't worry about it. I will get up and get my own because I wanted red velvet." So I mean, don't do that. Do not do that.
Let me ask you a question. I know it's aside from the cake. I know we can spend a lot of time on this cake. But I have a question. So are you saying, because I know I brought up the 50%, but this young man just said he's dating 3 women. He said he's learned a lot from women. Don't you think that there are women who, especially in their early years, help men out? They are there for them. They get nothing in return besides, sex of you, but they are there for them through whatever they're trying to go through the process. It's almost like he has a wife, but he doesn't have to marry her. Don't you think that a lot of women do that? They help the guys up until a certain point, and then let's just say he leaves her or all that kind of stuff. Like, so to paint a picture that women are just bad, these bad creatures, is just not correct, because most of us on this panel, I'm pretty sure, has helped the guy get someplace in their early years.
What they have him co-sign on the car?
No. Meaning,
I mean, no. If that's the case, you don't need to be with him. I'm just saying. Look, this is the thing, right? I'm gonna tell you this. Women help dudes who don't deserve it. The shit that they do are the dudes they shouldn't be with.
I wouldn't deny
and
that.
And the dudes, wait. And the dudes they should be with don't need no help.
So you're saying they shouldn't be helping Zay?
Well, no, I'm telling this. I got him now, and so I'm gonna show him the real.
Walk away, young man. Walk away, young man.
You see that, Terry?
Don't allow him to.
But she the one that said she didn't want to give up her last name, but and they declare. See, this is why y'all cross talk, right?
Yeah, you don't need another man to show you the way.
But she evolved.
He already knows how to do that. Don't you say the man already knows how to do that?
Now you see how they trying to turn you against me, right?
I mean,
I'm just saying they tear.
Trying to turn him away.
When you think about the role of a man in the
I like your ankles.
Now that's terrorist.
You need some shea butter.
I like his ankles. Go ahead, Della. What were you about to say?
I was saying, when you think about the roles of a man and a woman, they're different roles. So if your woman has to help you be a man, that's a problem. And if your man has to help you be a woman, that's a problem. So I do understand the aspect where that the value that a woman should be adding to your life should not be anything that you should be able to would do for yourself. If you prided yourself on being a provider. So if you're a provider for you and your family, when the woman that you choose comes into your life, then why are you looking for her to provide if that's the role that you are taking the lead on? And so there are obviously roles in which she can add value to your life. And so it's just being clear on, what role she is here to play. And that's just being clear on, the qualities that are important to you as a man and what it is that you're vetting for in, your potential wife.
Don't listen to
The
that first.
biggest thing is that you need to attract what you need. A lot of times we're looking for what we want, and our wants and needs may be two totally different things. And when you are trying to find a partner, like I had said earlier, when you're trying to find a partner, nobody comes like at 100%, like that they are capable of doing everything alone. We are like, Della, you said earlier about being interdependent. We are, as humans, we depend on each other. We're not supposed to walk this earth alone. We build relationships with different people for different reasons. So when you are, vetting, or when you're in a relationship or looking for a relationship, it isn't necessarily like just about you. It is about what I have that would add value to whomever I'm with, and vice versa. Not what this person can do for me or what he, you know what I'm saying? It's more along the lines of these are the qualities, the skill sets, attributes, characteristics that I have, and either you're going to be attracted to that or not. Now, your role, well, I would say both people roles in that relationship is to cultivate each other. It's not just the man trying to build a bear woman to serve him and only do everything that he wants. You guys are gonna have to grow together. So it's like iron sharpens iron, and a lot of guys don't like hearing that, but women bring things to the table that you benefit from, and vice versa. That's what a relationship is about. You coexist and you build together.
I don't think that all men are looking for that dynamic, though. And mistaken, I 1000% agree with your perspective that that is a dynamic in a relationship. You also have the relationship where that's not what the man is looking for in the woman that he's vetting. So, in terms of he has spent the time to establish himself, he has spent the time to, not only make his plan but execute his plan, and he's just looking for a woman to complement the plan, not to help him build it, not to help him create it. It's already there. And so I definitely agree with you that especially when you're dating people that are in your age group, and even to Zay's point, looking for like the modern woman, that would be your ideal dynamic. You still have the other dynamic where that you have the man that's not looking for that kind of woman. Like he said that, he's looking for a woman that's financially astute. We were having the conversation with Shan and all of us at the hotel where he was like, that's not important to me at all. Like, those aren't the qualities that I look for in a woman.
Yeah, that's because again, he said financially that's not a concern of his, because he, is high value. So yes, that wouldn't necessarily matter. But if we're talking about on an average, I definitely think that when you're in partnership with someone else, the goal is for your partnership to do better, not the individuals within the relationship. It's both of us, is a we. So if I do good, it's not about, oh, I'm doing good. It's like, yo, we did good. That's the mindset. Especially when you're trying to be married. Like like even now, like me and my husband, we've learned to stop. I ain't gonna say stop saying, we still say it every once in a while, but I love you, but more along the lines of we say I love us. And it's just a matter of the mindset of always keeping that mindset of it's not me against you or you against me. This is a team thing, and I love us. I want our team to win. I want this marriage to win. So that focus should always be on what is going to be the best for us as opposed to what's going to be the best for me.
I definitely agree. I don't think that's limited to whether the man is high value or not, though. I think that those are just a great dynamic and great qualities to aim for in any relationship, personally.
I just want to say get them likes up and thank you for the super chats.
Oh yeah, we need to read the
Get
super
them likes
chat.
up.
Get them likes
Look, chat ninjas, do not listen to chat ninjas, do not listen to no terrorists.
I am not a terrorist. I work at Forever 21. I am well and willing to
Chat ninjas. This your general here, Mr. Motherfucking Logic, man. Y'all get them likes up, man. Quit playing. What's wrong with y'all?
Where you at with these super chats?
Hit that like button, man, and put that one in the damn chat.
Logic should be able to pull it up too.
We gotta pull up these super chats. Thank you all for the super chats. Pull up these super chats.
She ain't got that start, so Shantae been on her job today.
Shantae's
hungry.
Hungry. All right, L. Nixon, the voice of reason, $5. A nice guy, not pushover, gives you commitment and sex. The other guy you cheat with for occasional fun and sex, no house and picket fence. Okay, get the nice guy. That's what that means. Razik, ILM or Ilm? Sorry if I killed that. Pick-me's are the pick of the litter. Number one.
Exactly. What up, I do, Razik? Hey, Razik, pull up, man. I know you in DC. You know what I'm saying? Come on. We got some
I think you're talking
Julio
about
here.
another definition like choose me. So rebellious videos, pookies and thoughts are undefeated nowadays. L. Nixon, the voice of reason, $10. Thank you. For people who aren't used to getting treated right, everything looks like love bombing. And can we retire the word narcissist? Everyone is called a narcissist, usually by a narcissist. Laugh out loud.
I think it's important to identify, though, when you're talking about love bombing, it's the intent. So I think he was speaking directly in reference to what I said when it's, in terms of love bombing. The whole notion behind love bombing is that your intention is doing it to manipulate the other person. We're not talking about people that treat people good because they're good people.
He's right.
No,
Catherine Forbes. Thank you, Catherine. You always join too and support us. We appreciate you. Great topic, chicas. I know that I want and need a man in my life. So if that means I will be labeled as a pick-me, then so be it. You're our choose me girl. They go to choose.
Hey, Catherine. Hey, hit me, send me your DM. I'm gonna hook you up.
Oh,
we already read this one.
Don't do it.
Y'all terrorists. This one.
We
Shit don't make no sense, bro.
Ain't
got nothing to do with them. They terrorists, bro. I see. Let them go.
Yet you come and support us. We read this one.
Them feet are terrorists.
Honey.
Hey, this is me walking away from y'all ass.
L. Nixon, the voice of reason. That's not pick me. That's called dirty macking, and they're different. I don't remember what we were talking about at that point.
And he's talking about when Logic was saying basically like, when he took it a little far with the whole competitiveness and, you need to throw over the next girl to get the man that you want.
Ladies, isn't that what Derek Jackson was doing? Dirty macking. Look how far that got him.
Who's Derek Jackson?
He's the one who had they said the pick me girl, and then he cheated on her, and then she came up on the video and was like looking
with her bonnet on, which she said,
she had bonnet and she was like, I'm dated by my husband.
That was insane. Are they still together?
Yes. Yeah. They pursue that problem in their marriage.
I mean, you're not leaving your husband.
No, not the heels.
A man that says, I feel, run away, ladies, red flag. Ooh, Congo. Hey, Congo. Good evening. Congo. Tam mistaken, Shantae, Tina, Juicy is probably chewing bubble gum in the parking lot on house release. House arrest, release. What is that? I don't know. All right, L. Nixon, the voice of reason. Young bro women will help you, but after a while, make no mistake, they respect men. They can learn from teaching and helping men gets old to most.
I can definitely agree with that. That's true.
Real 83. Shout out to my ninja Logic. Ooh. Thank you though. Shout out to Tam with her pretty self. Hey.
Aw, thank you.
Congo, Team Della, love when you talk your vernacular, but Logic makes a good point about women being too selfish in their disposition. Thank you, Congo. Curtis Williams, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Also, subscribe. Join with Curtis. Subscribe to the channel. We appreciate you. Harrison, hey, you stay coming on and supporting us. Hey, Harrison, salute to you too. And that's it. Thank you for the super chats. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you guys.
What was
I
your
got a question for y'all.
today?
How often do y'all be doing these?
Every week.
Every week?
Every
Like,
Friday, 9
Friday.
At 9.
We've been in the house. Listen, Zay. We've been in the house doing this every Friday.
See,
Oh,
it's so crazy.
nah. What y'all
You
call
gonna join
Logic?
us next Friday? We can teach
Yeah,
you.
I might join y'all if he called me and let me know something. He woke me up out my sleep just now, so I might join next time.
Well, you're welcome.
And if you're trying to get married, don't listen to Logic.
If you're trying to be married, talk to a man who's married.
Talk to a man that's married.
That get on here that are married. We do have married men who join, so we get different feedback.
We know you were joking about the juicy comment, Congo.
Oh,
Where is Juicy?
How old are y'all?
We're too old for you, young man.
We're
How
old.
old are y'all?
You are my son's age.
We're old.
Old enough to be
Y'all
your
old,
mom.
like how old? Like y'all over 30 or like
Over 30.
late?
Well, no.
Nobody trying to be your number 4 or 5 or 6.
I was just asking. I was just curious.
Everybody on here is over 30 except for one.
Oh, okay.
Y'all look like y'all twins.
Thank you, Logic, for trying
Thank
to.
you, Logic. We're trying to keep it young.
All right, you guys. Anybody? Do you have any more questions for us, Zay, before I move on?
Nah, I'm good. I don't got no more questions.
Are you having sex with all of these women?
Man, mind your business, bro. Don't tell them shit, man. The fuck is you having sex?
Yes.
When the last time you got buzzed down?
None of your business.
When the last time you ate some groceries?
I don't eat groceries, not ever.
See, you can't be see now. Look,
they keep bringing
what this is how crazy. No, this is what I want to say though. This is no. Watch this. Hold up. Look, wait.
Explain why I asked the question. The reason why I asked the question is because we constantly have conversations on this show about young men who do have sex with women and have sex with multiple women and trying to solve the problem about creating 304s. That's why I asked the question.
So now look. It's cool you asked the question, right? But why when I asked you the question back, Tam, Mika, Della, all on face look like I just said the most disgusting shit in the world. And I literally asked you to say, oh, it wasn't Della. It's the two underneath me.
No, it wasn't that. It was the grocery. I had to say
they weren't a part of the conversation last week, so it's kind of new.
Okay, well, y'all don't know. Y'all need to go watch the replays.
But I made a face about the groceries. That's why I made that face.
The only one that got defensive in that moment was you, dear sir.
What?
Look at you.
Logic. So Logic, that is why that was the purpose behind my conversation, because we talk about constantly how we want men to also take responsibility for saying no to women. Like, if you don't want to choose this woman and the importance of sex and everything, we know he got to experience his life. But that was just my question. I was just curious. But if he don't want to answer, he does not have to answer.
But this is the problem though, which y'all don't realize that look, 304s made some of the best husbands out here. And that's just the way that. Hey, look, I'm sorry. Look, I don't look. Wait, hold up. Wait, I'm explaining, right? Look, if it weren't for damn dead deers, then lines wouldn't exist. I'm saying look.
Bears are not in the
Like,
Sahara.
Can you explain that
no,
analogy?
listen. Antelopes, whatever you want to call. Well, you know what I'm talking about. See, now you trying to play. See,
No,
hey,
You really didn't get
okay,
it.
watch
That's
this.
why
Watch this. Watch
They
this.
went all the way
Watch
over.
this. In order for the lines to exist, it gonna be some dead motherfuckers, and it just so happened that some of them gotta be hoes. Look, niggas gotta eat. Niggas gotta eat. So yes, we gonna continue to make hoes. And then look, y'all just gotta protect y'allself from being a hoe. But no, niggas gonna eat regardless.
So there's never going to be accountability on the male side.
It is. I'm telling you, niggas gonna eat.
No, that means that you're not taking accountability. So we as women have to close our legs, right? And these younger girls have to close their legs. But men, if the women opens their legs, plow through.
Yeah,
So what
quit going on that
happens
field. Hey, look, quit going in that field and make us eat grass. So, but if you come in that field and then we gonna eat your ass. That's it. Stay your ass out there until we full.
You don't get the roast. You just said it.
Hold on, wait. I got a piece of steak in my teeth. Hold up.
But to my point though, like why can't men say no too? Like that's what mistaken. We talk about this regularly on our show, which is why I brought it up. He has 3 women that he's dealing with. If he's sleeping with all 3 of them, like why is he not choosing to? Because he's not choosing these women. He's already established that. So why not just say I'm not going to sleep with these women because I know it's bringing their value down. That's what we talk about in the show regularly.
Okay.
Look, wait. You tell you the difference between me and him. He a baby cub. He got to eat. I didn't ate. No, wait, look.
Okay.
I already ate. I got my mass. So now it don't take much for me to actually maintain. I'm good. I teach the baby cubs, but he got to eat. Stay y'all ass out the field, and then he ain't gonna have nothing to eat but grass. But if y'all go, he got some hoes in the field, and he gonna eat. You telling me a man can't eat because of he should base it off some type of what? Some type of moral standard?
Listen, I just think about solving the problem.
I have a question. I have a question for him. Can you put him back on, Mr. Logic?
That's all the
No, hey, you hit my cash app, I'll put it back on.
Can you
playing.
put the young man back on? Thank you. So, Zay, I have a question. So I know that you've had a conversation with these young ladies, and you told them that they're not the only one. But I wanted to ask you, did you also tell them that they will never be the one? Meaning, you do not have the quality.
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
So I know that because women are competitive. Let me just give you just real quick. Women are competitive. So in their mind, they're like, okay, I have competition, but they're thinking that one day I could possibly have his heart. Okay. So I'm just telling you that. But so my question to you is, I know that you've told them that they're not the only one, but have you also told them that they can never be the one because they don't possess the qualities that you would look for in a future partner?
Nah, I haven't told him that. No.
That goes back to you being honest with them. You said I heard you saying you trying to be honest with them, but then that's not part of the honesty.
If they're not asking,
if they were to ask me,
right? I think that he probably just didn't know that should be said, but we're telling you.
Yeah, I was about to say if they were to ask me like, hey, like what are we doing? Like, what's our plan? Then I would let them know like,
ain't no plan.
Yeah, it's not really.
I'm not going to give up this information, but I'm just going to allow. If the question comes, I'll handle it then. But
I think
I'm not just going to tell them. I'm not just going to tell them up front though.
But see, that's on the women though too.
Yes, it's on her part to ask because if that's her intention, then she needs to ask him what are your intentions with me, and then he would say, I don't have any.
Right? She's not. If she's not asking, he ain't telling. That's exactly what he just said.
But you know what? Let's just be honest. We're dealing with 20-year-olds here. There are some grown people who don't even ask, and they feel like, oh, we keep doing this, we'll be in a relationship. You understand? So. I mean, what do we expect from 20-year-olds?
Well, that's the same.
See, y'all ask the wrong question. Why do we do this? How about this? Why don't we call her over?
Why we call all
Would that-
three over? I don't
Now you see, now you're a terrorist.
They know
You're
about each
terrorist.
other.
Let's make
They
the
know
show
about each
spicy.
other.
Let's have all three of them on the
If
panel.
all of them are clear that they're not the only one, then that should not be a problem.
They shouldn't. Oh my God.
Now that's a problem.
Hey, bring the three.
But wait, did y'all see it when he turned the foot around and like the ring on the bottom? Come on, Logic. Turn that foot around.
Oh.
Did you get a pedicure?
Wait, let's see them toes.
Them toes.
No, Logic.
Show the
Two
toes.
slippers and bad toes.
Hey, look, do y'all want us to, you want us to call over?
All three.
Yeah, go ahead. This would be
I'll
interesting.
drop down just
Look, we're about to see some real super chat.
Or just bring one up at a time. We're cool with that. One up at a time.
One week it be number one. Next week it'll be number two, and then next week number three.
It'll be a series.
Hey, first 100. Hey,
Don't do this. No, don't do this to this young man. He is living his life. Let him be free.
Let him live his life.
Let him live his life.
Don't sign up for this.
Don't do
hey,
that.
y'all, you tell you something crazy? Watch this. Ask him. Fuck it. You know, I'll keep it phone call ways. Look, ask him what I showed him as soon as he got on the show. Hold up, wait.
Tell us, Zay.
Here we go.
I guess it was some girl that's trying to talk to me that texted him on his phone like, "Hey, what's going on?"
Somebody in the chat want to be picked. Stop being a pick me.
Okay.
Hours.
Shoot your shot.
Oh,
Exactly.
oh my women, dear ladies. Oh,
No, please read it. I want to read this
already
message.
told
No,
you.
don't put her out there like that.
Read the message, not from who it's from, but I want to hear the message.
He's here to waste your time. That is
Hey,
all.
go ahead. He finna read y'all what she said.
Did say that. So I mean, shit.
All right, so she
Go
was
read y'all what she said.
she was like, "Is your friend on the show looking for a wife?" And I said, "Yeah." She was like, "Tell him I have all those qualities."
You just said no. How are you gonna say yeah?
Hey, just say it. Quit being Hey, we gotta go, man. We gotta go, man. Gotta tell a hater, bro.
Whoever it was, let me retract my
Hey, you have to lie to get some students. You are not that guy. You do not have to lie.
When he was reading, he just kept
You
on
ain't gotta
reading.
lie, Craig. You ain't got to lie.
Listen, she shot her shot. Let me retract my statement. By all means, sis, you shot your shot. I will not say she was a pick me. She said she has all the qualities. She has all the qualities that he's looking for. So if she shot her shot, she shot her shot.
But don't lie to the girl, Craig. Don't be out here lying.
You're right. Listen, so Mimi made a good point. I cut him off. I want to hear the rest of the text. I do want to hear the rest of the text.
No, it's too late. It's too late. That's what look.
No, there was more.
Because y'all terrorists, man. Why y'all just didn't let it finish though? Y'all should take. Now he lied.
That was a big lie, though.
You got excited, Logic.
He said,
no, you don't know what that man. You know what I'm saying? How you know what he really want?
He told us.
No, but he telling y'all. But when he meet her, how you know it ain't gonna change?
Only go off. But listen,
no, look, I met a thick one in the garage the other day. You know the one who drive that Corvette? Yeah, that one. Yeah. No, look, I'm gonna tell y'all right. Look, and because you know I've been pussy fasting for like a year and 2 months, right?
Pussy fasting. Jesus.
She like to make me break my fast, boy. I was like, no, she did. No, ask her. Look, you saw her phone? Yes, bruh. And then she told me she want to come drink wine. I was like, nah, you come here, it's over. But no, what I'm saying though is, see, look, I want him to live his, you know what I'm saying? Like all jits. So now when he get to the point I'm at, he can have the mentality I got. You know what I'm saying? See, I can't even finish. You see this shit? I can't even fucking finish.
You thought you were finished.
You be pausing for a long time.
You be pausing. We thought you were finished.
You be thinking it's a period and it's a comma.
You're punctuation.
What I'm saying though, right? Look, I want all young men to eat and eat. until they get to the point where they can be where I'm at now mentally. Like, besides, like, probably like 2 years ago, I was never able to turn down a piece of pussy. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't able to. Now I'm at that point that I'm able to sit here and say, I mean, I'm like Nancy Reagan. I'm like, just say no. Yeah, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? No matter how fat the ass is, the titties, she can have nipple rings, sundresses, that don't matter. I can say no.
But do you
What's
think
that?
that's what it takes in order for you to say no? Is that the
That
only
part,
route?
and that
Say that
part.
again.
Do you think that's the only route to get to where you are, your position? And I say no, that's not the only route. It was your route, but that's not the only route.
I agree.
Well,
I know a lot of young men who have a lot of
since you're a man, right? Tell me another route. See, I mean, I'm just saying, you're a man. Please tell me another route.
I'm not a man, but
Okay.
speaking,
So
let me
you know,
finish. You've spoken for like 20 minutes, still going.
Same sentence.
Energizer Bunny, give me just a moment.
you said y'all take those shots.
I'm not a man, but in speaking with other men, because there are other men besides Mr. Logic who gives phenomenal information, which we appreciate, but your perspective isn't the only perspective, is all I'm saying. It's your route, but it's not the only route. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And then we see what, you know what? You have the man. But what you have is how many of the men really keep it funky with y'all. Y'all is so easy to lie to. And then y'all, like I said, y'all love the liars. Y'all love the liars because the liars tell you that, and I'm not talking about the women on this panel. I'm saying women in general. They love the liars because the liars going to tell them what they want to hear. The liars give them that comfort food instead of giving them healthy food. Liars don't give you what's healthy for you. They give you what's comfortable to you. That's why even in the black community, the liars and the preachers are the most appreciated in our community from our women. But it is what it is. But see, I get up here and I tell y'all the God and the truth. Because I got niggas that got married when they was 18, right? And guess what they was doing at this point right now? I go out with them. You know what they trying to do? Smash. It's like, what the fuck you doing, bro? Man, I'm trying to get away. Let's go to the MGM. I said, bro, nah, I'm chilling. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to be doing. I have to talk niggas out of this shit. But these are ones that run around saying, oh, I love her, I love her, I love her, because they did it too young. They didn't eat. They didn't get their weight up. And that's what we said now. That's the problem with the black community. But go ahead. Y'all got it.
Well, can I just ask you a question? Do you think it's just that, or is also a level of not having to learn self-discipline? See, my mindset on this, and I know I'm not a man, and I'm not trying to speak for a man, but I am speaking on human behavior in terms of when you consistently do something over and over again, you build a habit. And then to just think that when you build the habit, one day, once I get married, that habit is just going to completely stop. My thing is, you have to practice discipline in order to be disciplined. You know what I'm saying? And so when we're pushing this message to young men to say, go ahead and smash as much as you can, as many women as you can while you're in your 20s, just get it. You got to eat. And then all of a sudden think that they are going to be prepared to be faithful husbands after they say I do is, I mean, I think it's unrealistic. You have to already prepare yourself. You already got to be in that mindset and practice self-discipline, because once you get married, there's still going to be deer running around.
I agree. And, it's definitely a double standard mistaken where, we are conditioned to have to be the wife before we're actually the wife, while men are out here just doing whatever and thinking that their behavior is not going to transcend into other aspects of their lives where it's like it's just completely compartmentalized, and it's not. You have to be the husband before you're actually the husband as well. These are qualities, to Mistaken's point, that again you are not born with. These are skill sets that have to be learned. And so Logic, you know, you were even on the panel a couple of weeks ago where you're talking about that young women are not taught by their mothers how to be wives. And so that same dynamic is lacking when it comes to young men as well, not being taught by their fathers how to be husbands. And so again, these are qualities that have to be developed and skill sets that have to actually be applied. And so to Mistaken's point, you can't just go out here acting an ass and then thinking that one day you're just going to be walking in the Holy Grail. It just doesn't work like that.
I agree, Della.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, gentlemen.
Welcome, you guys.
Hello, gentlemen. Welcome to
Hello,
the
hello, ladies.
What's going on?
Did you guys have anything that you want to say to
Logic,
us?
your audio's not working.
Somebody has the echo. Somebody.
It's Logic, but his audio's not working. His mic's not working.
Can I just ask a question? What is the definition of capping? I mean, and the reason is because I thought it was something else, but every time I see it, it's not necessarily used consistently. So I just want to know what is y'all definition of capping? Because anytime anybody says something different, you see a bunch of people saying capping. So I'm just trying to figure.
Yeah, capping mean full of shit.
It really means that they have not experienced the same thing you've experienced, so they think that you're lying about your shit.
No, capping mean full of shit. So if somebody saying you're capping,
Right,
they
yeah.
telling you full of shit.
Right. But a lot of times that really is what it is. They be like, oh, she capping. It's like, am I really? Are you
If somebody needs, I just didn't get saying that people need to practice self-discipline. I didn't understand how that's capping. How is that full of shit? Everybody should practice, not just men. Everybody needs to learn self-discipline.
So do you tell the Lions and do you tell the Lions and the Jaguars they need to practice self-discipline?
You're not. That's what sets us apart from animals.
Wait.
No, they are Lions and Jaguars. That's
and they do have
why she just can't answer the question? I'm just saying. No, do you tell Lions to practice self-discipline?
I do. Mumu has discipline. She knows not to hop her ass up on this countertop.
No, Mumu is not a lion. That's a little cat.
She's a fierce lioness.
Okay. See why y'all can't? But why y'all can't answer? No. Why don't y'all why don't y'all all go and take y'all ass to Africa and tell the lions, hey, practice self-discipline. Right? And you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna replace your ass for antelope. They're gonna replace your keep on. You know not to do that because it's a part of their nature.
But again,
it's a part of their nature. Wait. Can I just please finish?
They have
no, they do not. No,
yes,
it's part of their nature.
No, they do have discipline because there is a hierarchy in that clan. And so, yes, you do have the lioness and then you have the lion that is the leader of the pride. And there is discipline that is established in that pride. So to say that animals do not have this established hierarchy is kind of like a lack of
I did not say they didn't have a hierarchy. I said, do you tell them, hey, not to hunt, do not kill that little no, she's so.
But I'm wondering my question.
Are you talking to lions?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I would tell that lion to spare that animal.
They don't have the same cognition as us. So why on earth would I go and have a?
I'm telling you, I just asked. My whole point I'm making before y'all derail it.
Right? I can talk to a man and ask them a question. I can't talk to a lion and ask them a question. That's a dumb
and at a stage when he's a cub, right? He will lie to you, but as soon as you go to sleep, guess what he gonna do? The same thing that he doing right now, texting them hoes.
No one is saying that.
You put him on blast like that.
No, that's right. I know that's right.
Somebody just said lions are loyal. Are they loyal?
Very much so.
They have a lioness, not that several.
Very much so.
Okay, well, tell that to all the animals that they eat. The lions are loyal. Guess what you're gonna get?
We're talking
They're
about when it
loyal
comes
to
to
each other,
mating.
logic, to their own pride.
We're
not to
not
the
talking about
animals.
mating, but I'm talking about eating. Eating. That's what we're talking about. Eating.
They're eating
So
to
look at look at
survive.
the antelopes as a piece of pussy,
You just lost
and
me.
look at us as lions.
We're
It's in the field. We gonna eat.
getting lost in the
No,
sauce.
Get
I'm hinking up though.
get the analogy correct,
Welcome
We had
Hinking
please.
this
Up Show to the
conversation
show. We get
earlier.
lost in some sauce about some hierarchy in Lion Kingdom.
Hey, Hank, you got
Hi,
anything to
Hinking Up
add?
Show.
to
Welcome.
Okay, you guys. Did you guys have anything you wanted to add? We've heard Logic.
I'll
We
leave.
do
We
it
ain't
every
gotta
week.
tell
We welcome it every week. But go ahead.
But I agree
Peace
with
out. Y'all have a good night.
You're not leaving. Stay. Just
You
mute
said you agree with everything Logic says?
No, I didn't say everything. I said a lot of things.
Okay.
A lot of things. But as far as discipline, now man shouldn't have a discipline until he get married. Why? Why didn't he have that type of sexual? Now I don't know what type of discipline y'all talking about. Y'all talking about sexual discipline, I assume.
What kind of discipline? Yeah, what discipline
Okay,
are you
now
talking about?
he don't really have to have none. Not till
He
he's
does not
married.
have to be disciplined. That's what we teach our men, which is
Not till he's married.
But I think that's the problem, though. That's the problem with our men is that they don't have discipline. Discipline is not something that is compartmentalized. This is a practice. It's a behavior that you execute in every aspect of your life.
But I'm talking about sexual discipline.
Well,
I don't think he needs to have sexual discipline. Now,
why would you say that?
as long as he protects himself and doesn't go out there and get a woman pregnant, he's fine.
Do you have the same expectation of a woman?
No, she shouldn't be undisciplined sexually. Because now she's become that 304 y'all talking about.
She ain't gotta tell you. You don't know.
Oh well, I know. Hey, I'm not looking to ask though. We talked about this on LaPeef and Son. I'm not looking to ask because I know you're gonna lie to me. Women live a lie, and they love to live a lie.
And men don't live a lie. We just heard a guy tell a girl that he was looking for a wife, but he
I
told
don't have no problem with that. If she's a hoe, he should lie to a hoe.
he doesn't listen. You don't know if she's a hoe or not. You're trying to make her a hoe. That's the problem.
Let me say this.
Listen. First of all, y'all call any woman who's trying to come to you, she could be coming to you correctly, a hoe. He lied to her, not the other way around. We don't know. So she could be coming with good intent, but he just lied to her, manipulated her. Okay.
All that could be true. But if he's telling the truth what he's saying, and they all know three of them are
he's a different chick. This girl is different.
No. Then she's a hoe. Because what woman right now would be okay with a guy you seeing dating multiple women unless you a hoe?
It's not the same girl. This is a new girl. She's not.
I understand what you're saying, but if I'm dating you and I'm telling you I got Mistaken, Mika, and Tan, I got all three of y'all, and I'm letting all of y'all know I'm dating all three of you. What woman in her right now will be okay with that?
I agree, but what it sounds like to me,
a straight up hoe will be okay with that.
Because of the question she asked, it seemed like she missed the first half of the show because she clearly asked him, was he looking for a wife? He had already answered that question.
I don't care about her. I'm talking about the other three he's talking about. You talking about the fourth?
Okay, yeah. I mean, we're not talking about those.
No, I don't care about.
Do we honestly think that they really know? Like he really honestly told them.
We can only go by what the man say, right? Yeah. That's all we can do. Go by what the man say. Trust.
Well, he said that he don't be telling.
That's what he said. Now I'm just going by what the man say, and if that's what he's saying is true, and they all know about it, they're hoes.
Hey, I have a question for you. Go ahead,
yes, ma'am.
No, go ahead, Team.
Okay. I was going to ask, you said if she's a hoe, lie to the hoe.
Yes, ma'am.
But my thing is that you lying would be a reflection of your character. Would you agree?
No.
So you don't have any account. Hold on, Link, but let me ask you. So you don't have any.
It's Hink.
Hink. My apologies. Hink. So are you saying that you don't have any accountability for how you choose to show up?
Because if she's a hoe, you don't have to lie to her. She's going to give you what you want without you having to lie.
But whether she's a hoe or not, if you're lying, that would be reflective of your character, not hers.
No, I'll be following suit with what she's doing because she's living a lie. A hoe's living a lie.
You don't know
That's
that.
fine, but that's fine.
Let me
My
tell
question
you.
is directly in regards to you and your behavior. If you are the one that's lying, is that not reflective of your behavior, your character?
If she shows me,
You're
if
talking
I,
about her. We're talking about you, the lie.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
If you prove to me and you show me that you're a hoe and you got hoe ways, then I'm going to lie to you. But if you're a lady and you act like a lady and you carry yourself like a lady, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be straight up and honest. You're going to know everything you need to know about me. I won't tell you no lie. I'm going to be all true and all real with you. But if you're a hoe, then I'm going to treat you as such. And you don't deserve the truth. Because if you coming to me lying, deceiving me, trying to get over on me, you a hoe. And I'm going to treat you like that. So no, I'm not going to tell you the truth. If we going on a date, you wearing this weave, this long ass eyelashes, these talons, all this wig, you're a liar. You're not being honest.
What if you ask her and she tells you it's a wig? That's not a lie.
That's what but you're telling me this ain't me. I'm not real, right? I don't want to be with you. I don't want to deal with you. You live on a lie.
I understand where you're coming from. I guess
all of this makeup you put on the facade, you're not being honest. I want you uncut.
Don't you think that
take that beard
women,
off and let's see what it look like?
Don't you think that women would like you uncut as well?
What you say, ma'am? I'm sorry. Oh, you said what? No, I'm worried what you said. It was a joke.
She said, cut that beard. She wants to see what that face looks like.
Be real. All real.
Cut it off.
Cut it off.
What you look
so
like?
we can see you.
Look, it's real because I grew it. It's mine. It belongs to me. I didn't pay for it. I didn't have to purchase it. The Lord blessed me, and now I'm blessing you.
I absolutely, you're
I agree with that, but some people look different without the beard.
And a lot of people look different without that makeup too, and with all that lashes and them talents. And
so I have a question.
I want you to be real with me. Yes,
so
ma'am.
are you saying, because you mentioned we were talking about hoes and then you mentioned not being real. Are you equating someone who has fake hair, fake nails? I'm assuming the talents equate to fake nails.
Yes, ma'am.
Lashes. Are you calling a person who wears all of that a hoe? Does that equate to the same thing? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm calling them a hoe because of the way they act and the way they carry themselves. It's more than just all this fake shit that makes them a hoe.
So how does one carry herself to be a whore in your mind?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Why does one carry herself to be a whore in your mind?
That's the question you got to ask the ladies. I have no idea.
No, so it's in your mind though, because just because you think it doesn't mean it's necessarily the truth. So I'm trying to see in your mind when you meet a woman, what besides her sleeping with you or sleeping with people, what characterizes her off the bat as a hoe? I'm gonna treat her like a hoe because she's a hoe.
Her conversation, the way she, like I said, she carries herself. If I'm hearing about she has multiple people that she's been with.
But you wouldn't know that off the bat, though. You would definitely not.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna
unless you live like a small town.
I'm gonna investigate because first of all, your social media is gonna tell me a whole lot. Yeah,
people
the way
be
you
looking on their social media.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
People be having sex on their social media.
You know, it's not about the sex. It's about how they act and how they carry themselves. She may be a virgin, but if you're out here in the club all the time, all up on somebody, I'm gonna question that. And I'm gonna put you in the whole category.
Well, I'm still trying to wait for your answer for what Della I'm sorry, King. I'm finished. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was done.
I was just gonna say I'm still waiting for your answer in the question that Della had asked you, because hearing what you said, you saying based on the person's actions is what's gonna determine and let you know if that person's a hoe or not. Yes, so based on your actions, saying that because I met this woman, I look, think that she's this way, so I'm going to lie to her and treat her any old way. What does your actions say about you and your character?
Then I'm just taking advantage of the opportunity.
Like, why even share the way you were coming across and talking about it? Why even share your energy with that person? Like, I'm sitting here trying to figure out, like, what's the point?
I'm only going to share for that moment. I just need you 20 minutes, and then I'm going to send you with a mint, and I'm going to get on about my business.
So
So
let me ask you a
ladies, let
question.
me
It
ask
just
y'all a
seems like
question.
so even in the chat, what it seems like it's okay for men to down women, but when a question comes about down in their character and how they're acting, that there's a problem. On this
And
channel, we do both. We're gonna
you
point out
you more than welcome.
We're gonna sit here and call women accountable. Yes, women need to close their legs. They need to act like ladies. Absolutely. But we're gonna also call out the men. So if you don't like that, you
I
know,
don't have no problem, man.
like
I
not
don't
you,
have
not
no
you.
I'm
problem.
I'm
not
just
talking
saying,
about you.
not you. So
Oh, okay.
it can't be one-sided, like, oh, men are doing everything right and women are doing, it's everything wrong. We're gonna call out both. So in that situation, you said something that prompted her to ask you, well, that sounds like wrong meeting wrong. You understand what I'm saying? So she called out your character flaw and you were calling out hers. You understand? So it was just pointing two things out. We understand what you're saying. If she's acting like a hoe, okay, you're going to treat her like a hoe. Okay. But at the same sense, you were a liar, which is also a character flaw. Okay.
I
So
have
we're
no
pointing
idea.
both of them out.
I have no problem with that.
You have no problem being a liar?
I don't have no problem with you thinking I'm a liar. If you're a hoe,
No, I'm not
if
thinking
you're
you're
calling me a
lying. You
liar,
are.
I'm lying to you. I'm not going to be honest with you.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Like,
Oh
you
yeah,
have
I'm gonna lie to
you
you.
have no problem being a liar.
Because
Yeah.
first things first, I don't leave with my money, right? So I'm not gonna come and I normally dine at a restaurant like this, but all of a sudden I'm gonna take a woman out and now she's all about what type of car I drive or how much money I spend. No. Because now I know your intentions. You let me know you have hoes intentions. I don't need you. That's
You
why
sound
any
so
first
hurt.
date
You
that I
sound
take,
hurt. Like this has
angry.
happened to you so many times. You sound hurt. Like, has this
I'm not
happened to
hurt.
you so many
Look
times?
here, I'm just educating men. I'm just letting these guys know.
On what?
Educating them on what?
See,
I've
this
got
is
dust that I would like to deliver.
go ahead, Dusto.
Dusto has been patiently waiting.
Thank you for your patience, Dusto.
Come on, deliver the
Um,
dust, Dusto.
Unfortunately, I'm an equal opportunity duster. So I'm gonna start with the ladies because they spoke first. Then Hank, I'd like to volunteer you to the Dust Bowl. You dusted, my friend, and it just is what it is. You dusted. I've been on and off, and I think it was Team Della talking, or somebody was talking about the women have been building and they've got their own, and they got their own business company corporation.
That was me.
Here's the deal: most women ain't got no money. They don't. Their independence and all of we got this and we're these large skyscrapers with women-owned business. No, most of them ain't got no money. Like 3% of them make 100 grand. And even if they have money, guess what they need? Because most women have kids. Let's be real. Those black women, they got kids. They don't have a man. That's the problem. Because we are seeing how this keeps ending up. Like how everything keeps going upside down, backwards, and like failure. Then they're saying, well, we want the man. But then they want everything. And the men are saying, we only ask for a few things. And every time they ask for something, hey, can you stop with these damn electric wigs? No. Can you go to the gym just once every 6 months? No. Hey, can you cooperate and just listen and so we can work together? No. So women over there with kids, men over there somewhere at the gym. Or some have kids, some got the 6 wives that are left, scrambling for those. And it's getting worse by the day. That's how it's looking. Now, Hank, my friend, and this is the ladies and the women. So there's younger men, 18, 20, 22 years old, and there's younger women. And they say, and you ask the question, do you want to be married? They say yes. Say when? Oh, when I'm older. That's a problem. If a dude is 18 or 21 years old, he wants to get married, or a woman is, especially for a woman, oh my God, she's 20 years old. I want to get married, but I don't want to get married till I'm 29. One question. What are you going to be doing from ages 20 to 29? You've already said, I don't want to be married. That means you're not going to be dealing with any husband-minded men. They're eliminated. You don't want to marry them. So if you're not dealing with husbands, who are you dealing with? Raw Dog Ronnie, Big C, F Boy Smith, Big Dick Tony, and the train crew. What happens in those 9 years that you spend dealing with these fools? pregnant, AIDS, COVID, blisters growing out your back, wigs flapping off in the sky, drama and trauma, busting wigs, and crazy. And that's what we keep seeing with the 30 and up women. They're out of control, miserable in therapy on couches, getting IVs stuck in their legs. This ain't it. Why do you keep telling younger women, wait till you're 46? What are they going to be doing for 20 years? Then, Hank, young man, you know what? Young man, you don't want to get married yet. Just go run out and play in the streets. Don't look for it ain't but 4 wives left. The women are out of control. There's no wife. You got to go from here to Oklahoma in a bunker to find one because they said no to everything. So why would you tell them to go deal with the hoes? Yeah, just wrap it up. Just they're not built for it.
Look, they're
going to go loose, get drunk, bust raw in them, and they're going to be, the system, man. White supremacy system, the child support. Why would you tell them to do this? Why would you tell a man, just go bust it down and start lying to her? Now he got his windows busted out his car and can't get to work. His meat caught on fire. Why would you tell somebody to do this? What are we doing? I'm done. I'm checking into rehab. I'm done.
Thank you,
Desto.
I hope you recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Desto.
Oh,
I
man, he's crazy
appreciate
as hell. He's crazy as hell. Tam, what was you drinking earlier?
Let me guess. I'm wrong, right? I'm simping?
No, I agree with you.
No, nobody said anything.
No one said you're wrong. No one said
That's
you're
what we
wrong.
have. That's what we said.
What was you drinking, Tam?
It's gone now.
Shit.
Everybody always want to know what's in my cup.
I got to know you look like you was happy about it.
Some juice. It was
I know,
juice.
that's right.
Mhm.
And little gin.
No gin. I don't drink. That's CC. CC drink gin.
Oh, okay. Well, Cece, the one with the middle fingers on her shirt. Damn. You come for violence, didn't you?
I chose violence today. I wanted to be chose.
GNC protein shake.
How do you say
2
you
grams
won't
of
be
fat,
chose, but you come for
25 grams of
violence?
protein,
Because I'm
130 calories.
oxymoronic.
It'll keep you from getting fat.
That's why I don't think nobody asked you.
No,
What you
no
was
one
drinking.
even hears you, but no one on this panel is struggling with.
I don't think nobody asked you what you was drinking, but thanks though. Premier Protein is a better one. If you,
I almost thought you were to go through this
protein
entire
shake, Premier
conversation and
Protein
not bring up weight, but you never disappoint me. You
can't
always
help
bring
himself.
up weight. Always.
So what did you guys think about what Desto said, or even what he
Fat.
Can somebody just summarize it real quick? Because I had to step out. Just like a 3-sentence summary, just so I can know what the gist of what he was talking about.
Not me.
So one of the things that he was talking about was the conversation that we were having with Logic when it comes to entrepreneurial women and their dynamics in the relationship with men. And so Desto had basically was on board with what Logic was saying, which I think you kind of missed the point that was being made, Desto. So if I'll respond to it, the point that was being made was, when we're talking about, he was talking about choosing women at Popeyes or choosing women at Walmart because they don't have
I disagree with that, but go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Because they don't have a plan or anything of their own going on. So when a man with a plan comes into play, they're cool with just dropping everything that they have and hopping on to his plan and riding with his plan. Whereas when you have women that did not find that man before they have established their own plan. And now they've put in the same amount of effort, the same amount of work to not only build, but execute a plan the same way that a man did. Now, when the man comes along, she's expected to drop everything that she has built for that man. And so I'm saying that the dynamic is very different when you have an unestablished woman coming into a plan with a man versus an established woman. So that was the point that I was making.
I actually disagree on both sides with that one. Just because she's at Popeyes and ain't got no money. Actually, if you look on Divorce Court and Ratchet.com, It's the brokest women that are raising the most hell. They're doing it unclassy. But then the ones that are super careered out, they're just doing it in a classy way and they can afford better attorneys. So it's more look for a character, not an income and all this other stuff. But it's a false narrative that just because the woman makes all this money, she's going to be this person. That's not necessarily true. But it's not like because she's broke, she's going to submit. No, they're broke for a reason. There's a reason that they're broke working at Popeyes at 26. And you kind of don't want to find out.
So how do you go about choosing your women, Dusto? So in your 20s, what was your choice? Like, what were you doing? Like, because I mean, you made a very valid point that from 20 to 30, because they want to get married at 29, and you were talking about the male gentleman. So what was your process?
Okay. Unlike, I don't know what other people got on, but I don't mind actually telling the truth. Because every man on YouTube makes $500,000 a week. They got 78 ladies. And if they're married, they got all these super cooperative spouses cooking in the kitchen. We know. They're all perfect. They never took an L before. We know. Just like all women, their body count is 2 or less. We're aware. 3 kids, but the body count ain't but 2. We know. Uh-huh. But here's reality.
You have the kid by the same man.
That man, with the riddle, come through with the riddle answer.
Well, I understand what you're saying. You're right. It's a lot of.
We know what she meant though. They got 3 different baby daddies, but they body count is 2.
Now here's the deal. If I'm not married, therefore I missed something. So I say it. I'm single. I don't have a wife. So can I sit up here and say I'm perfect and I had everything figured out? No. But I can say in my relationships, I haven't had all this crazy stuff, busted windows and all that. No, I never had all that. No. So my 20s, I fell for the system scam. I went and asked married people who got married in 68 and 72. And they said, my brother, if you're loving that woman right, she's going to fall deeply in love. And I fell for it. And went to college and they were out of control. So then went through Red Pill Rage for a little bit because they crazy, man. Then moved to Houston, started actually having some success with women. But I was always behind, like the understanding thing. So I can get decent women, no problem. Get pretty women, no problem. But during some better years in early 30s, got this beautiful, cute woman ready to rock. I didn't fully know what to do. Like the full female natures and all this other stuff. I didn't know this stuff. So I could only get to a certain level before there's problems. And I didn't properly know how to communicate. I was more communicating like a man to a woman, which doesn't work. I didn't know how to actually sit down and listen, understand that they think different, they operate different. So I was lacking emotional intelligence. So in a matter of time, she's starving emotionally. She's going to go run out in the sky somewhere. And I'll be single listening to Keisha Cole and Brian McKnight CDs. That's what ended up happening. And over time and time, start to learn more and more and more. Okay, women think different, this. Unfortunately, during that time, women just keep getting bigger, more kids and more masculine and just.
God, you had me.
You had us, and then you just messed it up.
I was with you.
That's a big girl.
Yeah.
So it's like if I could put
He got
that was the first time that I was like, oh, I'm
big woman.
No,
you can be honest. This is a safe space. I think you kind of low key like big women.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think you do.
What's your
or it was either a big woman that hurt him. So
yeah,
now
he got a Lizzo post in his room.
Yeah. She hurt me when she stepped on my toe.
This is a safe space. No one
she hurt me when she sat on my lap.
And we feel like
no one is judging.
We feel like you're gonna end up with a big woman because you have some infatuation.
No,
he does.
All right, you guys.
You might already had one.
Harrison.
You want me to read the super chat?
If y'all got room.
Yes,
No, we do not.
Thank you for the
He's trying to get on if y'all got room. The Valerie Too Tight. Love the show, ladies. Y'all the reason why I went to the live show in ATL after only signing a show a few weeks prior. Keep shining, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
El Nixon, the voice of reason. Thank you again. Men have to really, Dusto? Have a little respect, just a little bit.
Read the super
No, you're not. Men have to show up doing husband things, protect, provide, etc. Women won't submit, etc. until marriage. So it's something you'll eventually or maybe get. Thank you, El Nixon. Congo. I have a question for Tan. Far left, bottom left, under Tam. He got a question for you, but what is it?
Congo does that every
You
time.
always do
Why
that.
did you always do that?
Question, but you don't put
No,
a
Congo.
Mr. BX87, Ashante, do women tell the men in their friend zones that they will never have any chance to be with her? Or are you using these men for free meal resources? Oh, that's
Oh, he's trying to be
specific.
funny. First of all, you're
Previous
talking about my
conversation.
friend. He's trying to be funny. Listen, he's not free. Well, we friend zone each other. And let me just tell you this. Let me just stop. No, we're
Lies.
transparent with each
Listen to
other.
these lies. Look, man.
We are transparent with each other. Yes, when a person is in a friend zone, we make it very clear what I do. You know why I do, at least. I can't speak for anybody else. Because I know it says Shantae, but I'm pretty sure he wants to hear that answer from everybody.
No, that was specific for a previous show, is what I think.
For
that
Shantae, yes,
For
I do. Yes, I do.
She's Gabby.
Deb Will, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Get those likes up, subscribe. Thank you so much.
Hey,
Deb
can I
Will.
read the super chats next time?
No.
That
It will
ain't
be
right.
somebody who's a member of the show. No.
I am a member of the show.
He's like, you know, an honorary.
I've been green for a minute.
Thank you for participating, Dusto. But no, you're not a panelist, like a regular.
You said a member.
You're not a Chic critique.
You're not a Chic critique panelist, so no, you
But
cannot
actually,
read.
I am critiquing the cheeks and the sheiks and the stuff. So
Okay, that's great. So L. Nixon, the voice of reason, it's the same as two young people dating since junior high. They haven't experienced enough to satisfy that curiosity that comes with temptation.
I don't think that's necessarily true. You have some people where that person is enough for them and they're enough. And I've seen it and it's worked and they're happy. They have so it's definitely possible.
Harrison Davis, thank you again. Fantastic perspective, my 757 brother. Never thought of it that way. Who's from 757?
That would be Dusto.
Dusty. Thanks, you guys, for all of the super chats. We appreciate you. I hope none came in while we were.
I think one came in. I saw one.
Oh, okay. So here's
Ricky. Good evening, ladies. Keep shining. Hey, Tam.
Tam is the chat favorite. Tam. Ow.
Really?
And we love and support it.
You are.
Oh, when I do get married, I'm going panel to panel, and I'm shaming everybody. I'm ashamed of chat.
Be prepared to be shamed back. It
2
works.
days after I get married, I'm
Do you have anybody in your life now, Dusto, that you're currently vetting?
Not really, but if I did, I would tell you anyway.
Oh, no. The reason I asked because you said when you get married, so I just assumed that maybe you're, in line to do that right now.
It's okay.
That's all.
You got that big woman. Dusto, tell about that big woman.
No, absolutely not. But if a woman did come and present himself and say, I actually want to not be like the rest of them and get married and stuff, it wouldn't take 4 years it wouldn't take all that.
I have an honest question for you, Dusto. Say you have a big woman.
No.
No.
He doesn't even want to visualize.
No. Listen. So you have a woman who approaches you who's on her fitness journey, and she's lost a significant amount of weight, and she has goals to lose more. To be put into a position where she is a size that you desire, is that still somebody that you wouldn't talk to?
No.
Are you that shallow though? Are you that shallow?
Most men are. Yes.
Are you that shallow though to not
and
meet that person's personality to see
Mika,
they may be the one for you?
Mika,
Maybe that's why you're missing out.
But to be honest,
Mika, I can answer that.
Would you date a big guy?
No, I can answer that very easily. Because I was on another panel. I think Bruiser invited me over, and they were asking what qualifications should a man have? They went through all this. Yeah, this. Then they asked me, well, tell me about me. So I told them everything about me. It was a whole list. So what are you looking for? Soon as I just said, well, a woman who weighs, I couldn't even finish the sentence. Ha ha! So 5 pages of stuff that I got to do and I got to be. And the first thing I ask for, and that's just a woman to take care of her own damn self. And it's too much. And you're telling me women know that men want pretty women. That's what they want. It's never been a secret that dudes were hiding. So if a woman's 32 years old, they've been an adult for 12 years, and they come out here looking like that. Just any kind of way.
Did you point to Hink?
No, just pointing in the sky. Just that. They just come out looking like anything.
See, I don't think it was
12 years of preparation to be a wife. 15 years of preparation to be a wife, and they come out looking almost like a man with a wig.
Damn.
It's unacceptable. But you tell a man to take 20 years to get his income, abs, finances, meat got to go from here to the next block. All this stuff.
That's too much.
I mean, I definitely have to agree with Dustin on this one, though.
They come out here 414 pounds talking about.
I don't really think that's a lot to ask. I think that they're tripping right now.
I don't think so.
And it's for their own damn self. You
No,
can't
it's
deliver
not.
my baby with an oxygen tank. It doesn't work.
It's nothing wrong to have your preference of what you like, but what I'm saying is you're not even giving that woman opportunity. Like she said, she's working. That woman may be working on herself, working out, and her personality is there's pretty beautiful big women. So there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying
he said come back when she gets small.
I can't get one thing. I've asked for one. I didn't even get to the other ones. I can't ask for one.
But she is loving herself if she's working on herself. And
let me ask you a question though. I have a question now. It's off of that. So let me. This is not me. I'm gonna take myself out of the situation.
No, you can't.
I'm going out. Yes, I am, because I don't want to get chewed out for asking this question. So I hear what Justo is saying. He wants her to already be in shape because he's visually. So what is the difference between that and a woman wanting a man already to not date a man who's making under 40?
There is no difference. So I 1000% agree with Dusto in the sense that, you know, we all have our standards. We all like what we like. And there's nothing wrong with that, you know, and if to speak for myself, like, you know, we talk about it all the time where it's like, you know, I don't work out, but I'm very intentional about the way that I eat. It's important for me to have somebody by my side that is intentional about living that similar lifestyle as well. And that just talks about, you know, to the cohesiveness in the relationship. And I don't think that there is anything wrong with that. I don't think that it's shallow to say that you don't want to be with someone that doesn't share the same standards that you share. Because it's a difference. There is a difference between somebody who does not care about their health and someone that does.
I just had a question for Dusto. That's all. I mean, it's not. No, that was it. That was the question.
One, I didn't even get to the other couple of things. And all the things I'm asking for are stuff they're supposed to do anyway for their own selves.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Ask about all other things.
So we have other people who want to join the show. So
yeah, they can click the link and I can move one person down and move them up. Okay. And that person would just be in the waiting room.
Okay, great.
Let me know when I'm terminated. But
you know, I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with people having preferences. We all have preferences up there.
One man.
You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing wrong with it. Like one of my preferences for the future business Inc., you know, she got to get on my plan as far as one pot. I mean, and some people just not for that. They don't believe in that.
One pot. What you say? All the money goes into the one pot.
Yes, ma'am. One pot.
So she can't have a separate account.
No, we're not doing that.
Okay.
We're not doing that.
CC, I got a question.
I just asked a question.
No, you good. I'm good.
You say it's gonna calm down. Everybody calm down.
No, I just asked a question. I was getting clarification.
We just all need to take a shit.
I ask no questions. Let me just cover up the middle finger.
Okay,
that's throwing me off. That's throwing me off because when you say something, I feel like you come for violence, and then I feel like there was a violent question.
I'm
CC, but go ahead.
So what's your
I got a
question for me, love?
You asked this man to take 15 to 20 years to do everything. What does he get in return? Because y'all are telling him to take everything that you want him to take. Take the big girl, take the baby mama, take this. Take the money. I gotta have my own pot of money.
Let me ask you,
What
but
does he get?
according to him, he's asking for her to help provide, right?
No, one thing is, why is everything that a man asks for automatically?
I never said that though. I never said that you can't have preferences. I'm saying
what's being implied.
Specifically about weight for you because you have an infatuation about talking about it. So I give you a scenario at which potentially we can get you to your goal. That's the only thing that I was asking.
No, see, I didn't get to the like cooking and cleaning. They can't cook. They'll burn a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and they'll burn the Kool-Aid if you let them.
Listen, Dusto, I agree with you. I agree, like basic qualities are lacking. We talk about this on the show, and we hold women accountable all the time.
But
we're not talking to people that doesn't agree with you that there are women who cannot cook, cannot clean, and do basic things. Shantae said that people need to go to school and learn how to be a woman and take etiquette classes. We've talked about this. We've talked about the fact that there are no examples in the household. So you could go on and on and on and on about what you don't want. And we understand that you have preferences about what you don't want. But again, it's a problem. But what do you want? I think you focus a lot on the negative, but what do you want?
When I say I want something, the automatic thing, because you know it is about weight, is can you go without it? No, you can't have the weight. Can you take one of these 300-pounders? That's the first.
No one is saying you have to do that, Dusto, because we know because you bring up weight all the time. So I give it right back to you.
If I bring out weight all the time,
we know that weight means a lot to him. So it's something that it's a non-negotiable for him. It's okay. It's not a lot to ask. I mean, she should want to do it for herself. I do agree. So let's just not dwell on it's just it's non-negotiable and it's quite okay. But my question is
Hank said, oh, go ahead.
Hi, Humble Dad. Thank you for joining.
Good, Humble Dad.
And I'm gonna be done. So if she gives you everything that everything you want, right? Why is it that if women are hypergamous, if we're gonna stand on that whole thing, men are visual, women are hypergamous.
Define that for the people in the chat.
Why is it? And this is y'all. This is my job as the host. I have to bring these questions out. So listen. Why is it that you're asking her for her? Like, if you want her to be top notch, why do you get to lack on your part?
Who said I was lacking on a part?
Not you. I'm just saying in general, not necessarily a question just for you. I'm just saying for the panel.
Oh, it's not the women. It's not the men that are asking for all that. They're asking for something fair, something reasonable. Like, I don't want to raise two. Starting off, we got 3 kids walking around in my living room.
No, because there are women. Listen. Then don't choose those women. There are women who don't have children. So we're not gonna play like every black woman has kids. We have a panel. I'm the only person with children besides Tim who was married. The married people. So let's not play like they're just not single women out here who don't have children. So what I'm saying to you, if you found a woman who does not have children and she's fine, feminine, and all those things that you like, whatever it is that you like. But you are not necessarily everything that she likes. Okay. Why is it that she has to be everything that you like, but you can't be everything that she likes?
Is she being reasonable?
But how is that unreasonable?
No, okay. Here's the deal.
If you want a beauty queen, that's kind of beauty queens are kind of it just is unreasonable because guess what? People can't control how they came out the womb. They can't control their looks. Yes, they can control their weight, but they cannot control their looks. And majority of the men said she has to be attractive. The beauty does matter to men, right?
Oh, attractive and beauty queen are different.
But
a 6, 7, or 8 are different than a 9 and a 10.
Absolutely, it's subjective to you. But what I'm saying to you, I'm just not, and I'm not talking about you in general. I'm sorry, Dusto, because I know this is a weight thing for you. I'm not talking about you particularly. I'm just saying in general, because it's not for me. I'm asking a question to the panel. If you want the woman to, because beauty means a lot to a man. If you want the woman to be physically fit, you want the woman to be fine, friendly, and once you get that, are you able, or are you now saying that I have to be what she wants as well? Or are you saying, okay, she has to come with everything, but I can slide. I still need you to pay half of these bills. You understand what I'm saying? Because in the manosphere, they teach, oh, the man provides, he does this, he does that. And a woman is beauty standard, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So is it fair to say that they both should be doing their job? Or is just we're gonna put more pressure on the woman? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can answer it. I'm a reasonable man. I'm looking for a reasonable woman. I can take care of most of the bills at no problem. Why do I say most? Because she's probably going to be working. Because she's not working, what is she doing? There's no kids.
Okay.
While she's at the gym, I can cook. I can vacuum. I can do that stuff. I work from home. If we decide to have some monsters, I work from home. There could be one monster in the living room. I can wake up at 3 a.m. and tend to a monster or two. There's a rowing machine right there. There's some weights. There's a house being built that's going to have a screen room with a whole bunch of weights and everything in it. Whatever it needs to do to her to give it what it is that I need from her, I'm willing to do on my part, and I'm already ready to do that in advance. But the other stuff, can you take this and can you accept that? Can I have my own money on the side and go run out? No, that ain't no wife. If I'm going to give her a husband, I want a wife or nothing. Reasonable.
So you're willing to go. So thank you for yours, but I want to hear from the other guys as well, because you're saying you're willing to have a partnership. You're willing to do some of the things that will be traditionally, they say, a woman, the woman's duties.
Not like women's duty. My thing is this: meet woman. Woman says yes. I say yes. Cool. Now, can we work together? It doesn't have to be like the manosphere points. Well, you're beta because you're cooking a sandwich. That stuff. It's not that serious. I need her in the gym. I'll cook the sandwich. I'll mop the floor. I'll chase the monsters around. There's something I need that may be different, but I want it, and it's not negotiable. I'll work. I'll do this. I need her to do that, and we'll figure the rest out.
A partnership.
When you say partnership, is it implied with this 50-50 thing?
No, I mean, it's just what it is. It's not, I'm not down in it. It's nothing negative. I'm just saying that's what it is. I'm not saying it's a negative thing. Because most people are in partnerships. Let's just be honest. Most people are in partnerships.
When you say partnership, I'm just saying it's not a 50-50, but in agreement, yeah. But it's not negotiable.
Okay. So would it be fair for a woman to say that I want a man? It's just like it's fair for you to say that I want a woman to look a certain kind of way. Would it be fair for her to say, should we not place judgment on her if she says, well, I want a guy to be that
no, there's
guy?
No judgment.
Okay.
I don't want them wigs flapping around. Therefore, I'll pay to get the hair done. I'll cut the check. The nails and all that reckless stuff. If I got for her to go to the gym, $2,000, $3,000 gym fund per year if I need to. I'll pay that bill.
Gotcha. Anybody else wanted to ask?
Humble Dad, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Oh yes, Humble Dad.
I'm good. How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me okay?
Patiently.
Good. How are you?
Well, he joined it and it was in the middle of a question, so he's humbly.
Oh no, I'm good. I've been listening, riding home. You know what I'm saying?
Well, thank you.
It's been pretty entertaining. So I disagree with a lot of dudes on the panel. So it's some of y'all women too, but we'll go.
It's okay. We're not always right.
Call us out.
You can dust me off first.
Yeah, Dad, tell us.
Throw me in a dust bowl.
Tell us what.
Tell us your thoughts.
Yes.
Well, I think that most men are really not ready to be married. They just have talking points. You know what I'm saying? Personally, that's what I think. Just listening to dudes on a regular basis. They really just talking just to be talking. Like if you want to be married, in my opinion, I feel like you can find somebody. You know what I mean? As far as from a man's perspective. And then as far as with the women telling the men to be saying that they should have self-control as it relates to sex, why would you say that? Based on what particular standard? Right? That was my question to the women. Like you, and once you answer the question about morality, Then my question would be, how often do you think women would be okay with a man telling them no to sex?
Well, we agree with you on that.
You
Well,
agree with me on with what?
some of us did. Like I agree. I wouldn't if my man asked me for some.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and especially in
Okay.
the terms of when we were speaking on a marriage.
Yeah, if
But
I'm in a
I
marriage,
think
it's my
Humble
duty.
Dad is talking about when Hink was referring to a young single man that is 20 years old, how the guy that Logic brought on, that he shouldn't be telling him to practice dick discipline. Am I right, Humble Dad? Is that what you're referring to?
Right. Well, I think that dude should practice self-discipline, but that's because I believe in the Bible, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm asking, like, what's the standard for a woman to tell a man that he should have dick discipline? Right? Like, if a dude is not rocking with a particular standard, then why is he to be self-controlled when that is actually his nature, is to go out and get as many as he wants to?
Is the way that you behave, I feel like the way that you behave permeates every aspect in your life. And so if you are undisciplined, if you can't control your emotions, how are you supposed to be? I feel like being able to control your emotions is one of the first things that really, as human beings, we're taught, because as babies, we don't even have the capacity to speak. And so our parents are teaching us from infantry stages to be in control of our emotions. And so if you as an adult, whether that's a man or a woman, can't control your impulses, at what point are you not differentiated between an animal? Like that's what animals do. They can't control their impulses. And so it's like, if you can't be disciplined when it comes to sex, how are you disciplined in other areas of your life? Because that behavior, it's not compartmentalized, and it permeates every aspect of your life.
But let me ask you a question. What do people?
Well, let me respond to Team Della. First
Real
of all,
fast.
I enjoy your vernacular. All right, want to say that 100%. Right. So, second thing is that I agree with most of what you're saying, but I'm asking, why is it wrong? Like, where is it that you're saying that it's wrong for a dude to go and try to get as many women as he wants? Like, how is that deterring him from being able to be productive, to be successful, to get what it is that he wants to get to? Like, him having a lot of bodies doesn't stop him from getting to the bag.
Yes, it does.
So I kind of disagree. And the reason why I say that I disagree is because, you know, we talk about if his goal, right? And I think it all depends on what his intentions are. If his intentions is to be a husband, then ideally you would need to show up in that space before you're actually the husband. Like the millionaire was a millionaire before he actually had the $1 million. And it started from here. It starts from the way he was thinking, from the way that he was feeling, and then shows up in the way that he is acting in the now. And so when you talk about a man just going out and being completely undisciplined with the women, like how he's sleeping around, but wants to find a wife, you're not in the space of a husband. And so if you're not moving in the space of a husband, how will you possibly attract a wife? Or how would you find a wife? Because if we're talking about a man and his masculinity, he is seeking for a wife. So if you're just out here sleeping with a whole bunch of women and you with no intention of actually making them your wife, how are you at like it's not in alignment, I guess would be my whole point. And so it's not a matter of what's right or wrong. It's a matter of what are your intentions. And if you're looking for a wife, that's not what you should be doing.
I agree.
Right?
That's what I
We're talking about
agree
a
though.
20-year-old?
Like, yeah, like Hink is saying, like, but I'm saying, like, if you're looking to be married, then you should definitely have dick discipline for sure. You know what I'm saying? Okay, but I'm saying for the 20-year-old that's not looking to be married, now I still think he should be having dick discipline, but that's because of how I operate from my faith perspective. But if the dude is outside of the spectrum of having any standard as it relates to religion, how do you tell him that he should not do what he's doing, as far as trying to conquer as many women as he wants to. That's what I'm asking, because I don't think that most women really look for a man that has the religious aspect in a relationship. They say that's what they want, right? But I don't think that's what they're actually wanting, because if that was the case, then they would also operate in the same vein, which is currently, from what is being said, is that women are opening their legs to dudes on a regular basis in the generation that we're living in, right?
I'm just thinking about the fact that men are saying in every other aspect of my life, I can be disciplined. I can get the bag. I'm focused. That's all I'm going to do. I'm focused. I'm focused. I'm focused on those things. But the one thing that they feel that they should not be disciplined in is the sex thing. And I'm not saying that sex isn't important. I'm not saying it doesn't feel good. I'm not saying any of those things. But for me, as a woman, what I'm looking at is your character and how you express that through sex, in a sense. So if you are the type of man that I'm a bed any woman that allows me, I'm not saying that she doesn't have any responsibility, but I'm looking at you too and how you move it, because that's going to let me know that about your character. Like you're not going to be the one that you're looking for the things that come easy. Like that, those are some of the things that in my mind that I'm thinking, okay, he's looking for the things that are easy, or he's going to take advantage of a situation even if he doesn't need to. Like those are the things to me that is a making of a man. One of the biggest things about being a man is being self-disciplined in all areas of his life. So when you say I can just be self-disciplined in these things, but I'm a wild out on this one thing, to me that it shows your mindset. It's not just about the sex, is the character building that goes along with it. Like just because you can do wrong don't mean you should.
I agree. So the question is though, you're saying that for the woman, you're asking the man to be self-controlled. Got it, right? But as I've said before, Ricky said before, many others have said before, if women don't allow dudes to have sex, men can't have sex.
Pick me.
But that's about accountability.
So it's more important for the woman to be self-disciplined in the aspect of sex than it is for the man.
I agree with you. Women need to be self-disciplined. Absolutely. I agree with you, but it doesn't take the ownership from each person. Yes, women needs to be self-disciplined. Absolutely. They need to keep their legs closed. If they're seeking to have marriage, they don't need to be having sex with a bunch of people in general. Yes, they need to take ownership of that. But as a man, you should not place the responsibility on a woman for you to do right. Either you're going to do right or not. But you shouldn't look for somebody else to make you accountable, to hold you accountable.
Neither
you need to hold yourself accountable.
Yeah.
All right. So let me ask this. Let me ask this real quick, then, and I'll be done. So I agree that both should have self-control, right? I'm going with that statement, right? However, what I'm saying is it is much easier for a woman to say no than it is for a man to say no. You agree or disagree with that?
I disagree.
I agree.
What?
No, this is the reason I say that I disagree is because I think it's all about conditioning. So when you've been conditioned and been taught that you don't have to be disciplined in that one area, then of course it's going to seem difficult. But as women, we're trained, like it is conditioning that we shouldn't be doing it. So when you're conditioned in that mindset, yeah, it's going to be easy to say, I guess, say no, because that's your conditioning. So that's why it makes it harder for men, because you're told you shouldn't have to.
Literally.
I'm right there.
Let me ask you a question about that. So I think that men can have discipline. I mean, there are men, you guys have said it before, that aren't even given, you said only a few men are getting all this sex, right? So it's men who not even getting the vagina. Am I right?
I think they don't have a desire to get it though. I think it's different than
right.
you have the capacity to get it and you say
But what
no.
I'm saying is they're still alive. They can live without it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm on
They did
team
not die.
Meat.
Yes.
I'm just saying that I don't think that women hold the capacity to hear the word no. When a guy says, I'm talking about in general, that if a dude tells a woman no to sex,
that's sexy.
Okay.
It is.
Maybe, I mean, but in general, women have a hard time with rejection.
That is true. They don't like no at all.
But rejection,
Am I
first of all, rejection is two different things. So if you say no, I don't want to have sex with you because I want to get to know you. Nobody can knock that. You understand? Now, if you're rejecting her, now that's totally different.
But man,
they don't like either one. They don't like either one.
No, I don't want to have sex with you.
I mean, but men don't want to hear it either. I mean, you know,
that's not what I'm saying. Dudes have been living with rejection for a long time.
So have women. So have women.
No.
Yes, I would have to disagree, humble dad.
Okay, that's fine, but that's not a true statement.
Why wouldn't it be a true statement?
Because women specifically could literally call dudes, and a dude would say yes. Men do not have that. We just said that men don't have that luxury. Women have that luxury. I can't go in my phone and then any woman that I decide to say, "Would you sleep with me?" would say yes. Women, on the other hand, like probably 9.5 out of 10 dudes would say yes.
Correct.
And I'm saying that women have a hard time with because they know that they would have a hard time with rejection. So you're saying for a man that can barely get it, he needs to have sexual discipline, but a woman who can get it at any time, she needs to have the same discipline. Well, I'm just saying that women should say no more than guys because they have the more opportunities.
It's kind of like that narrative where we put out where we said that men should be the ones wearing the condom because they can get several women pregnant at the same time because they have the ability to do so. I think it's kind of like the same, just in a different area. He's right because you can sleep with any wife. Maybe you should just say no. I'm not taking accountability from the man because I know the woman like especially mistaken. She's gonna be like, no, that does not take away from the man. I'm not. I'm just saying he's absolutely right. I think that more women need to exercise the word no, not today.
I think the one thing we keep missing from this is that initially we were speaking about a 20-year-old man.
Yes.
And let's be honest, most 20-year-olds, men and women, aren't practicing any type of sexual discipline. Let's be honest. So although I
was a virgin at 20.
I see. Okay, Shantae.
So was
I. Okay. Although,
no, I really was 10. That was my roommate.
Yeah, so was I.
I'm sorry. What did you ask?
I was a virgin at 20.
Yeah, she was.
Okay. Although I see all sides of the argument, I think in order to have a certain level of discipline, that should also be starting within the home. Yes, if we're sending our children out into the world when they graduate high school, go off to college or wherever it is that they go, that discipline should start at home first. Then maybe you wouldn't have 20-year-old men just out here just sticking and poking and doing everybody that they can. But let's be honest. I think sometimes we tend to like to push things to the extreme. And I think we sometimes think that we're talking about all men of all ages, all women of all ages, when we were specifically talking about a 20-year-old. And I think 20-year-old women are not practicing sexual discipline either. Like we've all went to college.
I agree with what she's saying, but that's the problem. That is the problem.
We all went to college and we have seen, listen, when I think I was like a sophomore in college, and I think it was the freshmen that were coming in. This one girl before school even started. It was just a moving into the dorms where you move in a week early. She had already been ran through. Like dudes was talking about it. And I'm like,
What college you went to, Tim?
Damn.
She might
What
be
college?
watching. She might be watching.
What college you went to, Tim?
Tennessee State.
I went to Northern Arizona.
Oh.
But I'm saying though, it's like she was already ran through. I'm like, damn, school ain't even started. Like everybody ain't even here on campus yet. Like, girl, like
she like, even get like the upper class.
That had to be the football team then.
Like, girl, relax.
Yeah, we have a report in July.
When we're speaking of 20-year-olds, this is what's happening. So I think we need to think about that. It initially started out, we were speaking on a 20-year-old. So let's keep that in mind. We're talking about a 20-year-old male. So.
Let me ask you a question. Oh, well, no, not answer the question, but 651. I'm sorry, we overlooked it. Do you have any question or anything that you wanted to say?
Good evening. I'm just enjoying the conversation. Pretty much, I agree with 50-50 of what y'all saying. I can relate to some of the things Mr. Scan was talking about and Humble Dad was talking about. It's easier for a woman to have discipline than like Humble Dad said than a male. I was a late bloomer. When I was in high school, I wasn't out there like that. And then, it was easier for me to have discipline. But when I went off to a college, a PY, a predominantly white college, that's when I kind of got turned out. And, women was coming at me because I was an athlete. And I remember the first time I told a white girl, "Nah, I'm straight," and she just freaked out. Like she literally just freaked out, and it was just like she never understood the word no. But I wasn't interested in her because she was like ran through, and I just wasn't on that. So I kind of get this whole point of like once a guy, especially a young guy, once he start having sex, it's gonna be harder for him to have discipline. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't tell these young guys to not to have sexual discipline because let's be honest, a lot of time when a young guy do have kids, young age, a lot of time it set them back. They got to start working. They can't be in the school. They can't focus, baby mama, baby daddy issue. And that's the problem with our community now. There's no structure. So yeah, we can say, yeah, it's easier for a guy not to have this big discipline, but we got to break the cycle and we got to start telling these young men like, yo, get yourself situated first before you start having kids or strap up, tell the women like get on birth control. Like every woman don't need to be knocked down if she offering it to you. That's discipline. Like you got to focus on getting your money, focus on your health, focus on get your shit together. And I always tell a young guy, the women gonna come. You get your shit together, the women gonna come. Get your six pack, get your house together, make that money. Trust me, the women, as you get older, the women gonna come. So that's what I tell them guys now. I don't tell them to like rah have all the sex you can. That's toxic because not only he's mentally messing up himself, but we always talk about damaging women. These men, them same men, are damaging the women. They lying to them to have sex. They're in their 20s, the women fall in love, and now they toxic by the age of 30 because of what other guy just not having discipline doing. So we have to take accountability. It starts in the home. Like I said, we got to break the cycle, and it's up to us, the 80 babies. We got to break the cycle. We the parents now, so we got to tell the guys, young guys, hey, not every female, you need to be sticking your thing in. Tell the women like, yo, you don't need to be, slinging that thing around. So it has to be a happy medium. It has sex should be, should be structured in a way. I don't want to say it, but it got to be more responsible. So that's my take on it. But this is a great topic. Y'all keeping me up.
Thank you, 651. That was awesome.
It really was.
Worth waiting for. That was awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm gonna bring you down because the man of the hour is with Mr. Logic and he's trying to get on. Okay. I can put you in the back so you can come up if you want to a little bit later, but
oh yeah, I can't wait to talk to Logic. Let's go.
What did he say? Wait. Hold on.
Can't wait to talk to Logic, man.
Oh, wait. I did it.
This dude acting up, so I'm gonna go talk. I'm gonna go listen while I take care of some business.
All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Here we go.
What's up, my guy?
Oh shit, my bad. Damn, y'all could have heard. If y'all would have let me talk, y'all would have heard some good shit.
I know. I saw your mouth moving in the back, and I was like, "Oh Lord, he talking to the young one."
You couldn't stay away.
No, because I got loyalty. But if y'all ever disrespect me again, I'm never coming back. Just because, hey, don't take.
You know you love us. It's Chic, Critique, and Logic.
Is that why he came back?
You're part of the panel, Logic. You know you are. You can read the super chat.
All right, yeah, let's see this. I don't think we had many. Well, I didn't see many.
Oh my gosh.
Lil Me, our favorite. Hank, I need these shirt ASAP. Are you selling shirts? Are they?
Don't do that. No.
Are they $20, Hank? Are you selling them after the show? Okay. Drink and see, $2. That's not shallow. It's work ethic manifested.
That's all I had. If I miss a super chat, you guys just let me know and I'll go back up and look.
Hank is selling shirts after. He'll sign them. $20. A lot of these hoes.
Ken, they said that they wanted to hear from you.
All the ladies on the show with them shirts. A lot of these
Black and white options are available.
That's right. All sizes. Even 5X for the big ladies.
Hey, Hank, were you for real when you said a lot of the hoes? Were you being for real?
You know, it's
you, Ken. They said that you haven't said much and they would like to hear from you. So what is your take on what we were discussing?
Who? What?
So I actually have a couple of questions. So first of all, commend the men who acknowledge that men should not be running through women. Commend you for saying that. A couple of
people
did,
bro. Man, these niggas lame, man. I'm gone, man.
Logic, hush.
Stay here, Logic.
Go ahead, Tan.
Go ahead, finish, Tan.
All right,
Logic, stay. Come on back, baby.
So thank you for the men who actually said that. Commend you for that. So my second question, my question is, do the men who agree that you should encourage young men to run through women, do you have a sister? Do you have siblings? Women, do you have sisters?
Mothers.
I didn't say it, so.
She's talking to you, Hank. And
well, everybody has a mother, but I'm just wondering.
Jealous at mothers.
A daughter.
Let me explain something. I don't have no sister, so you don't have to worry about that. But there's a difference between hoes and ladies, right? We all know that, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, not every lady is a hoe. We know that. And I'm not saying lie to these ladies. No. I said, when you find that right lady, you treat her right, you be honest with her, you let her know everything. There should be no secrets. But I said, if you deal with these hoes, don't lie to them because they live a lie.
What Shantae said, like when you initially meet someone, how do you know they're a hoe when you first encounter that person?
Because you're going to have conversation with them.
Listen, you can tell when a woman's a hoe, man. Like,
you gonna have
why y'all trying to act
You're
like you don't know.
I think
the point that
Hank, you're on your own, bro.
The ludicrous say she got whole tendencies. You
can
tell
you clarify whole tendencies and define them, please?
I think the point that Tan is trying to make is that despite the fact whether she's a hoe or not, your behavior is reflective of your character. And so you're saying lie to these hoes. Her being a hoe has nothing to do with you being a liar.
And not only that, I mean, I guess, so I think Humble Dad, you mentioned it also, biblical, you know. So I too think along those lines with some stuff. Are we all perfect? Absolutely not. No one's perfect. But the question is, if you got a sister, and I'm assuming, well, some people have kids really, really early, but if you have a sister, are you okay with men running through your sister? How would you feel about that? Right?
If she was a hoe.
But look, I'm glad he said that, because a lot of these young ladies, let me just say this, in the atmosphere I'm in now, a lot of them, this new generation of young ladies who are your daughters, if you have a daughter, they are walking around with these hog tops on at school. So one outside of the school would think that they're a hoe, even though they may not be. They're just young ladies doing what young ladies do. But off of the rip, when they go out in public, somebody may look at them and say, "Oh, she a hoe." And so, according to you, it's okay to lie to the hoe, which will be, in this case, your daughter.
I'm not gonna be honest with that hoe.
Hank,
I'm confused. I'm confused, Hank. I got
a question
like
too.
for real. Like I'm really confused.
Well, let me help you out, brother. Talk to me.
You're gonna have to, bro.
Right on. I'm here. I'm here for the question.
Cool. So you're saying that this lady is a hoe.
If she's a hoe.
And you're saying that in your mind, you believe that you have to lie to her.
I'm not telling them the truth.
Okay, so you're not telling her the truth that you smashing other chicks.
No, hell no.
Why?
Need to know that?
Like I don't understand.
She don't deserve to know what I'm
Because
doing.
it's not a whole business.
I ain't asked you no question, bro. So
she don't deserve to know that, humble dad. She doesn't deserve to know that.
But wouldn't it make more sense to tell her the truth?
No, see, I can tell you never had hoes. You don't have conversations like that with hoes.
That's
not a fact. No,
wait, look.
It's not gonna be a lot of talking. I'm gonna call you up, tell you to come through. I'm gonna do my 20 minutes, and I'm gonna send you out with a lifesaver.
But then what's the point of lying then?
No, he's right. Why do y'all act like? Why do y'all act like this not true? Hoes don't know your birthday.
I'm not giving her oral pleasure. I'm not feeding her ass. I'm using and abusing it, and I'm sending you home.
So that's what I'm saying. What would be the point of lying to her then?
You ain't lying to her. You just not talking to her, humble dad.
No, don't try to save him. He
No,
literally
I'm
said
not. I'm just saying.
I don't need to be saved.
Well,
Okay,
in
go
his defense,
That's not what he said, Logic.
did she allow him to do that to her?
But that's not the question, though. The question is, why do you need to lie?
Exactly.
Like lying is like Team Della said.
Is she not a human
connected to your character?
No, but I agree with Humble Dad.
Not a human being,
No. I agree with Humble Dad and the fact that if you have no respect for her at all whatsoever, then what's the point in lying? Like, I'm just gonna blow your back out, turn over, do what you do, and then I'm out. Like, there's no reason to lie about it.
Okay, so wait. I got They lie. So look. Have y'all ladies ever bust down a dude that y'all didn't know the mama name? Quit lying.
Bust down a dude that you didn't know his mom's name?
Yes.
Let me think.
So every dude you no, but I'm telling you is that you got to realize this. Like I don't lie to hoes either though, right? But a lot of times I think what he is saying is like you just don't have conversations. Like you meet a hoe at the. No, I'm just saying.
Exactly not what he said. No, it's not.
Wait, hold up. Wait. Hold up. Don't terrorize me. Hold up. Hey, Team Dale. Can I finish, man, please? I like your eyes today and that sweater. I like that.
So annoying.
Now look, I'm gonna tell you. Look, so you telling me, right? So this is what's wrong with the ecosystem. It's dudes like Simp Likely, and Hummer Dad out here, and then it's a whole bunch of antelopes out there for me to eat. Cause they goddamn see. Look, I don't lie to hoes. You know why? Because if I just met you at a club and you're a hoe and I'm smashing you, when I'm gonna ask you, what's your favorite color? You know what I'm saying? No, you know what I ask her? What you want to drink? Goddamn, hey, turn up. Like, and then guess what? And after that, after she served her purpose, right? And I serve my purpose too. Do you really think that I'm going to have some type of connection with her to know all this information about her?
But
No.
I think
So we agree, but that wasn't
Right.
that's
Logic, I
not
got a
the
question
topic.
for you,
The
too.
topic is that Hank has said on multiple occasions that he lies to hoes. And so our whole point, and even Logic, you just sat there and said that you don't lie to hoes because there's no point in
No.
lying.
But
His whole premise right now is that he lies to hoes. And so our point is that if you have to lie to get the hoes, number one, that's a whole conversation and topic in and of itself. And number two, why are you lying if she's a hoe? If she doesn't mean anything, then she doesn't mean anything. And
Because you know what? You women gonna consider. No, watch this. Hold on, Hink. I got you, Hink. Hold on, wait, Hink. Hey, Hink. No, let me get. I'm Hink. Angel. Look.
Oh Lord.
This is what it is, right? Y'all will consider it lying. I'm gonna tell you why y'all consider it lying.
We didn't consider it. He said lying.
Tan, did you trigger, baby?
Hey,
I
Tan,
like
let
you.
him finish. Let him finish though.
We're just correcting you before
Hey,
you
he's gonna
go.
walk himself off this cliff. Hey, just let him finish.
No,
You right, humble dad. You right.
Yep, and humble dad doing what he do best. The king talk shit, simp. So hey, look, and I'm gonna call him out. Nigga, ain't nobody safe. I don't care if you're a chick or a dude. Nigga,
Hey,
I'm gonna
you
keep
met
it
me.
focused
That's
with you.
just selfish about me, bro. You know that.
All right, so, but my point is, look, this is the thing. Women is still consider it lying because it's not telling the truth. Listen what I'm saying. It's a difference. Listen. See, now y'all so triggered, right?
I
Y'all
actually
would
agree
consider,
with you.
okay, and my sister Tan understood what I'm saying. Y'all would consider it lying because I didn't tell you the truth. Like, and I'm gonna use it because it's not, look, for most part, I ain't never had girlfriends like that. So, like I said, say if he got a girlfriend, right? He went down and busted a chick down, right? He didn't tell her that he had a girlfriend. Y'all women would consider that lying.
It's deceitful.
No, it ain't deceitful. It's just, nigga, you a bust down. What the
That's
fuck
the
up?
definition of
Women are
deceitful.
deceitful.
Investors.
No,
Logic,
you
one
bust me
question.
down.
Okay, look.
Logic, one question.
Okay, look.
Hey, Logic, one question and don't run.
Only
Hey,
women,
Cece, you coming
only
with that
One
women
weed?
can
question.
be deceitful.
No, no.
It's
Y'all,
definitely,
he gets off on this. Look at him. This what he wants. Let him have it.
definitely
Hey,
a lie. But
go
go
ahead.
ahead, go ahead, Dusto, and then
Logic, one
we'll
question.
go around.
You retired as a platoon sergeant, right? E7?
I
In the
retired
Army?
at E8.
E8, first sergeant. Okay. Salute at ease. I was
Is that
afraid
Carry
of
on,
nobody. I
nigga.
don't know nobody.
I'm playing.
How many phone
Go
calls
ahead.
you get over? How many phone calls you get over the weekend? E1, E2, E3, or sometimes E5s that married the hoe that was right off the base. Dudes fighting in the club over the hoe. Dudes blew their whole bank account over the hoe. Dudes lying to the hoe, they get the windows busted out.
Okay.
Dudes' meat caught on fire and got to put their meat out with a fire stinger.
I got it. What's your point, nigga? Don't treat me like a hoe. Tell me the truth. Go ahead.
Why in hell would you tell these people even be dealing with the hoes in the first place?
No.
They can't handle the
Watch
consequences.
this. Watch
They
this.
married them, losing their damn mind over it.
I tell them, I counsel them, and you know what? You know how many
But I'm only
dudes I say.
more towards Pink because I remember
No,
you was
this
talking about
look
getting them a drink and
through my
knocking them down.
career. Right? Look, I'm gonna answer. Through my career, I did 22 years.
Okay.
You know how many young men I saved from hoes? I was the hoe saver. When I walk in the building, they say, "Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. She don't." Hey, because you know what?
I want to be saved.
Look at that. See, hey.
Logic.
Hey, now if you can't tell she like them groceries, hey, I don't know what.
You guys, we have to move
I got
on.
a little chubby after
Hey,
seeing
Logic,
that.
fair game. I see you just trolling, but that's fair game. I got
We
you.
have people in the back, but I understand from both sides. Hank, you are definitely a liar. You're being very deceitful. However, listen, I'm gonna call because I call space. However, no matter the lie that he gave her, the fact that she went and jumped in the bed with him that very same night, she just proved his point. So she could have stopped it and shown that she was not a hoe by not jumping it. Because a lie, who cares if he says he? Because I don't even know you, brother. I would have to get to know you anyway to even know whether you know. But she didn't even see that. She just jumped right in the bed. So I get it both ways. Anyhow, we have Mr. Sage in the back. I have to pull. Oh, there goes Sage.
Hey, no, you know what? Hey, you know what? Look. I told him to get out your notepad on your iPhone and take notes because these terrorists will tell you everything you need to know.
But Logic, you literally just sat up here and said that you ain't never had a real relationship in your
No.
like 39 years. That's what you said.
Listen.
That's what you said.
Why. Okay. All right.
And so you give a relationship advice to a young man, but you don't have the track record.
Yes, I do.
You say you don't have the
You don't have the criteria.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. You me tell you how?
Yeah.
You me tell you how?
Yes.
Because the main niggas that be kissing these hoes, I can tell them, don't kiss her. He said, why not, Mr. Logic? I said, look at this right here. They were like, God damn, I thought she told me she loved me. I said, listen, Jet. You listen to me, I take you to the promised land. You know what they used to call me? You know what my middle name is?
No.
I thought
Jesus,
it was Captain
I bring everybody water and bread and fish.
All right, you guys. We have
educate the mind.
We have to move people around. I'm just gonna pull some people down. Just gonna put you down for a second, but you can come back up, okay?
All right. Dang, assist can't
Dust don't need to put on the goddamn shirt. He got that dust ass wife beater.
Y'all, Dusto is
black beater, bro. Black beater.
got a shirt on.
Name was Dusto. What you expect?
Listen, assist can't even sing lyrics to a song without being called somebody for the streets. Sheesh.
Yeah, I know your ears hurt with them hula hoops on it.
I like that. Hold on, let me take one off and put it around my waist.
Get it,
Good evening, everyone. How you guys doing?
Hi, Say.
How are you?
Okay. Very spirited
Wait, I gotta act right. Mr. Lee here, so I gotta chill. Hey, Mr. Lee, I got you. Now, Miss Lee, the only person that can calm me down.
Please be consistent.
You just said everybody can get it.
No, Mr. Lee, the only person to calm me down because he the only person that keep it real with me. He don't simp like Humber Dad and the rest of King Talk. So go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee.
Not a problem. You know,
Boy, he's a fool.
There's a couple of things I'd like to maybe shed some light on. And I think with what Tam was speaking about with regard to young men who do not have or exhibit some type of discipline sexually, and young women as well, but we're talking about the men. You know, I think we have to realize that once we had a culture whereby the culture kept men in line and kept women in line. Young men were raised to grow up, find a good job, prepare, and then find a wife, date that young lady, marry her, and build a family. Under patriarchy, we structured it to protect women, to keep the society as best as possible. Because men understand men's nature, and we also understand female nature. Since the 70s or the late 60s, whatever time period anyone would like to select, the society has removed those barriers. And we now have a society where women have changed the rules to how men will have sex. There's no longer a requirement that marriage be the predominant way for a man to engage with a woman. Now, there's some men who are more disciplined. There's some men who are driven, who are focused, who want to achieve much in society. And those men could be taught or learned to be more selective in their sexual prowess with women. But there's some men who just will go by their inert nature and do whatever they can to have as many women as they can. And where there's no barrier in place to those men, you can tell them whatever you want. But before, what kept men in line was a cultural society that did that. We don't have that culture anymore. On YouTube, we're trying to kind of put the pieces back together, and men are talking about high value Henrys and guys who want to achieve, and with the Me Too and the different situations where the law can be brought in to kind of check men's behavior. But there's still going to be some men who will be reckless, and there will still be men who will be exceptional who won't be reckless. But I think we're in a new dynamic now where if there's no real checks and balances, the law will never be able to do that, because men commit crime every day, way more worse crimes than just having loose behavior with women. They kill people, they rob people. I mean, we do whatever we want in society, in a sense. I'm not saying chaos, but men have been establishing society for eons, and men have tried to structure society in a way whereby it can be as safe as possible. The men who look at society as a whole and say, how can we make this better for both ourselves, for our women, and our children? And I think when the deconstruction of the structured society through patriarchy was being dismantled, I don't think many people took the foresightedness to see what would that look like when you take the barriers down for men's behavior in generation, right? The current men would still behave in a certain way. Generation X, I think, behave in a certain way, but the new generation of men that are coming about, they're going to act totally on their nature and what they see in society to be at present, and there's no reins to pull them back in. And the Black manosphere in these spaces, we're going to have to work hard to teach men, but a man is still going to have to make his own choice when he's faced with a situation with women. Now, if I can add to what Hank was saying, uh, I think most men know when they meet a young lady, whether this young lady is girlfriend type material when you're approaching her, or if she's just being approached for sex. And when you're approaching a woman for sex, you don't have to tell her your life. You just have to talk to her to ingratiate her to like you, to do what you want. And if she accepts that, that's good enough. If she's not going to ask you about your mom, she's not going to ask you about what girlfriend you dating. She's not curious about that. And you're not going to volunteer that information as a man. What for? To poison, to restrict yourself from getting what you want with the woman? No. So I think when Hank was saying that he lied to them, I think in general what he was saying is that I'm not going to come out and just volunteer information. And most of the times, women that you're just dealing with for sex, they're not going to ask you a whole lot of questions. So there's no need to divulge information. Now, if somewhere things go left, you get to like the young lady and it develops into something more, then at that point, the truth start coming out. And then sometimes she may find out you're married. All types of stuff comes out later, right? But in the initial encounter, this was not about a relationship. This was just about me and you hooking up, whenever we see each other, or whenever you get an itch or I get an itch, however it comes across. So I hope I was able to add some dimension to this conversation. Hey, Sierra.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you so much, Sage.
I made a lot of sense.
You. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, good evening.
Did we pronounce your name right?
It's Saida.
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 Oh, I heard him say
Saida.
Sarah, so I thought he knew you. Sorry, Saida.
That's fine. It's Saida, like Sarah with the I in the middle.
Saida.
Yes,
Right.
perfect.
That's
Thank
pretty.
you.
I mean, your name, you gotta get it right. Correct us until we get it. I love it.
Do you have something to say?
It was actually a great conversation, but I agree with Sage. He just said something really important that it's not a man being interesting or a woman being interesting. It's like, are you really interested in the person? Because when you are actually interested in someone, you ask these questions that are related to not just money, what he does for a living and stuff like that, but you want to know, hey, what was your childhood? Things that are like not normal, or like, hey, did you eat? what you had. Like you just want to know about the person, whatever little thing it is, details that other people just simply don't care. And you can notice those things even on a text conversation. You can actually know those things. We as women, we know that. We know the man that is only interested on getting in our under our pants. We know that from the moment the first, or the way they approach, the way they say hi to you, that is in a disrespectful way. They start using the emojis or whatever, like they start insinuating stuff. It's very obvious from that moment. Is the same for men, I guess. They start notice, what the conversation is about, what she's talking about, she's interested about. So I agree with that. So,
I agree.
How do you were you here with for the pick me talk? How do you feel about like the concept of pick me?
I heard it a little bit earlier, but I kind of went off for a bit. um I think it depends on the man. I heard men saying they want a woman to shoot their shot, and then I heard others to say they want a hardworking woman. So it depends, It's not a rule. It's not a standard. Like everybody says here, oh, they want a housewife, but can they maintain and keep a housewife and provide for a household? The reality is that most can't. And I'm not even in the US. So I am speaking from, my reality. I am a
Oh, where
normal
are you? Where
person.
are you? This is good. This is good. We like
Where are
this.
you
Where are you?
located?
I am from El Salvador. I am in
Central America. Thanks for joining.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Thank you.
international.
neighbors.
Yeah.
That's
What are you saying, Mr. Logic? I see you. What do you want to say?
He's muted or he's just
can't
gone?
hear
You're on
him.
mute, live. That
Yeah,
may be the best place for him to be right there.
That's the dog.
it's God. It's God working with me
Hey,
right
ain't no
now, trying
God.
to
Hey,
save
I
me.
unmuted. Now I'm back.
That tumble there.
El Salvador is the land of milk and honey. I was there. Women know how to be women. They know their roles and they play them well. You come to America, you know what I'm saying? Your girlfriend want to stay up all night because she want to be an astronaut, but can't take care of her kids. You know what I'm saying? She wanna get a goddamn a master's degree and don't know how to fry an egg. See, we out of whack.
I think, if I may, I'm not gonna say that it's not true, because yes, in a way,
We know it's
but
true. I've been there.
there is a lot of women, because it's a modern world. It's not modern women. It's a modern world where it's modern men and modern women. And for example, my stepmom, she's been with my dad for over 23 years. She's a lawyer, and she's still his wife. She cooks for him and she does everything for him. The difference is that my dad knows that she's also working, completing his shift. So he's not selfish to say, oh, I'm not going to help you with anything. He takes the trash every morning. He helps with whatever he can. And when she's tired, he doesn't complain, oh, you're tired. That's the difference, that they actually meeting themselves halfway. And that's the contradiction where I see like a lot of men, they want the woman to stay home, but they cannot fully provide. So if you cannot fully provide for your woman, then let her work. And hold on, I know that you want to say something. So if you I saw the intention, Mr. Logic. So if you can't like fully provide for that woman, let her work, and then she's going to help you with it. Now I also see that women want to keep their check for themselves. They don't want to help in the house. So it's kind of like we're just pointing at people without seeing what are we doing wrong. Because in my case, I see both people working, working together for a household, to keep a household, to keep a family together. My mom accepted, well, I'm sorry, my stepmom accepted my dad with more than one kid. He actually has 6 kids. And then, she had a kid already. So it's kind of like combined things. So they had to accept their past and work for their present and future. They've been together 23 years. So I'm
Hey,
saying, like,
you said you wait, ma'am. You said 6 kids? You can't even get these American chicks to have 1.5. I'm telling you. Hey, I'm telling you. Look,
she rebunked that statement that you had, though, Mr. Logic.
What statement I had? Simping dad. I mean, humble dad.
Listen, you know that don't bother me at all, bro.
No, I know. What?
Because your name is definitely, something that doesn't make sense. But okay. Now,
that's why I got your phone charger.
That's a fact. So they have a blended family. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And
but that's known. That's very known in the Latino culture.
Yes.
Like we keep our families together. We're judged. We're actually very judged by you have the grandma living with them. We will not put our parents in a assisted living when they're old. They're gonna live with us.
I understand. I understand that. What I'm saying is that Mr. Logic would tell a young dude or a man not to even date a woman that has kids.
Nope. You haven't listened. You haven't listened to me, because if you hear Mr. Logic say, and then I say, and Mr. Lee can vouch for this, I say, what are the number one resource in this world? And everybody said, all diamonds and everything. And if anybody ever listen to me, I said kids.
Yeah,
I said kids. I said, give me a woman with 5 kids, and I would take them, because my mentality is past dick and pussy. See, this is what I'm saying. See, because I hunted. So now I'm not thinking about dick and pussy. I'm thinking about resources. Like I said, I cried 2 times in my life. I cried when I went to Iraq, and I cried when I went to Salt Lake City. You know why? Because I saw the power of resources. I saw the power of kids. I saw how people can take over an area through their seeds.
He did. I remember that conversation.
So then you should be good, bro. Like you should have no.
It's not. I think the argument was not coming. I think that you're taking an argument of the manosphere and putting it on Logic.
And I apologize for that, Logic. I apologize. For that.
Because guess what? Humble dad. Guess what? I'm gonna go early in the morning to find me some chick with kids. Hold up, wait, not that one. I'm going right there to find. That's the home of chicks and kids. And guess what? When y'all see Mr. Logic pop up with a whole crew, and then y'all are running around with y'all one kid, I promise you, your one kid won't say nothing to my 8, because they'll beat y'all kids' ass. Play with me if you want to. Play with it. That's the mentality. That's a power mentality. We limited ourselves.
That's a nigga mentality.
I will say this, right?
It's a nigga mentality, but guess what? Have your little son say something to my little niggas, and watch what happened. He'll come at that bitch looking like Martin when he fought goddamn.
Tommy Hearn.
He fought Tommy Hearn. Your son to be looking like, your son to be knotted up all, and guess what you gonna say? Well, maybe I need to join the Logic Nation. Come on, we got room, Miss Dell. It's an extra bed over here. You know what I'm saying? Add to it.
I understand. I mean, besides the fighting, I kind of understand.
Don't say that. Don't even say it.
So then you should have no issues finding nobody then, Logic. There's women with kids, as you say.
What's that?
There's women with kids all over the place, as you would say.
But you got to get past the terrorist mentality. Like I said, and I say the same thing. You got to come to my door barefoot and butt naked. All that shit, you leave it at the door. You're a bear. All your trauma, you leave that shit. Because that trauma going to hold me back. I'm single by choice. Because I'm dealing with people, I'm dealing with women who, first off, don't understand a man with a plan is more valuable than the man. See, now, these women running around here, they put so much value in a man, and they'll come back to me and say, you know what? You're the only dude that ever told me the truth. All these dudes that lied to me. I'm like, baby, you what now? You know what I'm saying? What you got to offer me at this point?
Can I ask you a question?
You can ask me whatever you want to, baby.
Do you say, or do you agree that men also have trauma and they are damaged as well?
I think yes, but I think men is selfless. Men are selfless because men are raised to be selfless. Men are raised to be protectors. Men, that's it. And I use this example all the time. I can
Yeah,
give you plenty. Oh, go
it
ahead, baby.
regardless of their nature or the reason why, trauma is trauma, and trauma affects your surrounding or whoever you are with, and has an impact and is a reflection. So your
Mhm.
traumas will become a reflection of the woman who's with you. And most of the time you don't talk bad. And I'm not gonna talk about bad of any woman. Let's say that you know a good girl. You have a good girl
Mhm.
next to you and she's with you for quite some time, and she's not crazy, she's not whatever you saying that she's after you end the relationship. So at the beginning you don't think that about her. She became that after some time, because women, we are weaker, we are weaker than men. Our personalities, at the end of the
Mhm.
day, the strongest personality is the one that is going to, remain.
Mhm.
And usually we become a reflection of the man that is, that we're with, and vice versa. Also, men become a reflection of the woman. For example, I remember having my ex-boyfriend. I didn't like him with the wrinkles on his shirts, and I was like, do you iron your clothes? I asked him, and I was like, because he was promoted to a different position, and I just couldn't see myself sitting next to a man with wrinkles on his shirt. I was like, if I don't care if I have to go to your house and do your clothes, but you're not sitting next to me with the
Mhm.
wrinkles on your shirt, or a man that is dirty or stuff like that. That's
You know
just
what? But you know what the problem is, ma'am? That mentality you have is not an American mentality. See
okay.
what
But
they'll say.
I
What,
mean,
what? No, I'm just
you
saying
can
because
keep blaming, mentality, America. You can keep blaming, like I'm saying, me. That's me. That's my
yes.
reflection. I'm not pointing at fingers at anybody. I'm saying that it's my standard. That's what I want. So because of
Mhm.
that, I am not going to allow that person to sit or stand next to me in a certain way and not, think of how is that going to affect me. So that's what I'm
But
saying.
you see, but ma'am, this is what
He
you.
became my reflection, and I
Uh huh.
became his reflection.
But you see what you. This is the difference between what you're saying, right? And just in this conversation, maybe like 2-3 minutes, you say him, him, him. In America, my.
It
It's
makes
about
sense.
them.
But
So
now
now yes,
the
and it's
point
see. Oh, go
I'm
ahead, baby.
sorry. The point of my question and why I ask you is because I had the chance to date someone that it wasn't from my country, it's actually from America, from the US. And it didn't, from the very beginning, I started noticing things that I was like, no, I am actually, this is complicated. He was very insecure, and yes, and I could see the trauma. I could see, I was like, who did this to you? And I am not even from that culture to notice those things. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I started noticing like behaviors that it was not, I wasn't used to it, and I'm not gonna tolerate that. So I was like, I think you need to, either slow down, or we have to get to know each other a lot more. He will compare me a lot to the point that I'm like, okay, listen, I don't know. You got me confused. Do you want an American woman? Because I'm not, but you want me to do things that they do, and I'm not that. To the point that he said, oh, you cook for everybody. So cooking is not even a big deal for you. So cooking didn't make him special. It didn't make him feel special. He said that literally like that. It didn't make him feel special because I just cook for everybody. I'm so used to it that I have to do more. And I'm like, what else? What other things can I possibly do?
Hey, was he retarded? Because hey, this sound like hey, I'm just saying, it
He's like
sound
the
like
man who go
No,
over there
but
trying to get women. That I mean, he's amongst those
I
No,
things.
think with
I'm
look.
saying that he was very damaged. I could tell that he was very damaged to the point that I got
Who
him
you
into
think
like
damaged? Who you think damaged him?
admitting. Yes, you're right on that. You're definitely
Okay.
right on that. So, I'm just saying that those damages or that trauma also affect men equally. It's not that they don't, if they don't work with like, healing and all that, they can definitely keep trespassing that to other people. And, like I didn't allow it. It was probably 2 months the most that it lasted. And I'm like, no, I can't. I'm not. I know you have good
But
intentions. You're a
look,
great person.
if what you said is true, right? I got a gang of dudes right now that's ready. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that's ready. Hey, you say cook, clean, do all that kind of stuff like that. Look, they ready. You know what I'm saying? Hey, or because we dealing with women here that want to be career women more than they want to be wives, more than they want to be mothers. The careers here play a more important role than actually being a leader of that household. So that's what we're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Hey, keep it funky. That we dealing with. And
Ladies,
look,
do
and look
y'all
at their
agree with
face.
that statement? What Logic
Yeah,
is
they
saying?
ain't got
Do
no
y'all agree
choice.
with
It's the
that? That
truth.
most women.
No.
So I have something to say
Terrorists.
about that.
No.
I don't agree. I don't. I'm so sorry. Interrupt.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I
No.
don't.
You go ahead.
I don't agree with it, but I understand where they're coming from. I understand why they say it. That's a big difference. You don't have to agree with what women say, but try to understand the reason why, the reason behind it. And why I'm going to say this, I'm going to be real right now. I don't want to live with someone that is going to give me less than what I have. Why? If I have security, if I have safety, if I'm safe right now, if I am secure, and if I have this, and my job, or well, your job is to give me safety or protect me or whatever, and I am already here, I am protected right now, I can only expect the same protection or safetiness that I have right now. Why am I going to put myself in the position and exposed to be in a different situation that is not? That's stupid. Like, just like, you're saying Mr. Logic, that's just stupid if I'm going to do that.
But Mr.
It's like,
Logic is saying that he can take care of you, though. He's
Yeah, but
saying
she's
that.
giving
Listen,
another example.
saying that you can take care of me is one thing. Yeah, that's, you're just saying. How? Do you have a plan? Because
yeah,
we
he's
don't
saying
fall
that he
for
has a
words.
plan.
We don't fall for words. We want to see a man with purpose that has a plan. Like, hey, a man, let's just like something small as a trip. I would say this, and people don't like it. I prefer like dates, like on a trip, to see the man being a man out there exposed, like, hey, building a tent, like doing something, going on a hike, stuff like that, because that's kind of like when you get to know he has a plan. If you fall, how he's gonna treat you, like if you trip. I don't know, it's just different.
So you
You
be
get
on dates purposely falling? Is that what you're saying?
Why not?
You sound damaged right now. Because look,
Listen, he didn't never
I
say
know.
that.
Anyway,
What, hey, no. Why I can't? No. Look, wait. Let me explain. God damn, Shantae, you a terrorist, bro.
Hey,
You know what I'm
Logic,
saying?
listen, bro. Listen. Hey, bro, before
We
you
are
go,
listening to Raw.
hey, Shantae, let me talk to Logic real quick.
Okay.
Listen, I hope you read every last one of these back chats, bruh, okay? Because I want you to know you have been so nice to this young lady.
She ain't be called
Listen, she
a
cut you
terrorist
off
yet.
at
Not
least 2
one.
to 3
Not
times.
called a terrorist, not
Called you out,
one.
and you was like, "Go ahead, baby. Go
No.
ahead, baby."
I literally just said it, right?
You said
No.
damage. You be calling us terrorists like a mug, honey.
Oh, because you know
I
what?
got it.
He interjected like
got
10
it.
Look,
times, honey.
so
and
wait.
Logic was like,
First off,
She said,
see,
please
see
let
now.
me
Told
First
you I
off,
had
no,
it, and then y'all
no,
don't forget to
she,
do
no,
that.
she's listen. I see now y'all terrorizing me. So first off, it's levels of terrorists on YouTube, right? You got the Thursday night show, which is full of terrorists. Y'all still terrorists, but y'all are lower tier terrorists. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't like a Osama bin Laden. Y'all like the ISIS K. This young lady, you know what I'm saying? She just like one of them UK terrorist group that ain't got no power.
Listen,
and she
bro.
admitted it. No, wait.
Let me just say this. Let me
Wait,
just say this.
let me finish,
Go ahead,
Shantae.
I want to say what I have to
She
say.
admitted it, right? And see, I listened, right? Because she admitted it, she has no power. She's not strong, right? Now, if she wasn't on this panel, and I asked y'all, is y'all women strong? I'm a strong black woman. I'm independent. INPE, you know what I mean? I'm like, God
Can I say
damn.
something?
Hold
Can
on,
I say
let's
something?
clarify. She said
Can I
in
say
comparison to men, we are weaker than men. And I agree with that. That is a very different statement than I'm.
That's what
talking
Saya
about.
said.
But that is
y'all
not
not
the
talking right.
Listen, I'm gonna let you
that is
say.
not the cultural black women's point of view when they speak about being independent and being strong. They compare themselves to men, and most of the time they say we're stronger than men in
Never
every
have.
capacity: intelligence, understanding,
Not
job
us.
performance. I mean, you guys be going off for real.
But
But
I
I
think
like to add something that
I think
Sierra.
that's true though in some aspects. Physically, no, women are not.
Right.
Like, I mean,
Absolutely.
that aspect that's not up for argument. I think everybody's on the
True.
same page with that. But I do think when it comes to certain aspects, there are some women that may be mentally stronger than some men, and vice versa. It's not a universal thing that all men are mentally strong.
You
That's
see?
true. I
You
will
see?
agree with
They
that.
are
You
not.
But
see?
I would also say that how men are raised from boyhood set them up to what they can, how they can perform as they become men.
Agreed.
And like the example she spoke about with regarding to the non El Salvadorian she dated for a few months. I think why that young man felt some kind of way was because he wanted to feel special. And when he found out that she cooks for everybody, that didn't make him feel special. And I think she was right about some men have traumas. Some men come up in a household where they are insignificant as boys. And when they grow up in a relationship with a woman, they want to feel like they're special in that woman's eyes. And in dealing with her, he started kind of taking an accounting of the things that she did for everyone. And I think that's because femininity outside of America is displayed different. Femininity, a woman will serve almost any man. Not that she's going to get on her hands and knees, nor is she going to treat that man like a husband, but she will be helpful if need be. And I think that's the difference between in America, where for a black woman to be feminine, it's like on demand, like cable or something. You give me enough, I'll show you this much. Whereas in other cultures, it's already there, it's on display.
It's not
If you're looking
conditional.
for
Like it's just what it is.
Well, I
exactly,
serve men all the
it's
time.
what
But
it
let me
is.
say this.
And I
You're a lie. You didn't bring no man no cake in Atlanta. Stop. Ain't now one of y'all. Stop lying.
The men that were
Stop
in my
lying. No, stop lying.
I am not
Y'all was asking, y'all was asking me for cake.
Logic,
I didn't even get any cake.
Y'all now because y'all lying. First y'all no, because I'm keeping it funky. See,
Don't say
no,
y'all. I didn't
no,
even get cake, nor did I ask for cake.
Tim,
all right, well, you cross-eyed. We're not talking about you. But the thing is this is how y'all live. This is how American women is. American women said, buy the cake and serve me the cake. See, now, first off,
we didn't know you
yes.
bought
Yeah, no, I bought it. It got
He
keep
said
it
he
funky
bought
on
it.
it.
He said
And
he bought it. And
Yeah,
he said
I
he
bought
bought
that
it.
we
cake.
didn't know. I wasn't disputing that he
No,
bought it. I'm just saying
Della
that
didn't
he
know.
bought it.
She didn't know.
Logic,
You
I was
didn't
actually
know.
really,
Yeah.
I was actually so appreciative. You were such a gentleman. You came over and checked on us. You offered us
Yes.
cake, and I was just so
Logic is a gentleman, man. It's just
And watch, but you see the difference though, right? So now I should be able to say, okay, so I should be able to share my experience and say, you know what, she critique. They ladies. They took care of me. I ain't got no story like that. But you got a Mr. Logic Gentleman story.
Let me
And
Okay,
Shantae,
I have a question.
hold up. Wait a minute.
I couldn't serve you, Logic. I was serving my husband.
Question. So, are you doing things and expecting something in return? That's not genuine.
That's not
man,
genuine.
y'all
Nope.
tripping. Y'all
I'm
know
not.
what he's saying. Come on,
I
man.
didn't expect. No,
Y'all
stop.
know what he's saying.
Because I didn't expect nothing. I didn't expect nothing in return. But no, in the concept of what we talk about on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? It correlates.
But can
Did
I
any,
clarify
okay,
that?
did any of
Can
y'all
I
serve
clarify
somebody?
that I was getting up, getting my own cake, and you told me to sit down? Can I clarify that?
You
Can we
took
just
great
be
care
clear
of
on
us,
that?
Roger. We were
Okay,
just,
y'all,
we were treated
listen,
just like the queens that we
listen.
are. We
That
were
was
just
not an
so
opportunity.
appreciative
If
of
you
it.
look, when I'm around men in my house and I'm up, I do not mind serving the men. That's not an issue with me. I understand that you're saying,
I get what he's saying.
but I just want to put that out there because we're not gonna say that's all black women because that's not true at all.
It's a lot of black women though. It's a
Listen,
lot
but
of black women.
it's a lot of both doing, not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Okay, and both listen. Both places, we can name things that men aren't doing. We can name things that women. But we're talking about when you're saying us, you, and we are black women, and we're telling you, no, I was raised. My grandmother brought my granddaddy to play. My mom, I mean, the same thing with my mom. My mom and dad divorced, and she still is endlessly doing things
But
for my
what's
dad.
important is that's your man, though. If Logic was my man, he wouldn't have to worry about getting a plate. Let's just clarify that.
Okay,
But
so
Cece, I will say this. One second.
You hear that,
Logic,
right?
logic. 1 second. What I would
Just go ahead,
say
Miss Lee.
though, and I think maybe Styra can attest to this, is that in particularly in Latin cultures, when it comes to a woman being feminine and helpful, it doesn't matter if that's your man. If there are men in the room and you're serving anything, the men will be served. And I think that's something that as black women, you will only do it for that particular man.
I think
If
it's
he's my
That's
man,
exactly how I was
yes.
raised.
no.
But
Listen to what I'm
and
saying.
I'm not saying that's just for
Listen,
you or
give
for
me a second.
Shantae.
Listen,
I'm
Mr.
saying in general, that's what is pervasive that we know as part of our culture. And for those who are exceptional to that, that's cool. You don't wear that shoe, but it's so pervasive that it's common, and it's common to most men. And when you say it to a woman, they will tell you it's not my job to XYZ. So we know that as a typical in the way we react to one another.
So we were supposed
And
to
that's what she said. She said, Logic is not my man. But go ahead.
Not a
Listen.
man.
So listen, I think that it's just the way she was raised a little differently. I don't think that there is anybody with common sense, if you were raised that way, who wouldn't serve. There's no issue with serving unless you just this ghetto chick. No, a woman of substance will not mind if she knew that was the right thing to do.
See that word right? That word.
First of
That
all,
word right.
Mr. Stage,
One,
Mr.
that
Stage,
word
I'm
right
allowed you to
there.
talk. Give me a
1
second.
second. That you said a woman of substance won't mind. Understand what you're saying there.
Okay,
Meaning
sir.
that other words she would.
No, listen. I've used a poor choice of words. I listen, there's no problem with me serving the men. I would gladly do so. I would gladly do with a smile on my face. That's not a big deal. It's not a lot to ask, is what I'm saying. If that's what you want, if you came to me and said that's what you want, from this point on, I will serve every man to the table. I don't think that any woman with substance is going to have a problem with that. Okay. Now, I think it is important for us to, yes, I do get triggered when people keep talking over. I'm just trying to get my point out. I think that the important thing is I'm so happy that you're able to join us because you are a person who is living in another country and you're sharing your experience with us. And there's so many people in the chat going, she's capped, she's this, she's telling you how she lives in that country. I think so often we sit here and say, oh, no, they don't. Like we live there. You do not. You don't know these people. She's giving you raw information. All you can do is accept it. You can say, oh, she's just like a modern American. Well, no, she's not American. She's in her country, and this is how she lives. So let's just be respectful of that. Take the information in and stop going at her for living the way she lives, okay? Because you in your mind, you had a fantasy in your dream. Oh, over in another country, they live like this, and I can go over there and get this. No, she's telling you this is how we live here, okay?
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
think what's fair,
I
though,
wanted to
is
say I could be judged, and I'm sorry, interrupted again.
no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I could be judged right now, and I don't mind being transparent. I am 36 years old, and I live with my father. I still live with my father. So I'm not saying I'm not perfect. We're not perfect. I admit my mistakes. I don't care. You want to judge me for that? I know Americans are very judgmental, respectfully, because if you don't have an iPhone, you're judged of being poor. So at this point, I really don't care. What I'm trying to say is that people try to pretend that they are perfect, like they don't make mistakes. It's about learning from your mistakes. I have a daughter, and after the relationship with her father didn't work for very serious reasons, and I decided to leave when my daughter was 1 year old. She's now 9. When I left and I came back to my dad's house. Why? Because I knew that I wanted to give my daughter a family and a father role. Who's the best father that is going to fulfill that position but my dad? I wanted to give her mental, emotional stability. Until today, I'm still here. If I don't find a man that is going to be what I want and complete, everything, my standards, it respects my boundaries and everything, I'm not leaving this house. That's being single by choice, not allowing just anyone to come into your life and then introducing your kid to everybody, or whoever. That's not what it is. That's not what I wanted from the very beginning. Now, a lot of people, oh, she's a single mother. I'm gonna be judged for being a single mother. At this point, like I said, I don't care. And yes, I agree with Sage. Like, we are raised, like, if my brother-in-law comes to the house and he wants water, he will come and ask me for water. Can he get the water himself? Yes, but I'm not gonna tell him go get it yourself. I could do that, but no, he's gonna kind of get some water
God damn.
and give him some water. That's it. But I have to say this, and this person that I told you kind of thought that I had something with my brother-in-law, because every time I don't drive, I am afraid to drive. I am panicked, like I literally have phobia. So every time I want to go somewhere, I call my brother-in-law. And he made fun and he said, "Man, your brother-in-law marry you and your sister, marry your sister and yours." And I'm like, that's what men do. When we need them, they're there. So
Hey,
I don't think that's something
hey
that
man,
people
if
don't
you come
mention.
to America, look, if you come to America, this is the first thing they're gonna say. Am I dreaming?
But again, like, anyway, so I'm not.
Logic ain't shit.
No. Like, the point is not make you feel any, like, make
No.
them feel women
That
in a
wasn't
certain way.
how I was
I
feeling.
I totally understand
The
why.
clarification was that he asked for it. Logic didn't ask for it. And he said he didn't want no cake. So let's be honest. Like, let's just clarify. Let's clarify.
believe me.
Logic said he didn't want no
No,
cake.
but you
So,
said no, but
God.
CC. No, but wait, she brought the cake back up, but CC
I
just a
did.
minute ago said, CC said, this is what she said. She said, Logic, you're not my man. You said that.
The clear distinction is that her brother-in-law asked. If you would have asked me, it would have been very different. I'm not volunteering. If you were my man, I would volunteer services. That's what I'm saying. There's a clear, distinct difference.
I think
My
it
man
goes a
wouldn't have to
little.
worry about a plate. That plate would automatically be there. Babe, do you want a plate? I'm gonna go get it.
What was you, hey, CC, was you raised in Afghanistan?
I wasn't raised
I
in
just want to
Afghanistan.
raise, hey, CC, was you raised in Afghanistan?
Not at all.
Because you got a lot of terrorist tendencies. You're truly, your tendencies right now, your level of terrorism is off the chart. Because because you sat there and told me, Logic, you're not my man. What
I
I'm
did
looking
say
like
that.
this.
You're not my man, so I'm not offering those services. She said her brother-in-law asked. There's a difference. If you would have asked, but you specifically said,
I guarantee you.
No. And I even said to you, Logic, why are you serving people your own cake? I said this to you, so I'm trying to figure out why you're going in on this cake.
No, you did. No, you did. No, you did. Hey, Team Della. Since we gonna keep you brought the cake back up, so now I'm finna smoke your ass with this cake. Team Della, what she say? She said, I don't like chocolate cake. I don't like chocolate.
So
I
she
also
did,
said
but
that
he was
when
gentleman enough to come up to us and ask us. That we had a whole conversation about the whole cake. You were just so kind, Logic. You brought us over cake. She said that she didn't like the slice that you brought over, and you offered to bring over another slice. You were just so gentleman about it, and we were just so grateful for it.
You know what, Della?
Yes, but why can't we get our women? If our men I'm just saying, if our men understand that we can put our women first, why do our women need a wedding ring or a magnum condom for them to put us first?
I don't think
I'm
that
serious.
you definitely don't need a wedding ring, whatever. What was it? Magnum condom or
A magnum condom.
Trojan,
You know what that
whatever
is?
the brand is.
Trojan is really the
You
one that
don't, you don't need any of that for, and speaking directly in correlation to the whole event thing. Obviously, that was the first time that we've ever met in person. We were there. We were all sitting down. So I think you were referencing it like no one offered to serve me. We're definitely going to keep you in mind the next go around to make sure that you feel appreciated as well. Logic. In the same breath, I can't say that as women that we don't serve our men just because in my household it's not like that. So like my grandfather is elderly. He's the first one to get a plate. Either my mom, myself, or my sister, or one of my aunts has a plate on my grandfather's, in front of him. And so he's the patriarch of our house and we treat him as such. And so I think that extension for Black women in our households, it goes far beyond just our men, in terms of our romantic partners. It goes to, our brothers, it goes to our fathers, our grandfathers, so forth and so on. So I don't agree with you. There are women out there where this is a concern, but I can't say that it goes for the majority.
But see, you got to ask me why do it. No, you got to ask me. Say, you got to be like, okay, instead of assuming, say, Mr. Logic, why does it impact you so much?
Why does it impact you so much, Mr. Logic?
Yes, because right before I went to Atlanta, I had just left the Philippines, right? I literally didn't lift a fucking finger. Like, I'm in the Philippines and I go somewhere and then I can't say that. I went with some people I didn't lift a fucking finger. I go to Moldova. I didn't lift a finger. I go to Thailand. I didn't lift a finger. I go to the Wait, let me finish first.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? And then I come back to America and then especially dealing with I said I never messed with anybody but Black women in my life. Never. And that's it. And then I was like, all these countries I named you, and that's just in the last year. I go to these countries and these women don't know me. They have and I get treated like a man. I come back to America and I look at this shit and I listen to the excuses y'all have for just being a woman. And I be like, you know what? Fuck these terrorists.
But can I
That's
say
my story.
something on their defense? But can I say something on their defense?
Yes, Saida, 1 second. I just want to ask Mr. Logic a question. Logic, are the women that you're referencing, were these women working for tips or how did that work? Because you're saying that you didn't lift a finger. So who were you you said that you went by yourself or you went with a group of people. So I mean, were these the host at the hotel, the servers,
get a stranger just come over and oh, you don't have a plate here.
Yeah, right.
No.
More porch stuff.
No, it was one of my friends, one of my homies married to a Filipino. They was there. I went to his house. Their house. Random women was just coming, just bringing me shit. Like, my glass never got empty. They was randomly bringing everything to me. And if you ever been to Filipino, they have these big ass spreads, right? Mm-hmm. And it was a constant thing. And then at the end, when we was fucked up, you know where the women was at? Eating. They took care of their men first. And see, if that was just a Filipino experience, I said, okay, you know what? Maybe these motherfuckers just crazy. It's everywhere I go. I see this. And now, because that's my experience, right? So I'm used to it. So the way you saw me in Atlanta, that's how I am naturally. You know why? Because everywhere else I go, I get that treatment. But now, I'm like I said, I'm not mad at y'all. But when it's about keeping it funky, I'm going to keep it funky. Because most of the time when I bring up this story, I hear from black women the same thing CC just said. You're not my man. Why the fuck would I do? Like, who I look like? Who gonna check me, boo? That's what I fucking hear. And guess what? You're going to find some type of way to protect it. And guess what? It's a whole bunch of more terrorists that's been born every day that's going to follow that same thing. And I'm not with the whole passport movement. Like I said, I love my black women. But I'm going to tell you, you motherfuckers are terrorists to your face so you can fix yourself. I'm sorry.
So Logic, you've never been to my house. You've never been to a place where I have catered to people. So I'm just going to let you be live and do what you do for the public situation. Because if you've ever been to my house, I've always eaten last. I've always eaten the scraps because I serve the people, and especially the men who have come to my house. You come, what are you drinking? I'm going to make sure it gets poured. I'm going to make sure it's right. I always cater to the people when you're in my house. So when you say that you went to somebody's house and women were taking care of you, that's not uncommon. Again, we were in a public situation. So what you're not going to do is make it seem like I am not feminine or I'm a terrorist and I don't know how
I'm not doing that to you. I'm just saying it was no.
You just did. So let me finish. So if you were to come into my home, it would be a very different situation. And there are multiple men and women who have come to my house and they've wanted for nothing. What do you want? What do you need? Do you want X, Y, Z? I will make sure it's there for you. And that is a very different environment and very different situation. And I just want to let you know and let that be clear.
So, ma'am, this is what I think she took this. I don't want to take this wrong way. So listen, this is what I'm saying to you, right? Hold up. CC, what I'm saying to you is I can probably go overboard because I'm going to tell you why. And you know this to be true. This is the expectation of black women. Now, if you can tell me that this is not the expectation of black women to do that, I will shut the fuck up and I'll take that L. But
I get what you're saying, but I want you to let you know it's situational. If you were in my home, you would have everything you want. Just as you said, your example was you went to someone's home. So when you go to someone's home, it's a very different situation. You don't have to pay thing in my house. Your plate.
And CC, this is the problem. CC, this is the problem. For other women, it's not situational. It's something that's instilled in them that's coming. And you know what they get? Yes, they do. And you know what they get? Everything that you women say you deserve. Doors open. They get all that shit naturally.
I think the reason why you're so thrown off, Logic, is because her original obviously, Cece, if you didn't make this statement, you're not my man, this wouldn't even be like a conversation right now. So I think this is why it's being dragged out as far as it is, because at the end of the day, it really is situational. You know what I mean? We were in a hotel, we had servers, we had guests, everyone was being served.
I own that.
It's like us going to a restaurant together and you want me, we're out together and you want me to go to the back and get the food from the chef himself and bring the food over to you because I'm here and I need to serve. So again, we're talking about it is situational. If you were at her house, she will be servicing you as her guest. So I think right now you're just kind of milking this because
you know what?
Not
you're saying to let it go.
Terrorists.
We were definitely in a hotel.
I'm not saying that you're not making a valid point and that, I didn't say that you don't have valid points, but you are milking this situation because she said that you were not her man.
I'm milking it though. But Team Dale. How am I, Team Dale? No, how am I milking it, Team? Wait, hold up.
I wanted to also share something different.
Hold on, baby. Wait. I gotta say this.
Mr. Logic, you're going around the same thing. Like, we understand your point, okay? So I just wanted to say, that's the Latino fire that some people don't like. So I just wanted to say that with that same situation with the guy I told you, you can come to a country that the hospitality is a good aspect from them, because that's what represents the country. They have good hospitality. That's why they have big companies, like a lot of call centers that work, because that's what they provide: best customer service. Filipinas is one of the countries that is well known for that reason.
That's true.
Same wherever you go is hospitality. I have people, I am a tour guide, so I have a lot of people that say, wow, El Salvador, they always say good morning, hello, wherever you go. But that's just because who we are. And then I hear people say, no, in New York, for example, people don't even, they just walk right next to you and they don't say good morning. And if you say good morning, they look at you weird. So to me, that would be shocking, because I'm so used to, as soon as I step, out of my door, I say good morning to my neighbors or whoever is there. So it's just a cultural thing. But they're just treating you like that because that's how they feel. But now, if you were there for a longer period of time, you will be expected to act and do things that men from that society, from that culture, to do. For example, the guy that came to, and visit me, and I was kind of dating, I introduced him to my family. And at first, like, I'm not introducing everybody to my family. So yes, of course, he's like, welcome, and we're bringing the food to him, like whatever he wants to try, whatever. But like 2 weeks later, my dad told him to go to the store and get something for him. And he had to, and he's like, what? And he had to do it because my dad was asking. I'm like, yes, we're going. I'm going with you. Like my dad is saying, go, you're going to go and you're going to go get it, because that's the way it is. So don't think that you're going to be treated as a king always just because you're there. Just, for a couple of days, yes, but eventually you're expected to do something too, not unless you're actually a king. And
Well, not
I
only
don't know, I'm
that,
just saying.
I think it's also with regarding to respect and authority, because family is very big. So if if a mother or grandmother, or like she said, her father ask of you something, or you see a need, you should just step up and do it. And with regard to Cece, I'm not sure if I mentioned it before, but I remember when I first came to this country. I'm in Honduras, and I was traveling to Guatemala, and the bus got real crowded. And I always carry a briefcase. It's from my old days. I like carrying important papers next to me as opposed to just checking my luggage. And as the bus got more crowded, this young lady was sitting right next to me because I'm standing over the aisle chair. And she just took my briefcase from my hand and put it in her lap. And at first I was startled, and I looked down at her and she said, está bien, no problema. So I said, okay. So when we got to the border, she just gave me my bag back. And I think that's something that is common in the society, that we used to have that kind of love for one another in the black community. Because I remember growing up, my mom used to make good rice and beans and potato salad. And she used to send me to give it to a neighbor across the street. And her mom, actually my buddy's mom, she used to make really good pastries, pies, and she knew my mom liked it. So she would send pies with her son to my mom's house when they made it. So I think, we used to have that communal, friendly way, socializing, talking to one another, playing around. But we have drifted so far away from that type of life that now we're talking about it on YouTube. Like, all these things are missing from us as a people. And then we're reflecting into other cultures where we see it to be more normative. And I think, with regard to where you and Logic engage in that conversation, I think obviously if it doesn't apply to you, Tam, uh, Shantae, or Team Della, I would think you women are exceptional on this panel. But I think we have to also be able to be realistic and talk about the things as a topical conversation for the audience, those who may watch it on the replay, and those who are in the chat, especially those who are younger, to talk about the things that we notice existing in our society so we can look to change it. And those of us who have children, to look to see if we could change it in the next generation, because we may not have a big enough effect now because we're all adults. Me particularly, I'm way too old. But I think the next generation is where we can see a change, a shift in how we as Black people interrelate with one another. And if we can recognize and address the things that may not be directly affecting us or be talking about our specific behaviors or lack thereof, but it is prevalent, we need to be able to address the fact that it is prevalent. It's common enough to make topics like these from time to time. And it is emotional, but we still have to be able to see how we can talk about it so we can take steps to change it. That's just my point.
Well, unfortunately, I think we're moving into a generation where it's more independent. So I don't see this
That's
next
true.
generation saying I'm going to be fixing plates. I think that's going to be something that's going to be a dying breed. Like I'm West Indian, so you make sure you serve your man. And the reason why it's something unique to serve a man is if you serve somebody's man and that's not your man and the other woman's in the house, that's going to be a problem. Why are you serving my man? I serve my man. Like
But
it's something that's considered offensive. So it depends, I guess, culturally where you come from. I'm not fixing a plate for someone's husband unless I'm asked.
Right.
I'm not fixing plates for somebody else's man, or if somebody fixes a plate for my man, I'm gonna be like, well, what's happening? So
to me,
it's different.
that would look like insecurities.
I get what you're saying.
That's female insecurities.
My culture is that way. My aunt
Which country are you from?
My family's from Barbados. My aunt still fixes a plate for her husband, puts food aside, and she fixes, and the kids bring it up to your dad. He still don't gotta come and do nothing like that. My mom fixes the plate for my dad. The way I grew up, you fix the plate for your man, and that's just how it is.
Well, you need to go back to Barbados because you've been away from too long. You need to take your ass back to Barbados. Hey, no, you need to take your ass back to Barbados because you know what? In DC, I want a whole. I should have so many cakes and goddamn fucking drinks. Hey, look, cause I'm finna flame y'all ass up. I gotta pick up. No, cause look. I'm gonna tell you this. See, this is the difference, right?
Well, Logic, we go.
I'm gonna tell you. Wait. Listen. I'm gonna give you an example, right? I drove to Atlanta, right?
On this cake topic.
No. Listen. I'm telling you the mentality. I drove to Atlanta. You know why I drove to Atlanta?
I didn't know that you drove to Atlanta, but go ahead.
Yeah, I knew you did.
Drove to. I could have flew. I drove. You know why I drove to Atlanta?
Because you had that cake.
No, because I had to bring. No, that's good though, Hank. I drove to Atlanta to make sure that I can bring my guns, that I can protect every person that's in that place. Quest drove to Atlanta for that exact same reason. We was up there in suits and guns, and y'all didn't even know it. And we did it to protect you from these crazy internet niggas, right? And we did it blindly. Right now, if I didn't even tell you, a chick had to tell me, Mr. Logic, is that a gun? I said, yeah. Do you feel safe? Now I do. And so I'm protecting y'all. I drove and I didn't have to. I had to buy the cake and serve the cake. So what the fuck I got to do? I got to fuck myself too. Shit, this is the problem with the black women. This is the problem.
I have a question. Listen, but I when Mr. Lee was talking, I honestly, thought about the times where I've had Christmas parties. Me and my friends, we have Christmas parties at the house, and a majority of them are married. And so I would put myself in that position, like, would I serve my friend's husband? I think that I would. If I see that he doesn't have a plate, I will ask my friend, like, hey, so-and-so doesn't have, like, is it okay if I give him, I will ask. More than likely, because that just never happens. All the men are served. Once I think about it, I've never seen the men serving themselves. Never. Amongst my friends. And I have a good grip of them, okay? that more than certain my friend would just take the plays like I got it. I'll because I've never seen them not be served. Now again, this is a situational, it's about the women, but I choose to be around people who are just like me. If you see my friends, most of them are just like me, like minds. We're in the same clique. Okay, so all I can do is assume that people are the same way. Again, these are their men though. This is not like so I get what CC was.
So let me ask you this: if you are out and about in society,
Mm-hmm.
and a man which was one of your friends' boyfriend saw you being accosted, he shouldn't step in because it might make his woman jealous. He should just let you be accosted
Well.
and
Let me just say
abused.
this. Let me say
Let
this.
me ask you
No.
that.
Let me just say this.
Comparable.
Let me say this. So this is an example of if I see my friend's child getting taken, I'm not going to step in. I think that that's human. I'm going to step if somebody is doing harm to anybody. A man could be doing harm to you. I may not be able to pull him out, but I'm going to do something to get you some help. You understand? Because that's just a
Okay.
human thing to do. So you can give me
Right.
another example of something else if you
No,
like.
but what I'm saying is that protection is life risking. When a man step in to do the things that men do for women, it's life risking. It not only affects his life, if he has a family, it affects his family's life.
Absolutely.
So giving someone a drink, a plate, or
It's not a
serving
big
them in
deal. It's
some
not.
way,
It's not.
let me conclude my statement. If the women are in a feminine vibration in nature, each woman in that space, whether it's a Christmas, Thanksgiving, whatever, should not feel any kind of way as to serve the table. Any man at the table that doesn't, let me finish, that don't have a plate, if you have a plate, you serve that man. It doesn't have to be your man. And if the women that are in your circle are so insecure that they can only bring specific plate and specific drinks for the men that they're in a relationship with, that's problematic from the female side when it comes to femininity. It's
Well,
a problem
What I
because
don't like,
men.
Mr. Lee, is that China literally gave a whole explanation about how, how they operate in their culture. And y'all both sat up here giggly, laughy, like googly eyed over hearing about how they move in El Salvador. And then when Cece goes on to tell you how things are done in her culture, when Shantae
I
tells you
listened
how
and
things
I
are
heard her.
done in her household, it's just very judgmental. Where it's like at the end of the day, the original argument was that the men don't get served. We've cleared up the ambiguities that the men are served, and now it's the men are not served to your liking. Now it's a problem that it's insecurities with the women. It's just seeming very much so that it's like you're unsatisfiable at this point.
Well,
Respect.
one of the things, hold on 1 second. One of the things that we do here in this space is that black women say that they don't feel protected by black men. And what I'm saying is that for you to be protected by black men, any black man in any part of the society that observe you being accosted, threatened, or in any way where it looks like your life or you might be in some type of danger would need to be able to step to that situation and get between you and that danger. That's what I'm saying. That's the only way you can truly be protected. Other than that, you will
Well,
only be
let me
protected
ask you a question, Miss Relief.
by
So
when
different topic.
by when your
But
man is there.
so let me ask you.
No, what I'm not changing the topic. I'm giving you the other side of when you guys say I only feed my man, and in my house, my
Nobody
man would be
said that.
fed.
Nobody said
that.
Yeah.
I said I didn't
Nobody
see
said
him
that.
say
It's
it.
selective
No, I'm
hearing.
not talking about logic. I'm not talking about logic.
No,
I'm just
I said if
speaking
you come to my
what
house,
Team Della
every
said
man gets
and
fed.
CC said.
No, I said if you come to my house, every man gets fed.
Right.
And
All
I
right,
said,
look. Hey,
True. And I understood
CC.
that.
Hey,
And I
wait,
understood that.
Mr. Lee,
And I
Mr. Lee, we
understood
could do
that.
this. CC, Mr. CC, I'm gonna catch a flight and I'm coming to your house tomorrow, and I want to put that shit to the test.
I'm gonna come over there and feed you.
No, well, hey, CC, hey,
Drive
I
to
can book.
CC house to make
No,
sure.
Well,
I can. Wait. See, cause I call cap on terrorist.
Don't
Look,
put cap on.
CC.
Let it
Don't
let
put
it be let
cap
it
on me.
be
If you
let it
come
be
to
CC,
my house,
spontaneous.
CC,
you will be
I can
fed.
book my no, CC, I can book my flight right now.
And there's plenty of people who have requested specific things for me to cook, and I have cooked them, and you have been served, and I
Okay,
have clean
okay. So
kitchen.
CC,
Well, let's
CC,
not make
CC.
this a
Wait,
personal
wait,
And I
hold on,
thing.
cook
Mr. Lee.
food,
Don't,
and I
hey,
cook
Mr. Lee,
food
don't
I
let her off
don't
the
even
hook.
eat. I cook
CC,
food I don't even eat. I
CC,
don't
I
eat
can
red
book
meat,
my
but I
flight.
will make
CC,
steak for you if you want it.
No, Mr.
CC,
Logic, let's
CC.
not make it personal. We need to make this
It's
more
not personal,
educational
Mr.
than
Lee.
personal.
It's still a
If you're
show.
gonna show up at a house for her to fix you a plate, it's personal.
That's not
Let's
personal. That's proving the point. Look, I'm
You
finna
know,
book my
report
flight
it
right
all.
now. Mr. Lee Mr. Lee try to take Humber Dad place. You know what? I'm going, man. I ain't
Let
got
me
time
ask
for
you a
this.
question. So, I know this is kind of far fetched, but let me ask you a question. So, if we're sitting somewhere together, I mean, we're in a thing, and because it's customary for men to pull the chair out for a woman, and my man is standing right there. You're gonna come over and pull my chair out in front of my man?
If he didn't
You
do it,
asking me the question?
If he didn't
if
do
he
it.
didn't do it, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, let me get
My
this straight.
woman wouldn't get upset about that. Why should she?
I'm talking about you would do that. No, we're talking about you would do that to another man. You would go ahead and do it in front
So
of
another man didn't pull out a chair at another table, and he was sitting
if
there.
let's say we were having, it was like me and my network guys, and we were having a dinner, seat a table of 8. They brought their
That's not
girlfriends
what
or
we said.
wives,
No,
and I brought my girlfriend.
that's not the
Are
situation.
you saying just a total
It's
stranger?
a man and a woman sitting at a table.
Uh-huh.
You a man and a woman. You out with your woman. You notice that this
Oh,
man
of
did
course
not
not.
pull out the
If
chair.
the man is right there, there's no need for me to do that.
And his
That's
wife
the
is right
same thing
there.
that she was
Wife
talking
is
about.
right
But not
there.
only that, they're
You
strangers.
do
We're in
it.
a restaurant. They're strangers.
So, okay, taking away the stranger. So you're
Uh-huh.
saying that even if you're in a household with people, okay,
Right.
and because we're going to serve the men in the household, okay, whether the man I know or not, because some people come with new boyfriends. All right, so you're telling me that if her man is standing right there, you're going to walk over to make sure
Of
that
course
chair is
not.
put
Of
out.
course not. You're not going to do that. If the man is sitting right there, no. If he's outside bringing in the liquor or bringing in the ice and the ladies are sitting, yes, I will pull the chair out for her to sit down.
So if the man, so I think that the same will be true. Now that changes the scenario. If my friend is outside and her man needs to be served, I'll go ahead and make his plate. But if she's standing beside me, I'll just say, "Hey, your husband needs da 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 da," and she'll do. I'm not gonna do it if she's standing right there. I'll just let her know what's going on so she can serve, because it's kind of
And that
disrespectful.
doesn't make either one of y'all jealous or insecure. That doesn't pose those kinds of dynamics.
Point
either.
made.
Served, I'm gonna make sure he's served.
Okay, point made. Point made.
And I just like to add on something also. I think we should be respectful of not just El Salvador cultures, but all cultures, right? There are situations that occur in different cultures, and we just need to respect that. To Mr. Logic, your point, you are absolutely right. Just point blank to answer your question. Women in some other countries and many other countries are more submissive than American women. Point blank. That is fact. It is. Now, you also made the comment earlier saying that many Black women love their job. Or I don't even know if you said many Black women, but you said something of the fact where women love their jobs, their careers, and we don't cook and clean. You mentioned getting your fellas or your bras or whoever, if you could find a woman who does that. So I guess my question is, are these fellas not running into women who have careers, jobs, and don't cook and clean? Because like Shantae was saying, I've got a sisterhood of friends who we do that. We have careers, we cook, we clean, and that's not an anomaly. So I'm not understanding your circle of bras if they're not running into women at all who are in this situation.
You want my answer?
Yeah, have you not run into any? I get that not all women do that, but you're making it seem like we don't, like as a general rule.
As a general rule, as a majority rule, y'all don't.
And I can agree with that. Probably not
Yeah.
all, but you just make it sound like
No,
you've
no, no.
never.
I said no, 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 no.
Let me finish.
I
We've
never.
been talking for about an hour, so just let me finish just with my point.
You
And
was talking to me. There you go, Terry. See, hey, look, I'm literally
I'm
She was
conversating
being
with you
quiet.
back and
Come on,
forth.
Logic.
respect
She
my
was
response.
No, no,
It's
no.
back.
See, stop. No, stop. I'm literally we having a. I didn't bark at you. We was literally having a conversation, right? But the power
I've not been
in you.
able to respond
Go ahead, man.
at all. And the chat, the people can be a witness. I have unmuted my mic and I have muted it back several times because there was talk, continuous talk, and instead of talking over anyone, I muted my mic.
Go ahead, expand.
I forgot half the point now. Go ahead.
What?
Can I say
No,
something with
go ahead.
your point? I wanted to also say that, and to support you on that point. If I admit as a woman, and that's what I'm saying, it doesn't matter what a woman says, it will always be judged, whatever she says. And I'm with you on this. If I say that I want to stay home, and who wants to work? Honestly, nobody wants to work. I wish that I would stay home and just stay with my kids. Honestly. Oh, look at his face now. Oh, now she just wants
Oh,
to
you
be.
sound good, but
No,
these women won't say the same thing.
that's no, hold on. But
These
that's
women
you.
won't say the
That's
same
you.
thing.
That's you. But a lot of men don't want that because they cannot afford to have that. And I'm not saying that you have to have a lot of money for that. I'm not saying that. But honestly, to support a family is not easy. It's not cheap. Not even in my country it is. So like that's why I'm saying like you have to admit that as a man or as a woman, can can you have that type of depending on the lifestyle that you want, is that something that you can provide for others as well if you cannot even provide for yourself? Like if a woman admits that, oh, I want this type of things, she's judged because she said it. She admitted, hey, during pandemic, I was working from home and I had the privilege to stay with my daughter for the first time in my life because since she was born, she had to go to daycare. And I had to work my entire life. So I got to realize, wow, like this will be like me staying home, serving my kid, assisting my kid, helping my kid all the time. So I like the work from home thing because it made me realize that I could be with my kid more, spend more time with my daughter. But
So
now,
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
not every
So
yes,
to
but
answer your question, we can. I sit here and I sit here and I talked to some young kids the other day at a high school about how we can. A woman with 2 kids.
I think you can, Mr. Logic, and I'm
No,
sorry
I
to interrupt.
said, no, ma'am, you in El Salvador. We're in America. I'm going to tell you how we can in America. In America, we had a guy they call the Orange Man. You know who that is? The Orange Man was finna give women $26,000 a year to teach their kids. $26,000 a year, right? You got 2 kids. Can you do the math on that? So now, and then now, that's one thing, right? Now, let's get to the common sense thing. When I was coming up, we had something called leftovers. No, we didn't have leftovers. I'm sorry. Because I had a big enough family. If you go to these families and look at the amount of food they cook and the amount of food they throw away, and you telling me that they cannot provide for another kid or 2 kids, you're insane. When I was coming up, it was something that was called hand-me-downs.
Hand-me-downs. Yep.
These things do not exist today. So now you're telling me, you're saying logic. No, we can't afford it. No.
No. What I
You're
mean is,
wait, ma'am. Wait now. You acting like an American woman now. Let me finish. Yes, I'm doing it. Because y'all don't like to tell me the truth. Then hey, look, I shut up and I say whatever y'all want me to. I give y'all the comfort food. But healthy food, what she said was absolutely incorrect in the United States. We can afford it. You just can't afford no Gucci hats, no Gucci shoes. The people who have the money to get that, then you get it. But if you don't have the money to get it, then your kids don't deserve it because you can't provide it. So now, but in my areas, I see parents bust their ass and provide some on Christmas, Easter, these worthless holidays. They will buy these kids $400 shoes knowing that their kid finna grow out the next week. That's insane to me if you can't afford it. So now if you gonna sit here and give me this sad story, oh, you can't afford it. I said, ma'am, you're incorrect. I'm
I agree
done.
with that. I agree with that. That you can afford a certain lifestyle, not the lifestyle that you want. That's different. That's I totally agree with that. Now, what I was saying in El Salvador, men know that they cannot, literally, they cannot afford to sustain a household by themselves. So they have to accept that a woman has to work with them and they have to meet her halfway. That's what I was saying earlier, like, hey, it requires for him to do other stuff. If she's working, then and you get home earlier, he's gonna have to do the dishes because he knows that he really cannot sustain a household by himself, and that doesn't make him less of a man. That's different. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you know, if you have self-awareness and you know that you want a specific lifestyle and you cannot provide for that lifestyle 100%, then you have to accept the help from the woman, and it's nothing wrong with that. That's what I was trying to say.
But in
Let
those
me
cases,
say this.
the women
I would
don't
fix all of that. That
don't
wouldn't matter.
withhold femininity, right?
No, I'm sorry, both were talking. I
Yeah.
heard.
What I was going to ask, one second, Hank. What I was going to ask Syra, in those cases where the woman is working as well along with her husband, does she withhold femininity, or she's just as comfortable being feminine and submissive to him, regardless of whether or not he can afford to keep her at home or if she has to work?
um, she continues to do everything in the house, probably with a little bit more of help with him and support from him.
Okay. All right. Go ahead,
Well,
Hank. I'm sorry.
well, my thing is about that one pot. I've been pushing for that. I mean, that's the thing I do in my household, and that's what I would do when I would find that right woman. You understand what I'm saying? But let me ask you, ladies, about this. We talked about this on the P for Sunday and about roles, gender roles. How do you ladies feel about that?
I don't necessarily say that it's gender roles, but I 1000% believe in roles in a marriage, roles in your relationship. And it really just eliminates a lot of the confusion. You have your roles, I have my roles, and the relationship, you should have vetted a person that you can trust to make the decisions and trust to handle their roles and vice versa. So yes, I certainly believe in roles.
I also think, like, similar to what Saida was saying, was that, men, it's okay if you cook once in a while. It's okay if you help with certain things in the household, because there are certain people who think that women should be the only people cooking, they should be the only ones cleaning. I think, similar to what Della was saying, like, there are roles that are specific, I think, for a man, and that they should be respected, but that sometimes you do need to help out in certain areas.
Yeah, I agree with what Della was saying also. So forth is roles. That should really be discussed before you get into a marriage, right? Like, you talk about the things that you're willing to do, whether it's the man, the woman, and then you're going to have some tasks that overlap. For example, my man may say he's the one who takes out the trash, right? But if there are certain days that maybe I take out the trash, right? There's not a moment where I'm going to say I'm not going to take out the trash because that's solely his duty. There may be times where my man may say, okay, well, I understand she's worked, she's cooked, she's clean. I will wash the dishes, right? But primarily, I may agree to, you know what? I'll wash the dishes. That's something that I'll do. I do not like folding clothes, right? That's something that I've had conversation about in relationships. if we were to get married, what would you like? What is the role that you would like to play in the relationship? And we've talked about those things. We agreed that I'm not going to be the only person folding the clothes. Why? Because that's not something that I enjoy doing. I will cook, I will clean, I will help you in the yard, but to Della's point, you should definitely have conversation about what roles you want to play. Expectations should be discussed prior to, so that when expectations are discussed, you can't say someone is not meeting your expectations because they've already been placed on the table.
What if I say I don't want to cut the grass?
I'm not cutting the grass. We can pay somebody and we'll get it done.
Okay.
But
So
that's
what
an
if I say?
expectation. But that's an expectation that I've put out in the beginning.
But what if he can't afford?
But I'm just trying to. I'm not trying to come at you, Ted. I want to have a conversation. I'm saying.
What if it's not in the budget?
Yeah, but no,
No,
I'm just
I
saying.
can't speak for anybody else, but it is in the budget.
In the budget.
But listen what I'm saying. Hold on, wait, Kay, and then I'm finna go to Walmart. Just give me a minute. Walmart is calling. So the thing is, if I say I don't want to protect the house, what would you say?
That's a conversation we'd have to have, right? If
you telling me
personally, are you asking how I would feel about that personally?
Yes, ma'am.
So I would think as a man, that's one of my preferences, right? That's my preference. If you say you don't want to protect the house, then let's have a conversation. How do you expect the house to be protected? Let's have that dialogue.
And let's have a dialogue. Oh, wait, Hank. Now the thing is certain things shouldn't have a dialogue. That's why the best thing that George Bush ever said is, "I would not negotiate with terrorists." And I'm not talking about you. I'm speaking in general. Because the thing is some things are non-negotiable.
And that's what I say for me.
Wait, let me, ma'am, let me finish. I mean, because the terrorists are coming out. Go ahead and pull out your goddamn AK-47. Look, what you're really saying is, and let's be honest, it's things that's men do that you won't negotiate with.
Mm-hmm.
But
a man should. That's my preference. That's
no. Listen, ma'am. Listen, I'm just trying to get you to understand how flawed your argument is, because you would not negotiate with a man about protecting the house. And let's keep it funky. You would not negotiate with a man about cutting the grass, because you know what you would say? You would say to that man, well, we hear all women say, well, what good are you? So now, I'm just saying, wait, and see, and now, look, and if we can't have this honest conversation and really look through this and see the issue, you want what you want, and you would give nothing. You would tell him, I'm not folding clothes. We need to negotiate that. And I said, okay, I'm not cutting grass. And we need to negotiate that. And we ain't paying nobody to do it for us. And it need to get done. And what you gonna say?
Then I'll fold the clothes and
that's a deal breaker. What you gonna say is that's a deal breaker. He toxic, right?
No. Okay, so I'm a different person than Tan.
Okay.
So I actually like cutting the grass. I have an electric lawnmower. It's really cute. I put my little and I do it when the sun goes down because I can burn a lot of calories that way. I don't have to sit in the dark. So I put my Fitbit on and I'm just sitting there, and it doesn't make a loud noise or anything. My yard is not super big, so I'm okay with that.
May I get a word in?
Yes, you can in a second. So that's not an issue with me, but I get what you're saying. I think that goes back to what Della was saying earlier. I think that it's a give and take situation. For example, I also know that, I have to be giving of my body. If my man is ready to, and I'm just not, I have to do a little, so that he can continue to be satisfied. And that may not be something I want to do, but I do it. And there are other things that I may do that I'm gonna always continue to do to offset that protection of that house. Now, if my man is not here, I'm gonna protect my house, and I don't really have a man, so I've been protecting it all this time. I just run and hide.
Yeah. But you know what, Shantae? Shantae, this is what's real. Shantae, this is what's real. If I was your man, Shantae,
yeah,
you would not cut that grass.
But
because listen, ma'am, listen. Because if something happens to you, I'm responsible.
And
see,
that is a
you won't
dangerous
protect
job.
my house because if a crack go in it at the door at night or bang, no, ain't gonna be no Breonna Taylor. That's my job. Because if something happens to you, I'm responsible. See, that's the difference. And you know what? The terrorists inside of y'all will never get it.
But that's kind of like what Tam was
That's
saying
right.
earlier. And a lot of people had disagreed with him. They said, well, I'm going to please my man because if he, that's a part of her job. Because if she doesn't, then he'll go somewhere else. It's like a part of her. Who keeps calling my name?
That's me. I just wanted to say
Who was talking to me?
one or two things, and then I'm out of here.
Go
Salute
ahead,
to everybody.
Welcome, Chaotic.
Welcome, and thank you so much, my beautiful sorority sister.
Yes.
I was listening, and I was keeping an open mind. And Tan, I'm the chaotic truth, and I wanted to say something to you real quick. I don't know whether you believe in evolution or you believe that the good Lord created us 2,000 years ago, but nevertheless, we were made with opposable thumbs. These opposable thumbs work in terms of with men, in terms of providing security, building skyscrapers, building the space shuttle, building the roads, pretty much building everything in civilization. And men don't mind, your opposable thumbs are for washing dishes, folding clothes, and holding a mop. It is. I was actually going to just listen, but when you said that you don't like folding clothes, that's the equivalent of a man saying he doesn't like working. Tan, you don't have the responsibility of building society like we do as men, and there's nothing wrong with that. It is. I wish I could just fold clothes and wash dishes and have somebody take care of me. But I don't because I'm a man. I have a penis. And here goes the thing, Tan. I would like for you to start folding clothes for a cousin, a brother. Start practicing, getting to the habit of folding clothes. The key to a man's heart, Tan and Shantae and Cece and Team Della and Sierra, excuse me if I said your name wrong, is folding clothes, washing dishes, and providing sandwiches and a beer and leaving us alone for a few hours. And that is just the key to life. If you mastered that as women, whether you're a black woman or a white woman or Asian woman, I'm telling you, relationships will be perfect. But see, you want to be men. You want to be in control. And I got to agree with Logic. I got to agree with Logic on everything that he says. You're not supposed to provide security, Shantae. Your delicate fingers are not supposed to be holding.
I hide. I just hide.
Yeah, your delicate fingers, women are not supposed to be wrapped around a gun. It's supposed to be wrapped around a mop. Leave the security for Logic, Hink, Sage, Alvin, and myself. We're willing to die for society. And there's nothing wrong with that. Quit trying to be like men. Stop it. And I digress or regress, but I'm just gonna fall back. That's all I wanted to say. Salute to you guys. 06 Shantae. Go ahead, guys.
Well, chaotic truth. I thank you for your comment, but I don't think you listened. I said that I don't like folding clothes, and I have a choice to like it or not. I didn't say that I don't fold clothes. I fold my clothes. Nobody else folds my clothes, or else they won't get folded. So I didn't say
you
that
fold a man's clothes. That's the
When I
question.
was married, I absolutely did.
Okay, there you
Absolutely.
go.
So that's not what I didn't say I didn't fold clothes. I said I don't like to fold clothes.
Wait, chaotic. Wait, chaotic is right. Look,
And
I can't hold this mop, man.
Your
Look, my hands too
Tell me,
big to
hold on,
hold
thumbs
the
were
grip.
not
but
designed
can
to
I
hold
say
it.
something about that? Can I say something about that? My grandparents.
Right after I finish the rest of my point. Absolutely. So the point is there are lots of things in relationships that you do that you don't necessarily like doing, but you do it because you love and respect the other person. So yes, there are going to be several things. I don't have to like folding clothes. There's nothing that says I have to like doing it, right? Earlier in the show, I also mentioned about cooking. There may be times when you are doing other things, you work, you come home, you feed the kids, you do whatever you do family wise. You may not feel like cooking, right? There's some people who don't like cooking. I happen to like cooking. Again, I don't like folding
May I
clothes.
give you a rebuttal when you're done too, Tan?
Absolutely.
Okay, absolutely.
Absolutely. But I do it, right?
Yeah.
So I don't want you to miss the point and twist my words, right? The my words are I don't like folding clothes, and I stand by that statement. And I have the conversation with my significant other about that. And if my significant other is willing to help fold clothes, then that's something that's unique to our situation, right?
I
And what the next couple does in their household works for that household. What works for me and my household is what would work for me and my household. And that's what people have to stop doing, looking in other people's households, because when you do that and you put your preferences and what you do in your household on the next person's, um, what works for me and my house may or may not work for yours. So
may, may I give a rebuttal?
we can we can all have our preferences, but that's mine.
Well, here goes the thing, Tan. See, even though you presented your argument in a very professional manner, I could tell you're highly educated. You probably have a PhD or something. It does not mean that you're not being combative right now. You see, right now you're being just like the Boniqua on the street. You are not listening to what men are saying. Now, men, I got to salute to logic. He has served this country. Do you think he liked doing that? Do you think men like going 40 stories up and building skyscrapers? But no, men still come home and men still provide and play with the kids and et cetera, et cetera. Could you imagine a man saying, I'm tired. I don't feel like being a man now. I don't feel like playing with the kids when I get home. I did all this. No, your job never ends as a woman. Your career is inferior to what we think as men. Your sororities, your little groups, those are all inferior things. Your duty is to be a woman, whether you like it or not. Just like men are supposed to be men, whether we like it or not. There are no excuses.
But
I
we're just
couldn't imagine 6'4" Hink folding some damn clothes with his wife. I could not imagine nothing that idiotic.
So let me ask you a question.
Men
Chaotic.
don't do that.
So let
There's
me
no
ask you a question.
compromise.
So
Go ahead, CC. Go ahead. You've been drinking. Go ahead.
let me ask you a
No,
question.
no, I'm just saying she never said she didn't do it. She just said she
Doesn't
disliked
like
I
doing it.
know what
So
she
I mean, like,
said. I
Well,
heard her.
no,
She
she
said
said
that
it
she
would
didn't
be
like it.
negotiable.
no, she
But
said she would have that conversation. It would be discussed in her household. I get what you're saying,
no.
but
See, that's the
no,
problem.
no, that's what you
Let
said.
me
Hold
ask
on,
you
let
a
me
question.
finish.
So let me ask you a question, Chaotic. So is it
Yeah.
okay for me in this y'all like to come down my throat, but is it okay for me to go into a relationship and saying, listen, you're my man. I'm not paying these bills. That is your manly duty.
Exactly. Yes.
I would
Yes.
love
I
to
agree with you.
my
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
I'll be
If
And
he's your
pushing
husband,
back
not
when
your,
you come home. I'm
not
massaging
just
your
girlfriend.
can I respond real quick? Can I respond? Yes. If you are an attractive woman
Why does
and
it
if
have to
you are
be? Why she can't just be
because
a
you can
woman?
okay, can I ask
Why is
okay,
there
guys,
insecurity?
can I answer your question, please? Can I answer your question? Yes, I've always said that a man is to provide. And here goes the thing. If you are attractive and thin enough and tall enough, yes, a man should provide
So
100%.
it's
I agree with
conditional
that.
provision. It's
But if
conditional.
you look like Marmaduke, no.
So it's conditional. So you're saying it's conditional. So she's supposed to
Yeah,
be
of course.
100%
Your look.
feminine, no matter what type of man she has, but it's conditional on your part, depending on what she looks like.
We splitting bills if you look like Precious. I'm sorry. Let's be honest. Come on,
You
man. We
chose
splitting
her.
bills.
Stop it. Now you just capping. Stop.
I've
Nah,
got a
who's
question.
your cap? I'm
I've
not
got a
capping.
question
Yo,
for Tam.
I was just
I've
throwing
got
that
a
out there.
question for
Why we have
Tam.
to say like you
I
chose
was,
just wanted to say something
I have
real
a
quick.
question for Tam.
So,
And what I wanted to ask her, because the preference of the question as it was laid out was gender roles. And what I wanted to ask you particularly was, for Black America, is there going to be a normal culture in Black America where some things are just understood throughout all of Black America, where women know what their roles are and men know what their roles are? Or is every relationship is going to be so individual that everything is negotiable?
I think that just depends. You're talking about Black America in general?
Yes, because a lot of these conversations that we're having is because we find so many things that are lacking in our community that we're trying to fix.
So when talking about Black America in general, right? You've got to go back to initially women didn't work. That's because we couldn't work. We couldn't work back in the day.
Black women have always worked.
That's not true.
No.
All women
Housekeepers,
from every
maids.
culture have worked.
It's a
All
maid.
women from every culture have
But
worked.
African American women have always worked.
work.
Well, you work the jobs
we're
that you're
speaking of
able to
the
work.
household.
But it's still the work. It's still income.
It's not
Yeah,
stepping
well,
out of the element. It's housework.
But it's,
Well,
it's
if you,
Were you getting paid?
the thing is, there are times where women worked out in the fields. They were planting and digging up roots when they were ready for harvest. So it all depends on the societal structure that we have. We
Correct.
came out in the early 1900s out of slavery, and it was the rebuilding or the building of America. And there was the broader society had all the jobs, and Black men had to fit in and find jobs where we could.
Yes.
And Black women find the jobs that they were able to do, and most of that was where white women didn't want to clean their houses. Black women went in and did that to make money. So with regard to women working, women have always worked throughout society.
Black
Only
women.
at the most elite levels in society, women had that pleasure not to work. I think now, because of the economy of the United States, and men, more and more men are becoming more and more economically capable, some men are saying, look, I don't want my woman to work, because that has been the elite standard for rich men. So you could pick up your comment from there as it pertains to the American culture and Black women.
Now, Lee, I got a rebuttal for that, and it's not a disagreement. It's kind of like what Logic said. Now, if Logic came to my house, Chaotic came to my house, Mr. Lee, if you came to my house, my wife would automatically serve all of you guys drinks. She would serve me last. We had food, she would make all your plates. She would serve me last. I think that women view service as a weakness instead of it as power. Service doesn't mean weakness. Because if women consider the house as their household, as their domain, they run it the way that they want to run it. They have it looking the way that they want to look. That's why my wife was always like, hey, you know what? Whenever you want to invite somebody, let me know hours ahead of time so I can have things ready, because this house is how I look. This is my temple. However my house looks represents you. It represents me. So when people come to my house, they end up looking at their wife crazy when they go back home. Like, look, my wife doesn't serve me, company or not. She doesn't give me drinks or she don't cook. But I just think that over the last maybe 40, 30 years, women start viewing service as a weakness. Like, that's why there's like, you're not my man. Why should I bring you a drink? It hasn't been taught, and it's been viewed as a weakness. It's not something that's
Well,
automatic.
I think that your wife is an example of that there are women who still serve, and we're just saying that we are those women. So just like there are women who don't serve, there are women who do serve.
Right.
We know
Yes,
one.
but there's more that don't than there is that do.
How do you know that? Did you put a consensus together and counted all these
I
women?
know that because all of my friends, when they come over my house and they leave and they call me, they tell me that their woman does none of that, and all their
All of your
women.
friends is the majority of people.
Well, I think
Hey,
I
I'm
think
giving you a.
and this 1 second, Alvin.
Go ahead,
I
man.
think
Just like you're giving me an example of your friends, I just told you all of my friends serve their men. You understand what I'm saying?
right. But
So it just
Shantae,
depends on
I think one of the things that I would hope that you ladies, and this show is a tremendous show, but I think what you ladies can, or I would like to be able to see more of, is not so much the deflection just because you do it and your friends do it and your circle, the people that you know, do these things. I think we have to be able to admit that
The majority.
in general, we know in the society that there's a lot of things that are lacking in the Black American culture now as opposed to the past. And these are things that men complain about. And when we say, how do you know? Give us a statistic. There is no statistics for this. But it's what men are saying over and over and over, just like there's some things that women say that they're lacking with men. And there are no statistics for those things. But the difference is in the manosphere, we get on the men for the things that we know men are lacking. But for whatever reason, the women will always try to say, prove it first before we can accept that it's in any large quantity because the women I know don't behave this way or don't do that, implying that only the ones you know behave that way. And that's being disingenuous. And that's, I think, what
So let
Alvin
me
is
say
trying
this
to
real
really
fast,
communicate.
so I won't lose my point from Mr. Sage because it goes with Mr. Lee is saying. I think that Mr. Lee, undoubtedly you have not watched our few episodes. We had an entire show on women accountability and holding women accountable. So I want you to go back and look at that show. But we call women out all the time on this show, but we do both ways. It's usually both ways. But that episode by itself was totally for holding women accountable. Okay. So the next thing is I think that the frustration comes because what happens is people lump all Black women in this category. So those of us who try to do right, we feel like we're getting punished for things and we're trying to do things right. So we're going to tell you that we do because we want you to understand that there are women like us, but we're overlooked. We're the silent, I like to call us the silent majority because we're women. We do it because we may not be the loudest or the women you may go for, but there are women who serve their men. There are women who don't act like these women that you're talking about. They're out there. And it becomes frustrating when you say, oh, women, just like men, women do this, and we're sitting here to tell you, no, nobody has a problem with serving their man. I think it would be stupid. Those women who you're talking about, the same women we have problems with in other situations. But it is crazy for me to sit here and people saying that women are giving you pushback because all you're asking to do is fix your play. That is crazy to me. It takes nothing for me to fix a man's play. If that's what you want, if that's going to make my man happy and every man in this, I'm going to fix your plate. That's nothing to ask of me.
You get a plate.
No, but I think the conversation is not that you're not doing it, or Cece, or Tan, or Team Della.
It's the majority.
I think guys understand that this particular point of conversation is not related directly to you.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, if you said you guys did an accountability show, which I didn't get a chance to see, accountability is continuous. It's not just for a show. So if you're talking about issues today whereby you can address it from an accountability standpoint, where there are things that are being brought up that needs to be discussed because it is prevalent. It may not be 51%, but it could be 48%, might be 30%. Whatever it is, there's enough of it going on that it's affecting the broader society.
Gotcha.
And with regard to if something applies to all, why is it always that we can't speak in the generalities and understand that? The indefinite pronoun all, if it's not used, why do you insert it and then accuse us of using it when we didn't use it and then defend the point that we never made?
Well, I
Women do
think
that
that
so often because when we say women, we're speaking in the terms of the general things that women do. If it's not pertaining to you guys or your circle of friends, it's not you.
absolutely. So I think that the problem is for me, when we're on a YouTube panel and I'm talking to
Uh-huh.
people who are not necessarily in America, who may have never met an American, I just like to be
Right.
true to my words. And that's what men too. I would never get on here, and I've said this plenty of times, and say black men are criminals. Because to me, somebody can take that as like, oh, black men are. They're not thinking, oh, she's just talking about some black men. She's saying black men. I'm going to be specific and say some black men, a small few are, and that's how I speak on this show. And anybody can go rewind the tapes. I always say some. I've
Well, I
never.
think we can generalize within whether it's a lot, some, a small amount, or in a majority. And I think those things can be stated with different adjectives to clarify that how
Absolutely.
much you're trying to represent. But I think to always have to, as a man in general, to always try to include that we're not referring to all. We're not referring to all. I think that
Well,
becomes
I don't.
redundant
We
sometimes.
don't know. It's not because guess what? You didn't see our show last week, so that person may not have seen the other show you were talking about it. So every week,
No, but
sometimes
I'm saying that
so every week you may have to say it doesn't. It's
people
one word.
people
Some
don't automatically.
And I think
it's
that it's
In general.
important. I think that it's important to understand that words
Yeah.
have implications. And so
Sure, absolutely.
it's important that we are very intentional with the message that we are putting out. And a lot of the
And
time,
I and I agree.
the people that come and speak on this show, they use terms and absolutes, and they're referencing not just a majority, but a lot of the times it is perceived to be all. What I can say is, like, when we're saying, well, I don't see that, it's really because we don't. At the end of the day, I have a group of friends that I've been friends with for the past 15 years. Though that's my clique. That's my tribe of people that I hang out with. So between our families, my personal family, the extension of people that I hang out with, I'm going to use the example of serving our men in our tribe. We serve our
Mhm.
men. I mean, my best friends, they're Nigerian. So, I mean, like, when we're at their functions, the men they're taken care of. You know what I mean? This is what
Right.
we see. So when we're like, I can't say that for the majority. That's really our truth, because for the majority of the women that we are hanging out with, we don't have those experiences. And so to be honest, Mr. Lee, it really makes me feel like when you have these men that are saying these women aren't taking care of me, they're not giving me plates, they're not submitting to me. My first question is, well, who are you as the man attracting with these women that you keep receiving these kind of women, and you keep finding yourself in these kind of circumstances where you're not being treated as the man that you want to be treated as, or served as the man as you want to be served as? And that's a lot of the reflection is on him. And so, at
Okay.
some point, we all have to be able to take accountability for ourselves. And we also have to be able to accept other people's truth as true for them. If this is our experience that we don't see that, it's because we really don't.
Okay, I'm not going to argue that because, I mean, if that's the case and it applies to all four of you young ladies, I'm not going to say, well, all five of you, but I'm referring to the American women. If that's the case, I mean, you guys have really kind of lived a sheltered life and not understanding the broader society on what's going on. And I'll give you an example to edify my point. Like, when I first came into the space, I used to hear, and I still do, but I hear about a lot of men who have difficulties with being able to have relations and interact with women and have had real bad experiences with Black women. And for me, it was kind of a shocker. I'm not a 6 foot guy, I'm 5'7", but I've never had any of the issues that I hear many men speak about online. I don't have a problem attracting women. I meet women all over the United States. I've traveled to several different countries and I meet women there. I don't travel for sex, never have, but I've met women and had relations with different women throughout the United States and different places where I've been. And so when I first heard that talk, it was kind of strange to me because I'm like, what kind of guys are these? If you don't know how to have a conversation with a woman and, engender yourself towards her and let her know what it is you're looking for, and to gain her trust to be able to spend time with you, you must be some kind of a weak individual. But as I stayed in the space and I listened more, I came to realize that there have been a big shift between when I left Wall Street 15 years ago and what's going on with social media, and how now men can't approach women so easily in the street like we once did. Now everything is on social media and the choosing is from the women. So the women wants to know your height. If I had to put in my height, 5'7", I'll get rejected off the bat. But if I met you in a club or met you somewhere and I approach you and started talking to you, you'll look at me a little different. So the thing is that because women have set these standards that they want men to be able to tick off these boxes, they're eliminating 50, 60, 70, 80% of men and are focusing on a very small percentage of men that either have the height, the income, and, the silverback gorilla. You guys have to look at the tape to find out what that's all about, right? The silverback gorilla, that type of guy. And if he doesn't check those boxes, then he's not even chosen by a woman. Whereas I came up in society where women were approachable. If she didn't like you, she told you, get out of her face, or I'm not interested. I have a guy, a boyfriend, whether they lie or not, it's irrelevant. She's made it clear she's not interested in you, right? So I think these are things also that when I first came to the space, I wasn't aware of the disparity between how so many men are not having relations with women or find it very difficult. And I think likewise, if you guys are not exposed to the type of women that many men in this space talk about, it doesn't mean that it's not a reality. It just means that you have not been aware of it or you haven't been exposed to it. And I think if you're going to, to educate yourself more about the space is to broaden your perspective and look at different channels and see what's going on. So you can say, you know what? Okay, I need to be aware of this. I need to be able, so I can speak about these issues, because it's not always about your particular experience. It's about what you can speak to help many young people and others who are having issues and don't know how to deal, like what Tam was talking about, having a conversation in a relationship. A lot of times, women take the lead in relationship, and guys, if they want to have a good relationship, they have to be submissive. And that's something that I find to be problematic. I mean, when we look at, for example, that case in Atlanta where the woman got arrested. Now, I've heard that that's a husband. I'm not sure if it is or not. But as a man, if you're in a relationship with a woman and you're in a situation that can become dangerous, even with the police, why would you not speak up and tell your wife or your girlfriend, hey, look, let's just sign the ticket and get out of here?
Cause
That's where men.
she probably like
That's,
Team Della. She ain't paying attention to what you said, so she was texting. So
no,
that's
what I'm
happened.
saying is that
You got on the mic and say that, Logic?
some men are in relationships where the woman is so dominant in the relationship that he couldn't say nothing to her. Because at the end of the video, after she got arrested, he had all the smoke for the officers. He was talking all this crap to the men. But he was supposed to protect his women before it even got that far. Sometimes a man's got to be able to say, baby, shut the hell up. Sign the paper. Let's get out of here. And she needs to be able to fall in line. But a lot of times, women, especially if they make money or they make more money than you, they want to take that masculine role and take leadership over men. And they don't understand what leadership is all about. They don't understand what masculinity is all about. And they don't understand what dangers are, because they walk around in a society where, by and large, most of the time, men protect women in general. And women don't always get the full brunt of their errors and mistake in life, there's always a man, your dad, your brother, your uncle, your husband, if you have one, right, there to protect you from getting the full force of what can happen in society. And now she's in a position, she's trying to be a leader. And this man, because he has always been subservient with her, what does he do? He shut up because he know if he say something, he's gonna get checked right there. So he don't want to deal with that when he get home. So he's quiet.
So
And I
let me.
think, yeah, go ahead.
Again, and let me just say this as a person who dates men, not necessarily of any race. That's a woman thing. Please do not think that's a black woman thing, because I've
No, I
heard.
didn't say it's a black woman thing. I did not.
Oh yeah, I just want to make it very clear that
Hold on, did y'all hear that dongs? It was, I heard like a dong. What was that?
My
Dong?
thing, Will.
it is
Oh.
a American woman thing, not necessarily a black American woman thing. I just want to.
I didn't once say
I
black.
know. I just wanted to add
I
on.
think it's also important to state that we talked about accountability for a whole show, about the things that you just discussed, Sage.
Lee?
You know, so sorry, Lee. I'm you
Either
know,
way,
we have talked about, you know, women being able to, you know, stay in their lane. There's a whole show about accountability.
Dad, I like
but-
it.
And you liked it. It was a good show.
And we enjoyed doing it. I thought it was
good.
be done.
So it's not that we're not aware. That's the other point.
Okay.
It's not that we're not
Okay.
aware. I'm personally the people who we talk about this all the time. I surround the people in my life, the people who surround me are people who have like minds, right? So I'm not going to be exposed to the women who you're discussing, right? Like the people who I surround myself with are the people that I'm growing with and that I know I can learn from. So I'm not going to be in the environments that you're discussing. It's not that we're ignorant to it. It's not that we don't believe that these situations exist, because we hear it. We can't just be like, you're making this up, but you hear it all the time. We're definitely not saying that at all. It is
not being proximity.
Right. And like Logic says, it's your proximity. They're not in my proximity. I choose, and I also am very selective who I have in my home and who's in my circle. So
Understood.
Well, see, let me say this. I'm gonna see if I can file a petition to get some of y'all ladies subbed in for them other ones on Thursday. Because man, I love what I'm hearing. Accountability.
I second that shit down.
Can we get y'all ladies subbed in?
I'm sorry.
I wanted to say something about accountability.
Sorry, you just got to interject with us. We're sorry. Go ahead.
No, I can't do that. But thank you. I wanted to say that sometimes it's part of our nature is to be emotional. You know, if you say, "Oh, women are emotional," we are, and that's part of our nature. If you want to change that, man, you're fighting against God right there.
No, absolutely not.
But what I'm saying is that the reason why sometimes we feel like we have to defend ourselves because we are attacked so much, and the ability to remove yourself from the equation is really hard. Because when you say, people in general will talk about single mothers. I am a single mother, but I don't act like these women that you're talking about. But I know that those women exist. But I'm not going to defend those women, and I'm not going to put myself in the equation as one. So
okay, quick point. Just to have a dialogue back and forth. Like you just said, that you wouldn't defend those women. But what we find in this space, that even when it doesn't apply to you, that many other women will defend those women.
Yeah, I think they're not defending women. They are defending themselves, saying, "I am not that." And that's the thing. Like, you have to really think about this, because I've seen it, I heard it. I also know that these people exist, which I also know that certain type of men exist, right? But I'm not going to say all men are the same just for that reason. So it's just an ability to know how to separate things and just not taking things personal. That's what I think.
You've been hanging around Americans too long. Take your you need to delete your Instagram, get off of Facebook, get off of YouTube, and stick with your culture that works.
Do
Sign
not
off.
listen to this man, Queen. You are
No,
fine.
I am saying that's part of the accountability that we have to take. That's what I said. As women, we have to understand that men are not attacking you. If they are saying this is a general statement, don't put yourself in the equation. That's what I'm trying to say. That's
Okay.
that's what we have to do. Stop taking it personal, because they're not saying, and I know probably you know him, Ricky always says it's not about the women in the panel, it's not about the women here. It's not us, it's never us. You know what you do. We're not perfect. I'm not perfect. I know my flaws. I know I probably have something, I'm not. So you have to know the things that you've done in the past that probably, got you into being single. We
And
all have that. Now, I also wanted to say before I go, because it's kind of late, um, about chaotic. He had a point earlier, and I don't have nothing against it. The only thing I can say, because my grandparents raised me, and I was raised by my father too, but most of the time he was working, so I was with both of my grandparents. I never saw my grandfather diminishing my mom's or my grandmother's job or chores in the house. He was not just saying, all you have to do is grab a mop, or all you have to do is fold clothes. He never did that. I don't have nothing against it, but I never saw my grandfather disrespecting my grandma and diminishing her job in the house. It was the opposite. And I'm not saying that that's what
Wow.
you meant, chaotic. I'm not
You're so
saying that's what
lost.
I'm
But
not
you
You're
know
saying
so
that's
that.
being
lost.
taken,
Hold
that's
on.
way off base,
Can
right?
I can I complete
That
my
wasn't
statement?
even see for you to even
Can I
do that.
complete? Can I
So
complete
no, but
my?
Yeah.
wait, but I'm just because
Why
you
would
long
his
winded too
father?
though. You long winded too.
Talk to
So
her.
I can.
No,
Oh,
I'm
no,
saying.
she kind of long winded too. So you can tell she delete your Instagram account, ma'am, because you started off good, but you gonna get the smoke too. That shit didn't make no sense because you didn't even under. Matter of fact, you misrepresented his statement.
No,
That's
that's what I'm
exactly
saying.
what you did.
That's how it sounded, because it was sounded like the tone of voice that he uses sounds like he's just mocking about it. Like, all you
I
have to,
agree,
and that's what I'm
Simon.
saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I have something against his point. Actually, it that's something that I'm used to seeing. But it sounded like he's mocking, like that's all you have to do. But
No,
in
but
reality, I've never. And again, I'm sorry if you think that that's what I meant to say. I'm not saying that that's what you said. It sounded like that to me. And if you didn't mean it like that way, then I apologize for taking it that way. That I just took it that way. I just wanted to say that I never heard my grandfather making a statement like that. Like, all you have to do is mop. All you have to do is fold clothes in the house. It was the opposite. He actually appreciated so much her job because it made his life so much easier. And that's
well, I
what I'm
think
saying.
what he
But
was.
I
What,
really have to go. Thank you.
okay,
Bye,
have a good night. Yeah,
Ida.
I
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
Thank you.
have
Bye.
a good night.
Thank you for
I
joining.
think what chaotic was
No,
doing
she
when he
said
did
that
speak
crazy shit and leave.
was
That's
that
some shit. She a terrorist now. Y'all say I ain't gonna call her terrorist. That was a terrorist ass move. She gonna misrepresent this man point and just leave. See, you know what, man?
Throw the bags
Fuck
on
it.
the
I
character
guess it's
leave
all over.
and walk out the
I guess
door.
thank y'all, American women. Y'all fucking up the world. Y'all are fucking up the world.
I
Y'all
think
influence
chaotic was
is
being.
reaching El Salvador. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee.
No, what I was saying is that chaotic sometimes use hyperbole to be shock, to be shocking,
Shock
so the
value.
delivery to 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 jar the consciousness, not necessarily of the individuals on the panel, but for those who may watch it at some later date. Because I think sometimes our women need to get that in your face kind of delivery for them to, there's a saying in executive training, you must first have a breakdown before you can have a breakthrough. And what that means is that sometimes things got to be all up in your face. And maybe Logic can speak of that with regard to military training when you go to boot camp. There's a reason why the sergeant is all up in your grill, because he got to break you down and then reconstruct you as a man. And he's got to do it in a quick order of time. And I think what Chaotic is doing when he does that is he's trying to strip these women of their ideas on their perspective as it pertained to your role as a woman. And I
Well,
think by
Hey,
shocking them,
Miss Lee, Miss Lee. I was just. Let me say something real fast to y'all ladies, though. I'm apologize. I want to apologize.
Mr. Lee. So what's his point about talking about me in the chat, man? Like, and it's not even has nothing pertaining to the conversation.
I'm not looking at the chat, so I don't know. But obviously, see, one of the things I don't like is when we come in and we get personal with people on the panel, particularly. You know, the chat can have their chat conversations about us on the panel, about the subject, and about anything else they want to talk about. But I don't appreciate when we supposed to be the leaders on the panel having a more sophisticated conversation, and then we engage in the behavior in the chat where we start attacking one another. That I think shows a level of immaturity.
I agree, Mr. Lee.
Okay, yeah.
I have a question. So this is just, me asking questions, trying to see, because I understand what you're coming from when you say, I understand where chaotic is coming from, but would it be kind of like if I said, how men say, well, I don't like education, it's not for me. Kind of like Tian said, she doesn't like folding clothes, but we say you
Repeat that again. Men say they don't like education.
Right. I don't think school is for me. And we accept that some
college maybe, but not education.
Okay,
really?
but we know with college, we do know that college can, for some people, further your. It just makes you move a little different. Okay.
Okay.
You just move a little different. It's not a
Mm-hmm.
bad thing. But there are people, men who say, well, I don't want to go because it's just not for me. Just like she doesn't want to fold, she didn't like folding clothes, but you do things because it's a part of it, kind of helps you in your role, correct?
Well,
So
but education, as it would pertain to college education, is not a role for every man. But a man still have
securing a nice job. So for example, providing kids. So we know that documented there are some jobs that are going to get you the money that you want, guaranteed. If you become a doctor, you're guaranteed to make a certain income. There is all a list of things that if you get educated, you do the work in the beginning, you're guaranteed to make a certain amount. Okay.
You can do a certain trade.
Let me say this. Today I was listening.
Right.
Today I was listening. Hold on a second. Today I was listening to a show, and the young lady on the show, she called in to this white guy that helps you out with your finances. I forgot his name. Older white man with white hair.
Okay.
She spent over $200,000 to get her law degree.
Okay.
And she's young because 2019 or so, I think she graduated. She's now working for the federal government, making $89,000 a year.
Right.
She's in debt over her head.
Okay.
She's trying to explain to him how, or she's asking him, how is she going to get from under this debt under 20 years? She can't see it. And what he explained to her is, why are you working for the federal government in the first place when you go out and get a $200,000 law degree? And what she said was she wanted to have, I forgot the term that she used. She wanted to have quality of life.
Right.
And he ripped her a second asshole because that's a dumb decision to make.
So my question would be, I mean, if she's making 89,000 times two, the 3 years, that makes up her salary, okay? Because she could be making 43. So the difference between 47, which is the low income, to that is a $40,000 gap, okay? So it takes 4 years to get that 200,000 back, assuming she lives like the normal American who is average making 47,000. Okay, so that's 4 years to get that 200,000 down. Not to mention, there are people riding around with $100,000 cars that depreciate.
Right,
once you drive up the lot with that $100,000 car, it depreciates. But if you invest in yourself, it would appreciate because you can always have opportunity. The glass ceiling is not there. You understand?
Shantae sound like Outkast. You know what I'm saying?
Because you're
what I'm
investing
saying is, hold on one second. She didn't finish. I didn't get to her whole story, and I didn't think I had to. But she has a family. She has 3 children, and here she is right now with an $89,000 a year job. She doesn't own her own house. She's renting. She's paying almost $2,000 a month in rent. and the expense of her family after taxes, she doesn't have enough money to pay down that loan like it was a mortgage, paying $2,500 or $3,000 a month to try to knock that off. It's going to take some time to do that.
Absolutely. But
And the point is that, choosing an education and choosing higher level education, it's very important how you make those decisions and a plan on how to do that. Now, there was a young man that came on right after her, and he had 100,000. But what he did was he stayed single, and he paid off his loan in 7 years.
right. Correct.
So what I'm saying is, when you go into that, when you make that decision, you got to have a plan from start to finish. How you gonna do it? Because he paid his loan immediately without letting the interest build up on the loan, and that
So
was another aspect. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I absolutely agree with that. So there needs to be a plan. And people forget that there are scholarships out there. You're about your business in the beginning. You can do scholarships. Men are athletic. Some people, there are guys who play football. They may not play in the NFL, but they play football and got 4 years of free education. You
True.
understand? So there are always ways to be educated. And we can, I think that if you
But no, get back to the point you were trying to make about the education.
My point is this: if we know that there are certain jobs that we don't like to go into, but there are certain jobs that are going to make you 400,000, like it's guaranteed. If you go to school, it's to be a surgeon. They call you just for surgery, you're going to make a certain amount of money. But we don't like to go to those jobs because we don't like them. It's something that we don't like to do. Education is not for us. Just like folding clothes isn't for Tan, but we're saying, Tan, you still have to fold the clothes. Why can't it be
The best neurosurgeon in the world is a black man.
You said what now?
The best neurosurgeon in the world is a black man.
Absolutely. We're saying
So
get
don't
more
say
of
we
them.
don't.
Just like
So
the best
it's not
woman
that
in
we
the
don't
world.
like to do it. Every man has to choose what's best for him in terms of what he want to achieve.
Right.
Now,
So
some men could choose a blue collar job and become a welder or some form of an engineer. He can still make a lot of money, exceed some white collar jobs as well. So just because the university route is not what some men may make or take, they can take other routes to put themselves in a position where they could take care of a family.
I never said
or be the only
university.
income.
College can be 2-year college. I never said a university. I
We
didn't
promote trades. We
specify
promote
4
trades.
years. So with that being said, I understand completely. So it's the same thing where the people have to do what's best for them. So for their household, the same thing with Tan. She was saying that I do not like to fold clothes. She's doing what's best for her household. Everybody's doing what's
True.
best for their household, and it may not all look the same. But so if we're gonna apply that and say, women, you have to be this way because that is your role, the same will be the same. If you know that this is gonna get you where you and you are trying to be a provider and you can get there, men are opting out. They're opting out of that. You understand?
But
Does that make sense to me?
Well,
Does that make sense
I'm
to
not
you?
sure if men are opting out. I mean, men's role have never changed.
Right.
You could go back as far as you want in history up until today. Men's roles have never changed. It's women who are changing their roles.
So what I'm saying, okay, I get it because they had to accommodate the lack thereof. So if we have more, so if I'm saying, if I know I want to be a provider and I tell this to my students, I expose them, look, if you know that this is what you want to do, these are things that you are guaranteed to get you there. Okay. These are things that are guaranteed. But the problem is you have to put in more work in the beginning and opposed to the end. Nobody wants to do the work in the beginning. They want the fast money. What's going to come easily and fast. Okay. That's
you're right. That's a Black American culture thing.
That's
where we
Black
want
American
fast money, easy money, quick money. That is true. I agree with that.
So what I'm saying to you is this thing where, in America, we have opportunity. Okay. A lot of countries don't have the same opportunity that we have, but here in America, we have the opportunity. We have we can choose what we want to do. If you go to India, they preach two things. You be a doctor. IT is big, and there are certain professions that they preach the brightest of the brightest, and they go on that plan because they know that if they go on that plan, they come back, choose any woman they want, and they're on a plan. I know this. I heard this from an Indian man himself just last week.
True.
Wait. I got to answer.
Logic. This is our conversation. One second. Give me a minute.
What I would like to say, talking for a whole goddamn hour. Shit. Go ahead, but you got it. Fuck it. Go ahead.
Okay. Shantae, Shantae, let me just, exchange back with you. The thing is, is that Indians, they come from a family and a structured society. In America, the black family and our society has fallen apart. We're about individualism. There is no one in the community that's going to say to a young man, do this or do that. To a young lady, do this or do that. Because if you do, their mother are going to come out and they're going to read you the riot act and ask you, who the hell are you telling my kid what to do? And even when the parents are there, the parents are not usually decisive anymore in their children's life. They tell them, do whatever you want. That's why a young lady could go to the university, like this young lady that took that naked picture in front of the HSBC. What's that?
She was at FAMU. Yeah, she's at
Right.
FAMU.
She got a master's degree
in
what is it?
education.
Psychology.
It was like, no, it was education.
And with all that studies, she thought it was a good idea to pose naked in front of a university, a black university.
Yes.
And then she says, listen to it. Now she says, if I don't get my degree, I'm gonna expose the school and bring it down. They got 3 professors. What she's hinting at is that she didn't get the degree. She definitely had relations with 3 male professors in that school. And
But see, Miss Lee, hold on. Wait, Shantae. Look, I just want to, because you misrepresented some again, Shantae. When you use Indian people, and you're talking about Indian Americans, but if you look at the India culture,
these people came from India. They're not Indian Americans. They came here for college.
Okay, so now they came here, but now use that logic in India. If what you say is so true, less than 10%. Wait, you can do Google, because that's one of the countries I went to.
Ask the Indian.
Okay, you could ask them, but now their culture in their country, less than 10% of their people even go to college. So now, by that logic, it's only less than 10% of them go to college, but I guarantee you, all they women fold clothes.
So let me just say this.
No, because you taking this and you misrepresent stuff.
Listen.
The reason why I brought it up.
Let me finish talking. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. All I'm saying is you sat here and said we got on women and holding them accountable. Listen, we want the women to start serving the men. So let's talk about what we want the men to do. You just like you have your wants, we have wants too. So now that you heard your wants, now I want you to hear our wants. We want you to do better.
And I'm with you. So now, based on your logic, right? Now, this is why we can get crazy, right? I want all the chicks to have 36 Ds and no stretch marks.
Okay, so you're
right. What? No, see, because that's how it's said. No, listen. Wait, hear me out, Shantae. Shantae, hear me out. No, listen what I'm saying, Shantae.
All the men who got all the men.
Shantae, do you not realize, Shantae? Do you not realize that everyone? No, listen. Wait, just listen, ma'am.
Okay.
Everyone cannot make 6 figures.
I get it. I understand.
Okay, but this is what I'm telling you though.
We just want more of it. We just want more men in medicine. When I go to hospital, ma'am. Saving my life. I don't want to have to rely on a white woman to save my life.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool, and that's fine.
Okay.
But I'm using you trying to compare folding clothes.
You want us to have?
No, ma'am. Can you let me finish, Shantae? Shantae, just let me finish, ma'am. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I mean, is it Thursday? Oh no, it's Friday. Let me finish.
It's just frustrating because I'm trying to set a higher standard for men, and you're backing just like you were trying to say I'm backing down on women being better.
But, ma'am,
what is the harm of wanting more black men to go to better?
Ma'am, listen. This is what I'm saying. If it was feasible, I would want every black person in the world to be a millionaire. But I have to deal with reality. It's not feasible. I would want every black man and woman to have a master's degree. It's not feasible. So, but when you try to compare something like that that's not feasible, and you compare it to something that's feasible in folding clothes, that's what we start breaking down. Because it's something that's
It
basic.
sounds like an excuse. That's what it sounds like to me.
You
You don't
it
try.
sounds like something basic.
well,
Because
You don't
because
try.
wait,
You just
let me just finish. Let me finish, Shantae.
you
Shantae,
just
I can finish, Shantae. I can finish and I can kill it for you because I know education is important to you, and I get it. But it's not feasible, ma'am. Because the thing is, they're just like saying, black women say, I would not cook unless a man have a college education.
I don't agree with that either. That's what you're trying to put one again. I don't agree with that either. I'm
This
saying
is actually said I'm learning today.
What I would say,
better. We know that. But now we're talking about the men. It would be nice that everybody, can we have a balance at least? Not everybody. Like can we just have a little bit more enrollment? Just expose black men to different job opportunities other than the same ones they've been doing that have gotten us to 47,000. Okay?
Shantae, I would say this, right? As black men, we have been hearing what black women want for the past 50 years. Okay. And the elite black men, they're there. The guys that are making 100 grand or more.
Yes.
When I was in the work, when I was working, I exceeded that by far. So it's not, and I worked in an office where most of the office were black men, and they did extremely well.
Yes.
They made a ton of money. And we competed. We competed in the white world with white men and outperformed them.
Right.
So the thing is that in this space too, one of the things that you, especially Anton, always talks about is getting your money up, staying on your program.
And he full of
define
shit.
what it is and define what you want to do and go for it. So the point is that black men are trying to get other black men out of that mediocrity of that 42,000 to get them higher, granted. But we also hear black women say, pay my bills, pay all these different things, just as a girlfriend. I've never paid the bills of a girlfriend and would never. Because when we go out, I pay for everything. If we're going someplace special and I want you to come with me, if you don't have an outfit, I pay for the outfit. I've always been a man that paid 100%.
Gotcha.
Before I had my first child with my wife, before she became my wife, I paid everything. She was used to that. She worked 2 hours in her life. She went for a job, McDonald's. We were out of state in Illinois. She was barking about how she don't have nothing to do and I'm at work 12 hours a day, and she wanted to do something. So she found a job, had a friend take her. She got interviewed and got the job. First day was on a Sunday. 2 hours later, she called me up crying. They want me to mop the bathroom. I don't even do this. I said, you don't have to be there. Come home. And I came and picked her up and she never worked again. But my point is that we have to, as men, we know we have to provide. Not every man would be able to have a wife where she stays at home and don't work. And men are looking for opportunities to get better. And the tech field is a tremendous field where men could make a lot more money. So percentage-wise, I think over the next 5 years, you could see black men really break out into those economic barriers. But the thing is, are the women going to break out into the things where the men want? Are they going to become become the women that the men are looking for? Fit, friendly, submissive, caring, supportive. These are the things that the successful men want.
Absolutely.
So we're addressing the big problem on the women's side.
Absolutely.
But Mr. Lee, that fit shit is bullshit. I gotta call out the YouTube talking point.
Listen, let me just say this. We already talked about the women. Y'all bring it back to the women anytime we talk about the men. My point is this. And it's so crazy that people in the chat are fighting against me saying, I just want to see more black male doctors. Like, you see how toxic that is? Like, because I want to see more black male doctors, something that's positive, that any other culture would see as positive, wanted to see that. I'm not saying
But you know how you will see that?
one. I'm just saying I would like to see. I would like to see it. Just like you said, more people are going to do IT. I would love to see that. If these trades are making this money, that's what I want to see. I want to see them not make 47. I want them to go into those trades. I want
But
them to.
Shantae, they're not fighting you on that, ma'am. They're fighting you. No. They're fighting you because you compared it to folding clothes.
No,
You
I'm
said-
I'm
no,
comparing it to your job versus a woman's job, gender role.
Okay.
That's what I'm
So
comparing it to.
no. So right. So now if you made a comparison that a man must work if a woman fold clothes, yes. But but you went to Madison. You said, and that's why I said, so I guess a dude need to be a doctor in order for his woman to cook for him.
No, I was
Because
giving it as an example.
I know, ma'am. I know, but you said this is what you said, right? That you can't blame the chat. They only use what you said. We was talking about doing some civil as folding clothes for Tam. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Let me clarify. I want the women to do the work, not just with folding clothes. All of the things that you guys have mentioned, all of those things. So now, when it comes to anything that a man feels is more feminine women, all of these things that we're having issues with, I want women to fix that. Absolutely. But I thought we were done talking about the women, and now I was going to talk about the men. Since we were addressing women concerns, the concerns for the men, I want to address the concerns for the women. Okay? There are women we would like for you to get, if the average pay is $47,000, maybe we need to explore those trades that Mr. Lee is talking about. Maybe we need to have it needs to be more open to the public. This is what you can do to get out of that slum. Maybe you won't make it 6 figures because we understand that, but you're going to make more than 47,000. Okay? Think higher than 47.
You do understand that 47,000 is a median. That means average men are making that, but there are men that are making 60, 75, 80. Not every man is reaching that 6-figure 100,000 plus.
Yes. And it's
Right.
YouTube talk because is it feasible? The world is based off of positions.
Correct.
Right.
You have billionaire positions. You have millionaire positions. You got more. So when these women get on here, that's why I say Anton is full of shit, and I tell him to his face. But wait, I'm just saying.
You know,
wait,
I
ma'am,
see
you can't.
people,
Wait, ma'am,
so
but you can't. You wait, Shantae.
Look,
You do it again.
We're gonna speak because it's not play. Listen, look, you're over talking the host of the show. Like, come on, give me some. What I'm saying to you is, when Jewish people don't belittle their people, they try to bring each other up. We're trying to keep people down. I'm trying to speak life into people, saying you can do this. Just get educated in whatever field you.
Shantae, I think what you're missing is
wait,
that.
Mr. Lee, hold on.
Hold on, Logic. Let me make my point. Let me make my point.
Because Shantae, what you just did, Shantae, what you just did was full of shit. I'm literally talking. I said something you didn't like, and you cut me off, and you said I'm over talking you. That's not bullshit. You literally just did that. I was talking. I said something you didn't like. You jumped in on me. You can rewind the clip, ma'am. I literally was here. I literally was here talking. You cut me off.
I won't speak positive. You know what? It's a done deal. I did not think it was a bad thing that I was suggesting. It was not supposed to come from a bad place. It's coming from a place of love, wanting us to do better. I wanted us to be competitive.
No, I think what you're saying is right. I agree with that. But what I would say is that when you're looking at careers such as attorneys and doctors, particularly, those are very expensive careers that you can't pick up on your own. You have to be trained.
Correct.
And 9 times out of 10, you have to come from an intact family with father and mother who are working, who can help afford for you to be able to maybe take out some type of loan to be able to do it and pay half of it as well, so the debt is not as great. You know, there was a time when we as a people used to look at doing things generation by generation, where one generation you would have kids go to school and get those college degrees, and from that college degree family, the next generation then would go for the doctor and the lawyer, because that that middle class family would be able to raise the money to send one or two of their children to that higher level of education. Now everyone is trying to do it right then and there by themselves, coming from single parent homes, and they don't really have an infrastructure to do that. And the infrastructure that we know today is being an athlete or being a rapper.
Absolutely. So
Those are the two.
Mr. Lee, just like they put the money into making sure your kid goes out to football, why not put that into educate? Put that same effort you put into being an athlete. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be an athlete, but put that same effort into being an athlete into education as well, so that you can have a well-rounded child. You understand what I'm saying? Because I know people who are
Because
AAU and they spend like hours a day on basketball. Like, can we split that and make education just as important for our children?
Well, because we need to make education of being a doctor to be something that is looked at and revered. Being an athlete, a man could see his selfish needs being met. He gets to have a lot of beautiful women. He gets to buy fancy cars and jewelry. He gets to fly around the world. He's got all this disposable money because even a surgeon who might make 375,000 in the first couple of years coming out the university, or once he's got some training, is not going to sign $100 million contract at 18 years old.
Correct.
And I think the allure of that type of money, many black men who see themselves coming from nothing, they aspire to go from nothing to everything. And the problem is once they get that money, they lose it because so many women are looking to get them to trick it off so they can feed off of him too. So it's really a cultural wide issue that we have to address and really market one family that has to come first, because without that, you don't have the foundation to bring up young men and young women and train them in the way that they should go. So I think we have to start there first. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So let me ask you a question. So we both know that the chances of you getting the NBA is slim to none. It's very slim. Same thing with NFL. So why is it, because I'm looking at the chat, why is it it's so possible for people to believe they can go to the NBA but not be a doctor? You understand what I'm saying? Why in their mind they can think, because they're like, she's talking smack. Like, it's impossible. It's not impossible. People do it all the time. Black
Because
people,
you don't see it.
you don't see it, but guess what?
You don't
You have
see
a better
it.
chance at being a doctor than a basketball player. You do. If you put your mind to it and you put yourself, you treat the books like it's a sport, and you put that same amount of effort into your books that you do into being on a court, then guess what? You're going to get the same results. If you're going to practice makes perfect, even when it comes to learning. So
I agree with you.
So I
agree
hate
with
that
you.
people is so toxic that people are like, no, you can't do that. And they feel like it's so impossible because you have an impossible mind frame. Your mind frame only thinks like, oh, I can't do. Like, you can. Stop thinking you can't. It's just going to take effort. It's just so frustrating to me because I've never met people who would just have such a limited,
Well, the thing is that
so limited
athletes
thoughts.
athletes are like gods in our society.
Right.
They're on every billboard. They're everywhere. They're advertised and doing everything, and they're treated as though they're gods. And they're paid an ungodly amount of money at a young age where they don't even have the understanding of economics yet.
Right.
So I think it's a societal issue that, like, why do people play the lotto and would play, that big lotto that you get where you can win, almost $1 billion? The Mega Millions, exactly. Why do people play it? They know they don't stand a chance in hell, but just in case. And the thing is, if a kid start out at 7, 8 years old and he's playing ball and he's got all these people rooting for him and he get the height and he's got some skills, especially if he becomes varsity at a high school and he's doing well, a lot of people are going to invest a lot behind him because they believe he can succeed. And the thing is, you're one injury away from destroying your career, but it's the chance that many people will take to bring you and your family out of poverty. But it's not the only way. Like you said, the thing is, how can we market this and put it across in a way where being a lawyer and being a doctor is more rewarding as a career that can last you 50 years and you can grow and become $1 million producer. By the time you're 40 years old, you're making $1 million or more dollars a year, and you have a gorgeous life and your children. And
Absolutely.
but
Absolutely.
we need to put our heads together so we can create a new packaging of advertising and promote these things to Black men. So
I absolutely
I
agree.
agree with you.
But you know what? There's also, and Mr. Lee, you're absolutely right. I couldn't agree more. Also, make it look sexy. You know,
Exactly. Make it look sexy.
Yeah.
I agree.
And then I
And
was
Well,
Go-
Shantae, drop your email in the back chat because I want to ask you. I want to ask you something, and maybe you can help me because there's some things I want to try and roll out for October, and
okay,
maybe you can give me some insights or point me in the right direction with some people that I can maybe coordinate with to get some things done.
absolutely. And
Because
I'm
I do want
sorry,
to address
y'all.
this
I get
issue.
emotional. Like when it comes to education and just seeing Black people do better, I do get emotional, and I'm not gonna, apologize for it. It is what it is. If you don't want better for yourself, I want better for you. How about that?
But
Well,
Shantae, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. What if what do you teach? You teach in middle school, high
I
school?
teach high school, and I expose them to everything that I try to find their passions, and I try to expose them to careers they never even thought about. They didn't even know.
So let me ask
Do
you this:
you?
Would you do you encourage your students that some students are just this college is just not for them, right?
Because
So
they don't. A lot of kids mistake. They think college is like high school, but I teach them college is only 30% academic, 70% is the experience. Okay, you learn how to be
I agree with
you.
that wholeheartedly. I agree
College
with that.
sometimes it's bigger than the academics. It's more about molding you. And would you rather be somewhere 4 years to figure it out, or just on the street trying to figure it out?
But
It
that's
gives
an
you a little bit
Well,
of time while
that's an
but
you're.
you see,
expensive lesson, though.
yeah, that's where I would disagree
encouraging them
with you
to do,
because
though,
you don't want
right?
to go to college to
That's an
figure it out.
expensive experience,
You
Well,
need
well,
to
well,
know
well,
why you're going.
anything of value is going to be expensive.
I
Okay,
understand it, but at the
so
same time, the whole purpose for going to college is
is to
to make
right.
money.
So they give you so when I do that, I say they give you those first 2 years, because in the last 2 years, especially you go to a university, you have 2 years to figure it out. Whether you can go to make from because you definitely want to go with a purpose. The purpose
Yes.
is to figure out what you're gonna do. Okay, but they give you
No.
2 years. Look. When I'm saying they give you 2 years, and then you get into your major the last 2 years. Okay, but what we do know is that a lot of the things that are going to make you money besides trades is going to take place at the university. Okay, but college too. I'm not knocking college. When I say college, I'm talking about 2 year college. I'm not knocking trades. When I say college, I mean trades as well. If you go to be IT, or you go to be something of that nature, that's still college to me. I'm not just speaking just university. I'm speaking education, period. Okay,
Well,
other than high school.
if you go to college or university with a plan and you know what you want to achieve, you can do it in 3 years instead of four. So
You
you
can.
cut your overall expenses down as
Sure.
well. So it's
Absolutely.
really and the thing is that when you have a mother and father behind you, they can help you narrow down what you
Yeah.
want to focus on because a lot of times your parents know what you're good at and they can help point you in the right direction and help you figure it out because when you figure it out as an individual, you have a part in it and you feel more like, this is me as opposed to being instructed and told by your dad or by both your mom and dad, we want you to be this, right? Some people rebel against that. But I will say that with regard to the universities as a whole,
Mhm.
I think, and what I would want to ask you before I get there is, as a high school teacher, do you have your students set goal like in the first 2 years? Because I was a high school teacher for the past 8 years up until the pandemic,
So
and I
I
always used to have my students set goals,
yes,
and then at the end of the year we will have the school participated in it as well. It was on the annual schedule for the school. So at the end of that school year they had to literally, they would come dressed in their profession and they would do a complete expedition, and then judges will come from the entire region and evaluate each school and their career presentation, audio, video, whatever they did, and they will score it and they will rate each student at the end of the year. And that will be in part to their grades as well. So the last semester would be their presentation on their career, which will go with the grade, whichever grade you teach, right? That's something I did. So I'm not sure if you do that, but
I
that will help students figure out what they may want when they leave high school to go to school. Sorry about
what
that.
I do is I have the younger grades now. I like my seniors, but I do like the younger grades now. When I say younger, I mean ninth and 10. What I do
Right.
is I actually make them write their goal down, and it's actually paced on their, when they come in, it's paced. They have to see it every day. Because to me, if you see your goal every day, when you're walking in, I want you to think of your goal. So nothing can deter you from the path that you're going for your goal. Okay, we're going to research your goal, the things that it takes to get to where you're trying to go. We do all of that in my classroom, and I'm fortunate to have a classroom because I'm a marketing teacher, to be able to do that. But yes, we that's in it. Like I said, I expose my kids. A lot of them even don't even know, they've never been to a college campus. I plan on taking them to one, and it's not, I'm not forcing your kids to go to college, but I do want to expose them to the art. I want them to have a realistic idea of what it's like, okay? Because I think they have this false idea of what takes place at college, and that's a 2-year college or a university, either or. But to say, I hate when people say I don't like education. Well, hell, who does? Even the nerd doesn't like it. The person does it to get where they want to go. They see the bigger picture. They say, I got to do this, this, and this to get that. I may not like this, this, and this, but it's going to get me to that. You
Well, I
understand?
think most of the time high school students would say that because, they've been in school for 12 years
Of
and they
course.
can't wait to get the heck on out, so they don't want to see another 4 more years of learning. Not everyone, especially boys, they may not want to go through that.
And I
But I
love
think,
my boys. My boys are my precious because honey, we have these conversations. I need them to see the future, and I'm showing them different. Like, look, have you ever tried traffic controlling? I mean, I try to get them anything that they don't even think of that they may like, so we can get more.
and that's good because as Black people, we need to broaden our purview with regard to how we can excel in the society, be more productive, choose better in terms of our career, and make more money for ourselves and for our families. So, absolutely, that's important. And as a teacher, if you're doing that, that's awesome. We need more teachers like you, right? But we also need families. And I think that's something that a lot of Black men speak about in this community, in the manosphere, is that they want wives. And some of them, may overshoot that they want a stay at home wife. They may not be able to afford a stay at home wife right away. It may take 5 years, 8 years, 10 years. If you get married in your 20s, you may not be able to afford a stay at home wife until you're in your mid to late 30s. But once you get there, then you want to be able to offer your wife that, or she can work with you in the business or work from home or whatever, because our life is changing now. Working from home is going to be a part of, the overall greater society where there is going to be a segment of the society going forward that will work from home. So I think that will offer more men and women to choose the things that, like Tan was saying, to construct their home life, how they want to pursue it, and what's going to be best for them. So I think there are going to be many options going forward, and I think you will see more Black men stepping up, making more money. The thing is, are we going to see more Black women becoming more wifely as opposed to becoming either more career minded or
Right.
becoming more thought minded, which is a big issue.
I wanted to well, you can, I just wanted to, because I know this guy right here, I know that the debt is what, because I know that's one of the things that you brought up. But I always like to, and I tell my students, we're not talking about higher education. I'm not talking about like grad school, because grad school is when the debt starts to pile up when you're trying to be a lawyer or a doctor. We're talking about simple undergrad education. Undergrad education, you can go to a college in your town for what, $50,000. So just imagine, there are people who spend more than that on getting a car. Debt is debt. You understand? You want a Tesla, you want a Benz. Those cars cost more than that $50,000 debt that we're asking you to invest in yourself. It is a known fact that people who are educated make $1 million over a lifetime more than people who are not. So you're not trying to give up that $50,000 for that $1 million more in a lifetime. Is that
But
what you're
the guy that's going to get a $60,000 car, he's not going to be an 18-year-old going into college taking a $60,000 debt.
But the great thing about student loans are they work with you. They only at you send them. It's people who are not paying a dime on their student loans, me being one of them. Because you can defer, they go off of your income. They will take $10 a month. It is people who are
But that's that. But you see, what you just said right there, that
paying for
will
the rest of
haunt
your
you for the
life.
rest of your life, and you'll never be able to buy a house.
I
If
have
you
a house.
deferring,
I own a house.
I'm
I'm
not saying
in my
you.
house. But what I'm saying to you is I have college debt. You're saying people with college debt, they don't even take it in consideration when I'm buying a house. It's off the
Okay.
it's
All
not
right.
even in
Okay.
the equation of buying a house. I have a house, a $400,000 house I'm living in, and I got college debt. I hate to
Okay.
say it on the internet because I don't want to come for me, but I'm just telling you. So it can happen. I just don't want to hear the excuses. I want it, and again, please put aside that there are scholarships. If we start teaching our kids early, training them like we train them on the basketball and football, training them to like other cultures do, training them, the books is the sport as well. And you discipline them, teach them how to be in their books. They can come out and get a scholarship. You don't even have to worry about the debt. Let the other people pay for it. They're black men. Do you know that as a black man, you're a black man, you can go to Harvard University. You keep your grades up. You can go to Harvard free of charge. McHarry right now, McHarry and Tennessee State have partnered up. If you want to be a doctor, you can go into that program free of charge. They'll pay for your undergrad and your medical school.
Just about to say that.
It's a cohort going on right now. There is free money out there. We just don't want to do the legwork to figure out where it is. That's the problem. But I'm here for you. You want to know? I'll do it for you.
I think maybe you should do another show. You should do another show dealing with education and promoting the opportunities for higher education for black men, let's say.
Absolutely. So if you don't want the loan and you don't want your children to have the loan, discipline them. But that time, I'm not saying don't put them in athletics. Absolutely do. Just put the same amount of energy into their academics at home that you do the athletics. If they're going to practice for two hours, make sure he's sitting at that table doing work for 2 hours, studying.
But I mean, you do understand that we have an almost 80% single parent household.
If
which
she
means
can take them to practice, she can sit down.
she ain't taking them to practice. That kid is on his own.
Staying after school. Yeah.
Yeah, he's on his own. He's figuring it out because he's choosing what he think is going to make him successful. He doesn't really have much guidance. And then if he shows some prowess, then the educators at the school or the athletic department will say, "Hey, Tommy over there looks good. Why don't we,
Absolutely.
bring him on the varsity squad and see how he plays first, first semester or whatever, and see how he starts out." But the thing is that what you're saying is very good, and I like it. But it really is going to take a lot of work. That's a shift
It's a
in the
mentality.
perspective of Black America. That's what it's going to really be all about.
And it's uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable. Who said something about it's going to be uncomfortable before it gets better? Somebody said that about another scenario. But that's right. It's going to be uncomfortable.
What I said it was that first you must have a breakdown before you can have a breakthrough.
Absolutely. And I agree with that.
Well, it's getting late over here, ladies. I don't know what time it is for you, but
right,
it is late. Thank you so much, Greg.
All right, you guys. Thank you guys for sticking in there
Okay.
with us through the chat. Thank you guys for being up on our panel. We have learned something today. Ladies, folks, listen, if you are at dinner and there are men who don't have their plate, you better get your butt in their kitchen and make them men a plate. That is the least you can do.
You will cause an earthquake shift in the Black man's perspective.
I'm telling you, if I come to your house and I see the men not eating, we're about to get up and fix these men a plate.
There you go.
Hey, and if you're in Atlanta and y'all got some cake and y'all don't help and get that man some cake,
listen, I was not there.
Gotta get that man some cake.
I was not there when they did the cake.
See, I know you still watching. Get that man some cake.
Let's not bring up the cake.
We promise, as ladies, we will make a vow, at least the ladies on this show, that we're gonna do our best to make sure every man gets a plate. Okay.
Absolutely. Every Black man.
Every man, that was very Black. Every Black, we can definitely do that. So
we
you
worry
guys,
about everybody else. We worry about our people.
thank you guys so much for tolerating us in my emotional rant. I'm about my babies. I call them all my babies. I got 150 of them. So Thank you guys for listening. Talk to you next week, 9 o'clock. See you guys.
Good night.
Don't forget your email.
Okay. Where do I
Or
get
you can give it to JR and he could give it to me if you didn't. I didn't see it in the chat. Oh, you could do it that way.
Cool. Okay. See you later. Okay.
Good night.
Good night.